Chat, what's up? How we doing?
Changing the setup as well. I think that he's the kind of player that is not reliant on
the
off to have the.
How's everyone doing?
He's flexible enough also in game to show how much he can give to the team. I think that he's great at both following instructions, but also give you the crazy plays.
Yo, what's up?
I don't know if Apeks is going to make it. I don't think anybody knows at this point, but I think that the future holds great things for him. For sure.
Yeah.
Of course, he's surrounded
we're here,
by
Bacan,
so much
we're here.
experience as well on this team. And speaking of that, I had a chat with Avova earlier, and this is what he had to say about Kamyk. I'm now joined by Avova from Apeks. Now, Avova, I saw a tweet that you made the other day about how, you know, you guys qualified, but there was some troll rounds, you know, they still exist. So can you explain to me what you mean by those troll rounds?
For like the big games,
I mean,
like,
honestly,
I like to pay attention.
I was just in shock.
Turned a little podcasty,
we didn't really
which is fine.
adapt correctly.
And for playoffs,
we were just
I want to focus.
Playing default, just
see why the team's lost.
Default, so I don't know. We were too scared to win. We were playing not to lose, basically. So
how big of a concern are these troll rounds? Are we worried about them?
I mean, I'm not worried about them at all. Like
my hair, yeah, my hair's
pretty
all
much
over the place, man. Is what it is.
Every official we have had, what went good, what went bad, and we have been talking a lot. And I feel like we have fixed our issue, so we should be ready to win the whole thing now.
Oh, we're not going to see them today, I guess. We're not going to see those troll rounds today.
No, hopefully not. No.
You're one of the most experienced players we have in all of Ascension, and you've played with a lot of very, very talented players. But Kamyk seems to be somebody that's really standing out in the competition. So how, I guess, what sets him apart, in your opinion, with maybe some of the other duelists right now?
Honestly, I kind of expected this question, and I don't know, Kamyk is really special. I mean, he's a really young guy, like every other duelist have been playing with, but there's just something magical about him. I cannot really explain what it is. Like every duelist I've been playing with, it has been really great, but Kamyk really got this aura, and it's unexplainable. Like, why does he make the game look so easy compared to your own game? Yeah.
It's good that you have that opinion, because that's how we feel, I think, watching him.
Dude, they had to edit it. Who is
does
yapping?
Unexpected things. How much trust do you
how long he
have in him? Because he does go in a lot, you know, he's very fearless.
He got all my trust. I remember after our first game against Go Next, he wasn't really sure what to do sometimes, and I was like, if you feel like pushing, just do it, you know? Because all my trust is on him. Like, if he decides to do a 360 no-scope of Apeks, I'll be like, okay, you do it. And he's probably gonna hit it, because it's Kamyk, yeah.
That's nice for him, I think, having that confidence of his teammate in him. And one last question before I let you go. As you know, if you win today, you are guaranteed to play
the YouTube chat. Psych as well. Alex, hello.
Berlin once again. Yep. You've been here, you know what it's like. How are you feeling about
Are they playing on LAN? Not until after this weekend. Top 3.
Be back in Berlin. I didn't have the best year in Heretics last year, so it's time to show what I can do again.
Oh, we can't wait to watch you, of course. Thank you very much, Avova, for your time, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
It'll be interesting to see how the Pacific team do at LAN as well.
Well, you guys heard it from Avova there. He will even allow Kamyk to 360 no-scope off of the sides of Abyss. I don't think it's the greatest idea ever, but however, Pilski, it must be really nice for him to know that he's got the trust of his teammates, and he, as a duelist, can just push if he wants to.
Yeah, especially I think, like, as he's like the least experienced player in the roster, you can get a little bit of that like
Spooker is fun, man. I'm really enjoying the game. It's good.
These guys that have got so much experience, and you can kind of like let your confidence crash a little bit. But he's been brought in for the reason to be that, you know, mechanically confident player that's going to go out there and make plays for the team. So it's good to hear that he's starting to build up that confidence for himself, and everyone's encouraging him and setting him up.
Whether you're hyped to the Ascension games,
there's something different about the way that Apeks
especially not for playoffs.
This year we saw it with Pico when he joined Liquid, and I cannot wait to see what's in the future for Kamyk. But also, I want to say, man, I missed Avova. I am so happy that we probably one win and we'll get to see him at the studio, because he's a very nice guy, honestly, Jay.
Agreed, but also like the letter K duelist. You should join Kakuka.
Maybe.
If Ascension history has taught us anything,
It's kinda
yeah,
clean, I have to
Pacific
say.
are definitely the
Yeah,
favorites
it's
now,
only Kiko,
which
Kayak,
could
and
work well
Kakuka,
for
like, that's
Apeks.
the natural progression. But
Like
let's
they
talk
know,
about this next
well,
team,
less
because
pressure. I guess there's always gonna be
how
pressure.
did
You feel like
TU
CGN will upset
make playoffs,
Pacific?
Kakuka? After that
Maybe.
first game, I'm so confused.
I
How
do
did they
worry
do
a
it?
lot a bit for them,
Difficult question. Of course, the other group,
They could
Group
just
B,
diff 'em.
was completely different in this turns. Like, things were decided up to the last round, to the last map, and the ultimates ended
But
up being
Bren,
on
how
that
we doing?
winning
How we
position,
doing?
getting
Thank you
that
so much.
second, spot. But do not
Wait,
get me
you
wrong.
did
after
time
everything
out
that
a
has been
user and
going
then
on for
added
them
me? What
this
does that mean?
year, the
Trying to
level
time me
of
out?
play that we've seen coming out from them, it surprised me in many different ways. It's surprising because of various reasons. Like, having a duelist that doesn't really up, or that cannot have that kind of impact and still making it this far, knowing
What about
that
if
you're
Mini
going
joins
up
Liquid and you
against
coach
people
together a
like
new
Kamyk,
team
people
around
like
Nuts
that
and
we were just
Kiko?
talking about,
Yeah, just
I
get rid of
feel like it
Bacon.
might be a
You might be
hurdle
on
in
something.
in the future, right? But at the same
You might be
time,
on something.
I'm looking
Nah,
at the
Mini
way
just
that
wants a
Khaled
break,
is,
man.
uh,
It's stressful,
driving
chat.
the team,
It's
and
stressful.
the clutch
It's a lot of
potential
time,
in all of them
and
is on a different level.
it's a lot of time. It's
Yeah,
like
I
out of
think
your
they've got a lot
hands
of
as
players,
well,
like
and
four of a
that
team
sucks.
That already has played at Ascension. Those
But
same
it's
players
one of
are
those
putting
roles
up,
where
like,
no matter
really
how
good
much you can
stats,
do,
against him
like
until
other
last
people
time.
can still,
Look, they made
like
it
it's not in
through
your
in a
hands. Other people
three-way
can still
tie,
mess
and
up.
like you said, they kind of got smashed on the first
Who do I
day,
think
and
will
was
win?
thinking, oh, they had to change
The
their duels,
Apeks, I
like,
believe, will
into
win
the
this game.
competition. I'm
I
starting to
think
get some
Pacific win it
confirmation
all.
bias that this is
I'm
not gonna
actually
be a
like
good team, but
relatively
I give credit where
confident.
credit's due. They turned
But
some of those series
we'll see.
around, and now they're in the playoffs. I'm keen to see if they can prove me
Yeah, I
wrong.
think so, Lexi. I think that is what it is.
Supposed to make it here after the fact that
I think
the
he's watching my
good
streams
star player
thinking,
of
well,
the
I can do
team,
everything that he's done.
didn't play in this portion of
Robin's
Ascension.
2006.
So here's the question, though,
Thank you
as
with
we
the
take a look
prime.
at some highlights,
I tried to make
from
him
Mo,
go into content last year
Filthy.
because I really
Is
wanted
the
to like actually
narrative
focus on
still
Coach
the
Potatoes,
same
but
into
I think he was a
playoffs of this
little.
tournament? Are they still the underdogs?
I don't know. I think he was a
For
little.
me, they are like
It's a
you
jump,
know,
right?
They making it through. It's a brutal format. Making it through on a three-way tie with a lot of very.
You
got to
take a leap of faith sometimes.
It's not a convincing way to do it.
Like mine was
At the same
relatively
time,
easy
they
because
do
I set
have
aside like
some
4
very
months to do
dominant,
it.
Like one-sided map wins in terms of scoreline against some pretty good teams. So I really think
Fnatic
it's a question
FOMO.
of
Yeah, I think he didn't want to be the
consistency,
first one
and
to
can
leave
they
as
bring
well.
it up against teams of the very
Like a
highest
team that
level
had
in
such
the
a good year, you
competition.
kind
I
of don't
think
want to be the
Apeks
one
is
to
a
break
great
that
team to start
apart.
with.
Yeah, and not only that, I think it has to do also with the stamina, right? Even though we might have our questions, we do not really know how the
Me and
teams
Mini
are going
could
to
cook in a
match
team at one
and how
point.
they're going to
I
intertwine
spoke to Mini about
once
this,
we
the fact that
get
we could like
into
freelance
the
ourselves out to a
interregional
team
stuff,
also.
right? Like, even though we
But
see them
I
perform
think
in a
we
certain
wanna
way, and we might
at least
think,
try
oh,
like our own
when
stuff
you
for a
play
year.
against this team, you're not going to be able to do this good. It doesn't matter, because then we have teams.
Do you think
like, for
Pacific's young
example,
players might
Gentlemen
struggle with the
last year,
nerves?
that everybody thought Apeks
I've tried
was
to
going
like
make
build
it,
up
but
this
then they were
before,
complete
that like all of these new players,
animals,
they might
you
like
know? So
struggle
that is
with
what
nerves
matters
and
at
stuff,
this,
and then they
point
just
in time.
turn out to
If
just
you
be
want to make
incredible
it
and they don't
to
seem to
that
care,
tier one,
so
you have to show
I'm
that
gonna
not
go
only
ahead
you
and say
have
they'll
the
be alright.
individual level and the
I feel like
plan
that
around
narrative never
everything
plays
that I
out.
think with this team is there is how
It
you
feels like
match
the people,
in
the
important
kids,
games. And today, I would say
just play normal instead of being nervous
they
more
give me
times than
kind
they
of
come across as
sore
nervous.
vibes from last year, you know, kind
Oh,
of
I
like.
miss
When's the
I
video
can't
coming out
believe
about
we're
tier
gonna
2
go
talent?
yesterday.
I have a
That's
big
so
meeting with
much.
Mini
We
tomorrow,
go to you.
so
I don't know
I
what
should know
chance
about
they're gonna have
I
to
should know
take
about it
some of
more
this
tomorrow.
stuff. But it does feel like every single team they have this.
We're doing a bit
standout
of planning.
play, you know, the comeback, the kayak.
We're doing a video where I'm
on the
asking
world.
Mini stuff
And Kakuka,
about
is
like
there a
why he
player
left,
on
what he
team
wants to
that
do,
you
etc.
think maybe
And
joins them?
then
And I
yeah,
kind of, is it
bit of
Mo?
like a plan.
I think of Khalid. I think that one of the reasons also why they were able to make it to here is because they're a bit.
You waiting for the stinker because they're
That
overperforming?
man, like the way he plays on a
Yeah,
base is
I guess
on a
normally when we're
different
hyping up the
level. If
youngsters,
anybody
it's like
wants
one
to learn how to
youngster
play Sova on
that
that
could
map,
have pressure.
honestly, go watch
They have
his
3,
posts
so it's
because
like
he
3
makes
potential
absolutely no sense. Also,
three
the kind of
potential
team,
chances of
making
it.
Turkish vibes is like they're super good on ecos. Like
Anyone
the
joining for the
pistol
watch
work is
party?
so
Nah,
good
not
for
today.
them. It's
We're doing
very
solo for
surprising to
playoffs.
see in that regard. So I would say Khalid.
Yeah, and with that in mind, let's take a look at the map vetoes because I assume Apeks were banned.
Thoughts on starting a
Oh,
coaching
that's the
podcast? We
only
talked about
thing
that
I
before
think
as well.
I know about this veto. But no, TU takes out the Ascent. Of course,
It's definitely
they
on like
they
a
banned,
potential
4
list.
different maps at this point. But yeah,
Like really
there we go.
in-depth
No
stuff.
surprises there.
Not really
I
in
think
depth,
to you,
but
it's interesting that they banned Ascent. Like, it's not been the strongest map for Apeks. They haven't played it
like
very much either.
Platchat, but a bit
I wouldn't
nerdier.
have minded to see them maybe play Veto Chicken with that in towards the second stage, but I'm sure they have their reasons for taking it out, and we're going to go Sunset into
Sunset Lotus.
I am
It's good Apeks maps.
Looking forward to that second map. I mean, Sunset makes a lot of sense. For me, again, having a duelist that does not play the operator, you want to go to maps where you are most likely not going to need it that much, or you can play without it.
Stream with Milan, yeah, it was actually fun.
on
You have some cool
on the
questions.
race. But thinking about that second map, I remember in the interview with Danito the other day, I was asking him about this the composition that Apeks.
When will I
and said,
transition
"Make me
to being a
believer,
full-time
make me
Deadlock
understand
streamer?"
this." And what
Nah,
he
man.
told me,
I like this
led
game
me
too
to
much.
believe they have
That game's really
something
fun
else
though,
prepared
and I
for
think the
this
future of
map.
that game
And
is
as I
really
said,
strong.
Today is the perfect opportunity to show this kind of thing.
Or at least
I'm a
after,
little
at least
bit
after they
worried,
work
though,
out
as
how to deal with all the
Apex
cheaters that will
because the
eventually
map
flood
pool-
into
I
the
mean,
game.
if you're Apex, you're loving life. These are the maps that you want to.
Oh yeah, these are like the best
play,
Apex
but,
maps.
Again, at this point of the competition, feels like there's going to be no changes.
Yeah, both teams sticking on the same lineup. Apex did used to run a different comp on Sunset, but at least in this competition, this is the comp that they've been running with. It's not a comp that I mind, a pretty solid one. You're seeing
The old comp, yeah, I agree, Bacon. I don't know what swayed him off it, but
map, so you get to see a bit of a clash of styles. The thing is, it's not been super clean wins, you know, for
Tricky.
TU on
Thank
this
you so
map
much,
the
man.
last
Thank you
few
for
times
the
they played it.
17
They
months.
played it in regionally on the grand finals. It was 24 rounds.
I streamed it. Yeah,
Very,
I
very
streamed it
close
yesterday.
games versus Job Life and Mouths. So picking it into a series.
Still
where
learning.
Apex is 1-on-1 on it with this comp in this
But
competition,
learning faster in
it's
that
not
game.
really
It's
a
one of those games
guaranteed
that's
win
best
or
to just
anything.
watch someone play.
I mean, I'm also looking on the.
You learn
on the
way more
side
than playing
of,
it yourself.
TU, right, to get their map pick. Spice utility on this map is probably the best that he has out of any map.
I think TSM has a chance of winning Ascension. Yeah, but I don't know enough about like the other teams that are there apart from MA
I
team.
want this to be a very close one.
I imagine that NA teams are the strongest, but
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I mean,
who
you
knows?
said you were super excited to see Avova. I'm very excited about our casting.
dude, I don't like
and
that
casting later,
the
but
Ascension
for now,
games are doing
it's
like
on.
3 in a day, man. Pacific and Americas have
Thank
3 in
you.
a day.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yeah,
That's
hopefully,
brutal.
hopefully we'll
It's
do.
Panzer on now. We can just head out. Like I don't mind.
The weather's
I'm
good.
cool to just
I know
bounce.
a beer garden. You wanna meet up, Tom? Let's do it. 30
Yeah,
minutes from
let's
now.
go. Let's go. Get Lauren in a little bit earlier.
I don't think that works, Bren. I don't think it
We
works
just
on
stick around. But Tom,
mods.
Listen, we don't want to give up this game. We've got an exciting one for the folks at home today. Apex back on our screens and fighting to be back on the stage. It's a good time to be alive here in
When am I going
Ascension.
to play Shroud's game? It's a good
Yeah,
question.
for sure. I think
I'll check it
both
out at one
teams
point.
proved
I mean, I
that
played it
they
a
can
little bit
just
already.
battle
It's good.
and brawl with other squads. I think Apex, many expected them to come in a little bit cleaner,
Okay,
but that
Apex on
hasn't necessarily
defense.
been the case. It's been
Ultimate's on
a bit of a
attack,
grind all the way
and
through the tournament so far, especially
let me do
considering
this,
they
chat.
lost
These guys
their
are too
first
loud for me.
game, and a lot of it came down to, well, if it hadn't been for the side of Go Next, it could have ended up as
Maybe
a
better.
crazy 3-way tie in their group as well. So definitely going to be interesting to see who comes out of the gate swinging. I will say the Veto
Back to
for
the
me
vine.
is wild.
Yeah, they need to come out
I
with
would
tournaments
say
pretty
It looks
fast.
like the Ultimates have picked their opponent's best.
I think the
map,
only way that
which
game
at
like
least statistically
properly
their
sticks
best
around
map.
is
Sure,
if
they had a slip up on it.
they save a lot of their money and they
Barca,
put it into
but we
tournaments.
casted that Barca
Bro, we
game.
really
That
double
Barca
push
game was
walk
weird. They lost
middle.
9-3.
That's awesome.
So
Dude,
to
look
give
at the
them that
confidence in this.
opportunity clearly shows that they have something
Right,
planned
and then
already.
they had the stun
for
on top of
Sand.
this.
He's getting super
And then you have the
aggressive.
Omen
Already
Lure.
finding a couple of
Wait, this
kills
was an
and
awesome
Mo
pistol.
lurking as
There is
well.
so much
This is a
confidence
great
to run this
start
pistol.
for the attacking side.
It absolutely is. TU, lots of control on B and a free plant to be acquired.
Dude, look at this Omen, he's
Mo with a
everywhere.
chance to get a little bit
They
more,
got
but
2 of their
Avova
kills, catching
somehow
people
able
off
to
guard, and they
evade
nearly got a
those
3rd
bullets.
kill.
Good timing for him. I'll group up Malzy and Avova, try to take this one together, but I mean, you can see on the map, TU were just lined up 3 players towards the spawn. It's going to be a firing squad with a couple upgraded pistols facing their way. This is anything but clean. That Sheriff lurking around, the smoke that's stopping them from getting in as well. I think this is oh, well, Mo's going through it. He's giving them one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a freebie.
Even still, the time ticking. Chances of victory slim to none, and with
Nice
Fighter
shots.
landing another shot, he's
Sand is a
someone
bit
who
of a
I feel
beast.
like is
A lot of people in this
slowly
team that's a
throughout the
beast.
stage as it's
This
gone integrated
this
more
fighter
and more
guys
into this team.
stood
Started
out
off
a
with
lot.
some
Fighter
rougher
stood out a lot. Mo stood out a
performances
lot.
with big boots to fill, but by the end looked fantastic. Only one survivor in Spy, but ultimately doesn't matter too much. You're going to go for the repurchases in the next round anyway. So
Bacon,
the
bro,
Ultimates
Bacon
off to
can't.
a great
Bacon
start
can't
here
even resist,
on their
can he,
map
man?
choice.
He sees that someone gets unbanned and just insta-bans them.
Pistol under their belt. That's what we like to see. For Apex early on, problems already brewing. Sure, they dealt with Mo easily in the end, but in being able
Is this
to
double
thread
a
the
limb?
needle,
Yes, it is.
completely cut rotations like that, well, in a buy round, in a swing round, that's going to
No,
cost you
don't give me
everything.
the FPS lags,
Apex
guys. Come
will
on.
have a response, but it's not going to be a strong one. A couple of classics to play with for the boys. A pistol in the form of a Sheriff and a Marshal upgraded too. It's, oh, maybe there was some idea around the mid play, but the smoke out.
Damn, it's so laggy. Is it like this on Twitch as well,
in the
chat?
other direction towards the B
can
side, and that
switch.
is where TU are
I
coming
guess it
in.
is.
So
I think it's just the stream.
Marshall will be ready at least for some damage.
Who do I have winning Ascension, EMEA, PCIFIC?
Slightly more investment than you might expect. Kamyk with that Marshall, slow peek in his angle, definitely has its risks about it, but with him already tagged
choppy
low,
there
he's
too.
done a little bit of damage on the other side. A single rifle, or a single person, I should say, is all they could really afford to lose with what they've invested. And Sam,
Dude, there's no
trying
way
to
it's like
somewhat
this.
sell a ruse
playoffs
over
for
onto
tier
this A
2.
site. And he's kept 3 players there. That's really all the goal is. Okay, sure, if he gets some kills along the way, that would be great. But now, they're going to go running into the other side of the map. Kamyk's still here. Marshall in hand and a flick shot to remove Fighter. That's already 1 gun down. And there's a tag player as well.
Yeah, 5 versus 3. Mo low. This is looking a little bit scary for the side of TU. Winning that pistol seemed like a great start, but this could come crumbling down around them so quickly if they lose out on this all-important follow-up. Apeks, they're not letting this one slip.
Let me check.
In fact,
Let me
they've
check
even
Twitch,
avoided
man.
going for a lurk up through main. Just
can't be
opting to
like
take this one as a group. 4 players coming in from market. Spy's already spotted the first. He's landed the shot, but the trades immediate. It's all about Malsey with the trade out on him.
Holy hell, bro!
Closing
They
the
get E-code on
round.
this though.
Apeks with the upset in round number 2.
Oh, the utility as well towards the end was perfect.
Yeah,
they
it's
had
so
the
laggy.
knife to clear up close in case anybody had pushed forward towards B main. They'd also had the dart that checked close on the right as they went to exit out of market, so they knew that there was a player in the corner.
So they have a guy
send the
searching
paranoia
with
through. That
this. It's not
catches
too
2
bad.
players. There's
That's
only
an
one who isn't
absolute shot.
blind, and Molsey headshots both. One blinded, one
Wow,
not.
man, they
as they make their
really
way
hit
out
some
into the
shots on
site.
this.
I don't think
I'm not
they could
I'm not
have
even
placed
that
their
angry at how they
utility
played
any
it.
better in that late round. And, well, I guess unless the paranoia got all 3, which from where they were standing is impossible. So
Yeah, you guys are gonna get flashbang. Watch out.
ask for anything more, and for the
3,
ultimates,
2, 1. Look away.
it's about as rough as it gets.
Ooh,
You get the
wait,
single
when did I
hero
go
rifle
dark
on
mode? I can't
Sam,
even
who,
remember
don't
doing
get me
that.
wrong, had a pretty good first
You're
round.
welcome.
But there's
That.
a lot of finances that have gone over to the opposing side.
Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty rough way to kick off the map. To be honest, you start to feel like you're getting in the swing of things with that pistol, and now you're right back to another pistol. But
Dude, that's
the
devastating.
opponents
That's devastating, man.
were
I mean,
mismatched.
I don't even think they played it
And
too
still gonna have
badly.
an
They
opportunity,
definitely
but
just
he's
hit a
not
lot of
caught
nice
anything
shots.
lurking towards B. There's
The
traps
one
waiting for
Marshall.
him. They know the Cypher setup's there as well, so you're not going to be walking just head first into that. TU instead grouping up. A site seems to be the target, and just taking a look at what's waiting for them there. I mean, you've still got utility. The paranoia's there, and Kamyk with the belt to util and the
stunned this
rifle
though,
that
right?
he is hungry to feed.
A decent start. The flash will catch Avova, but you can already see the counter. Stuns, paranoia will make sure they can't
These are a
go
lot
much
of util.
further.
They didn't manage to follow up though
40
at all.
seconds left.
The amount of round
With
2
the
ecos.
majority already
Dude,
being
I would say
spotted.
this. It feels like in
See the
EMEA
gamble rotation
Ascension, I've seen
Soulcas,
damn nice
just to
shot.
make sure
I've
that they're
seen
gonna defend
more
off the cross.
second
30
rounds
seconds
lost than
left.
one.
Sand needs to find something with this rifle.
I
You
swear.
know what? It's Fighter now holding it. He does manage one, but from
Crispy,
Soulcas,
bro. We looking
there's
like this
fall
out here?
back in response. Only a single player lost, and a 2-1 lead now taken by Apeks.
You can see the early idea for TU here was just to pump brakes and wait for a mistake to be made, either aggression on one side of the map where the pack would catch them, or on the other where the rifle would be waiting, but it never came through.
The next
from
frag
that point,
movie,
you're
yeah,
just
pretty
left
much.
stuck in no man's land.
I mean,
Gotta take a
Soulcas,
push.
one
You
away
run
from
into a
this
site
one.
that
Big
because
buy
you're playing
round,
default,
obviously.
You haven't baited their utility. Like we said,
Apeks
still
got
the
a lot
stuns,
of
the
money, and they
paranoia
decide to go
slows them, and
aggro
then the
over
rotates
towards
are in
B.
by the time you get there. Man like Soulcas
The
didn't
recon
start
gets
on
shot,
that
you
site,
stun.
but he sure
I
as
take
hell
it.
ended it there.
Oh, okay, we insist on.
2-1. Apeks, well, coming into round number 4, they are set up for success.
I like
They've
this.
got
They added
economy in the
a
back
shock
pocket.
on
The
top of
banks
it
are
as well to break the
overflowing,
trip.
and they win this
It
round.
valleys with
TU
the prime.
will not
Thank
be
you so much,
looking
man.
pretty.
Appreciate
This
the
could be a
whole year.
phenomenal
Appreciate that
start
support,
to the
dude.
map for Apeks, and after winning the pistol, a devastating way for it to go for TU.
Timing?
Kamyk, he's got a fight on his hands, and
Yeah,
that
it's
could be a
unlucky. He goes
defining
close here.
one.
They
Big
see him
pick
so
for
early
TU.
to the gun barrel.
And this leaves a lot to be desired. I don't mind the re-clear from Molsey. They're going to take out the lurker.
Double
in
swing
mid.
here is nice, to
It
be
means
honest
that
with
they
you.
can hold market
This
control.
guy still has
and look to
drone.
play this as a
Still
four.
has
I was going to say versus 4 retake, but instead it's going to be the kill through and then an immediate response from Mo. A little bit of aggression. Soulcas can find one, but he's desperately low on HP. And now with utility,
I mean,
being
it's nice that
removed from
Mosey
the
gets that
opposition.
kill, but do we
I was gonna say they
really need to
fall
plant
back.
there
Instead,
when you
they're
can
gonna
just
try and
plant on
push
the other
forward.
side of the wall?
Spy is lost. And Fighter, who started it
Sure.
all off, he's been revealed. A chance
Okay.
for 1v1s. Him.
Damn, bro, really? This guy always seems to have these
It's the
rounds, bro.
clutches again for
He's
the
a beast,
ultimates.
man. This
They're
happened
gonna
last
bring
time I was
them home
watching
a
him.
second
Non-stop
round.
clutches, 1v3.
Really solid stuff. That was looking down and out the second they went aggressive in
keeps
that
him alive.
2v3. I get it. You want to be disruptive in that moment. I don't think it's a bad idea, but
Yeah, they made it a little bit easy
for
for
them
him.
to recover from that point. Player tucked in, easy 3v1. Push on the side is fragmented, and they took advantage of it. My goodness, Fighter here to fight for sure.
CNED, I'll do
Thought that was the kill that
the
sealed it,
tournament
but
at the end.
You can see
The October
everybody's on
tournament.
their own.
I'll do that.
Opportunities for him not just to reset his aim, but also reposition, and that is a mistake they can't allow to fly. Paranoia used early in Kamyk, sliding down on mid, but no one's there. And with the noise heard, do you know that that space is being taken? They know they've conceded it. Going into A ain't going to be easy.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It goes both ways. So much information found for the defense. They're able to stack things up.
Straight up
but
retake.
Mo was
Dude,
lurking,
look at this duel
not
in Spawn.
expecting.
There is so
He has
much
now
going
been
on.
removed. Hunter's
There
Fury
is
by it's a
so
bit
much
of a
going on.
Scrappy position to be in. Even still, it's ended 3v3, but more damage done to that attack
This is
side.
nice. I like this from Kamyk though. They see him behind, he gets the kill, and then he insta repositions. Dude, Soulcas is getting some
Now
mad
we're left with
kills.
just Spy and Sand to do it all. Tucked in the corner, Spy is low, holding, clinging onto life, and not for long. Kamyk comes swinging through.
This was
and it's
really
closed by
nice from them.
Mosey.
The thing that I liked the
Apeks
most
right
was the
back
fact that
on
he
the
got this
board.
kill
They're
and
not
then
letting TU
repositioned
run
all the
away
way
with
back
this one,
round.
and, oh, we've got a
That was
nice
awesome. I know they had the
scrappy
trip to
early
get them
game
info,
already.
but it was still very, very nice.
3-2. This game has already been a little bit back and forth, but again, you kind of look back at the way that the Ultimates win their rounds. The last was off an impressive clutch. This one was more just they were telegraphed in from almost the get-go. It looked fairly easy for the side of Apeks. I don't mind this early pause.
This is
You
sick.
win the pistol, a shaky second round. You win the fourth off a clutch.
Hello, Yampy.
I think they need
All
to
on
sort of
Discord. Ooh, I wasn't gonna
level
do.
themselves
I
out
wasn't
little
gonna
bit,
do
'cause
a
as I
call
said,
for
This
this.
has been a solid map.
I
I
bet
know
this
that if
Yampy.
you're gonna
I'll
go
do.
to, like,
I'll do a call for the
VLR
second
and look
game.
at the Ultimates, you're gonna be like, Tom, they're 7 and 12 this year, but you have to bear in mind it doesn't include their record of when they were playing as Falcons, where they were incredibly good on this map, had a long streak of victories, and throughout the
Now that
tournament,
you're
they played
benched, I went to a
versus
call with
Mouse,
you.
one
Oh,
played versus
okay.
Job Life, lost
You
very
want a call
close
as
in
well?
our team.
Damn, you guys are
My
crazy,
only
man.
worry though is just
Everyone's
into
involved.
an
You just
opponent's
get all the
strength,
players. Just
even
get
if they
50
had-
people on the call.
and I want to say a really poor defensive side versus Barca.
Yeah, I can call. I can call CNED. He's
Well,
not
they've already
benched.
beaten it. For starters, they got one round when they played in that matchup. I don't expect to see that again. But also, it's almost a little bit more terrifying from my perspective. Like, if you went into Apeks on this map where they were on, like, I don't know, I think it was like 10 and 1.
Dude,
for the
he
year or
chat. He did
something,
the
and
joke.
like
I'm
a
just going
10
on
or
board with
11
it. Don't give me that.
streak. I wouldn't
Don't
be
me-
so worried.
don't
if
put me as the
after
bad
they take
guy.
a defeat, that's where Danita's going to go back through. He's going to pick
He
that
fed
map
me the
apart. He's going
joke.
to spot for mistakes. So, if anything, this is one of the worst times to face Apeks on this map.
Well, that's exactly it. You know, they've just been made aware that they've got some wounds that are fresh, and they are tending to them. That is for sure. Apeks, 3 rounds on the board already. Great shock dart fired through, dealing damage, a trade-off, but the orb is taken. And on a weak round like this for TU, with plenty of pistols to play with, Rolling Thunder on Khaled. If
But
they
wait, are
decide
they
to
actually
pick it up
gonna
on A,
get
if they decide
both
that, well,
orbs
it's
to
still
use
there.
the ult into this
If they can
round?
get aggressive,
Or are we
into
just
decent
gonna
enough
give the
positions
orb
off
to?
the back of it, it could be worth investing. But reality is, most likely,
The
you're probably
raise.
just going to have it for the next round. And have a buy round with a Rolling Thunder to get right back on the horse. This should be 4-2. Let's see if those pistols can do some damage.
No YouTube stream. No YouTube stream's here.
Gonna try and put the pressure onto
YouTubers
Avova
are here.
once again. It seems like forcing him out of position has been a consistent goal of theirs. Still a stun left, just utilized. Kamyk's now under pressure, but
Wow,
with a
that's a lot
huge
of
weaponry
damage.
advantage. He's already done so much damage. Players desperately low. 30 seconds having to wrap
Strong
back
crossfire
around
as well.
with
Shouldn't be able to get
a
any
lot
really
of
here.
players on this
Ooh,
other
smoke
side.
might
It
help.
would
Smoke might
kinda
help a
come down
lot.
to a mistake from the side of Apeks rather than anything more. A little bit of extra damage done, but other than that, whoop, it maybe got a little bit shaky. But only
Okay,
gonna be the
they're probably
one
going to have a
kill.
timeout
Apeks
here,
again,
but
when
I mean, they
do
got
win
breach ult
rounds,
for this one. It should be
fairly
a
clean, and that means that
relatively
economy looks to build again.
obvious or easy
Yeah, I
round
think
for
the only
them.
real
Don't have to do
danger in
anything too
that round
crazy.
was to Kayak's wrist having to hit that flick. Other than that, you're pretty good. 4-2, as expected, locking down the rounds. And, well, I mean, there's not much to say about this one for TU. I think they had a good try at it. I don't really understand the spike going one way, the players going the other. If you expect the site to be more clear, sure.
Yeah,
But,
it is
pretty sure
definitely
they
a
had the
miscom.
information on that. So
For sure a
A
miscom.
little weird to split the pack, and I think they got lost in it. But that's a play that reduces your win rate from 2% to 1%, probably. Like they're well, maybe not in Valorant. Those pistols do damage.
Yeah,
but
so it's as simple as
walking through smokes
going
against
tiles,
Apeks,
breaking the
not
door,
the
grouping
easiest.
up, taking A, and then
4-2
ulting the
in the buy
site.
round for TU.
A rolling thunder in hand.
China Ascension, we'll probably watch the
Seems
playoffs,
like
yeah.
after a couple of failed attempts on AA,
I'm not going to
Apeks
watch
are
all the groups of all of
predicting that they go a different way
the
instead of
Ascension
Over's been
stuff.
Caught in no man's land.
But
while
I should
Kayak
hopefully be able to get all the playoffs.
sometimes quick enough.
Damn,
Rolling
that's
Thunder
actually on his head
utilized
as well.
before it could be denied. But actually,
Kayak has to do so
Hasn't
much.
Been stunned up. This might not necessarily be expected.
Oh,
If that
bro,
really
they
isn't,
both turned for
two
the
players
recon.
Turn around to shoot a dart because of that. They've been caught out.
No way they
That's
win this.
catastrophe
He gets 2
for the side of
freebies on the
ultimates
side.
as well.
Oh
And
boy,
out of all
I
the
mean that's
players
why you
could've
need a
given that
keyword.
opportunity to. That was the worst.
Yeah, that's a guy that's going to hit it.
Yeah, you gotta have a
99 times
keyword
out
so
of
someone
100.
is in charge of shooting the recon and the other person just has to trust it.
And it's one of those things, you know, you're calming that while you're doing it. So both players, they both look up, and it's too
It's
late.
reactions.
It is. That's exactly
Where's the
what it is. You're
chicken?
not
Yeah,
gonna have
man.
time to
Look,
go,
dude,
"Okay, when
dude's
the
even
dark
spraying
comes,
the chicken.
Can you shoot
That's
it
the
in case the guy
keyword.
peeks from back box?
That's most of
Round's
the
already
keyword
out.
that the teams use,
5-2,
chicken to shoot the
but,
recon.
You know, a nice little hidey hole from Kayak, a little mistake from TU, and you see it. It's a split second. It's a reaction call that costs them it all, and it really has. They're back to pistols yet again. Rolling Thunder expanded for no value. Sand down to 1 orb 2. This is a big investment that's fallen flat and left them broke with Apeks knocking on the door of 6 rounds. More importantly than
is
that, to
such
be
a
honest, Tom, is the fact
devastating-
that TU struggling for credits.
devastating round.
That will not be the
You
case
just
for
yell
Apeks
chicken.
for quite
Yeah,
a
literally.
while.
As soon as the recon comes in and you're in a good position to shoot, you just say chicken.
I
And then
have
everyone
to
else
say,
can
Tom,
focus on like the angles
have
that are
to
on
say,
site. You'd
that
have to
has
worry about
surprised
it.
me. They're trying to fake
Otherwise, you
a
literally get that
B-side
situation,
hit
right?
with
Two
just
people turning
Thrash.
around.
So the spike can plant on A, but they're still on A, Tom. Why would
You can
they
like
have left
preemptive
A?
it. Yeah, you can
In
preemptive
three
it like
se-
what
also, even
Bacon's
if they
saying.
had, there's a neon who just runs
You can
back.
just say I'm
Well,
gonna
they've made a
chicken.
call,
But, like you're in
let's
charge,
see
you're
how
getting
that
ready to
goes.
shoot the
Day.
recon. Especially when you know you're going to a site where
This is-
Sova
This is going to be difficult. It would have to come down to some individual brilliance, and well, it hasn't. That ultimate has had little to no impact in
Oh
the
man,
end.
they're kind of slaughtering him a little bit.
The ruse not felt. The only thing I can assume is maybe they were hoping they'd catch someone in the market, but you can then just.
What if you
bring the
both say
ultimate
chicken?
back,
Kind of fast passing to say it, but
reuse it for later in the round.
you normally have people
Either
that are
way,
more
the
set
ult
to
is
it.
gone,
Like
and the
Scream
cleanup
was never really
not
gonna
particularly difficult for the side
shoot
of
you
Apeks.
till. So if it was like 2 people, it would always be the other guy that's gonna shoot it. You always pretty much have like dedicated people that are more likely to shoot it. But obviously you get weird
I
situations.
feel like that's the kind of call when I think there's a guy market, I do it, it goes in, the guy's not there, I go to site, everyone, and then my whole team in ranks like, what are you doing, man?
Is this an
What
EMEA
did you
thing?
do?
Nah,
We
it still
said
started
next
it,
round.
yeah.
I
Like
faked.
Bacon
Go
saying.
Go in,
Still
I faked
brought it over from
and you just try
CS.
to
I think a
sell
lot
it
of
off as
CS
a
teams
strategy,
used
but really just gambled. Didn't
similar
work. But it
stuff.
looked,
I
Spike was
mean,
waiting
everyone
outside
has
A,
keywords
3
for
guys with
stuff.
him. That was a fake. It might go down as one of the worst fakes.
It just made sense to have a keyword
that
for
we've
it.
seen, but it is. I think still
Just
one.
playing on
6-2.
LAN.
Apeks, the domineering lead,
After the
and for
2
TU, they
days,
used the
then
Rolling
yeah.
Thunder round before. The one just gone. They used
not
their
this weekend, but
Thrash.
next weekend.
So in terms of getting into sight, and they're still far away, 2 away, I think from 2 from Showstopper.
Uh-oh.
There's no easy way in, and
Tried
now
selling
it got
Liquid
a
Eye
lot
after you.
harder.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they
Just,
hadn't
but
faced off
we
against
had
the
more
kayak
dedicated things
operator
of just
just
like
yet,
people
but
running in and would just
he's
be like,
gone
"Oh shoot."
diving in for early aggression. The spike
We had
being
people that were
planted.
never
They're
going
have
to shoot it
hunt
as
for
well,
although they
Bacon.
have
So I think
caught
it.
Mosey with util in hand.
That's a great
Spams
recon,
not
man.
quite
The
connecting where they would have
recons are
liked.
huge at the moment.
Some low players. And Avova's teleported
Wait.
behind them. Now he's gone past the trip.
Wait.
He's past the
They know,
trip,
right?
and they don't
Oh, God.
realize it. First kill.
Oh, dear
Second
God.
as well. Third was
Oh my
TPing
god.
in. But
Khalid
in
was
the
so
meantime,
low at
Hype
HP
has
here as
managed
well.
to
I actually thought he was going to
catch
get all
out Howard.
4.
It leaves all onto Mo. He's normally fantastic in these clutch scenarios. Someone who can win you rounds, but not this time.
Crispy shots
Soulcas,
again
a
from
safe
Soulcas,
pair
man.
of hands.
12 to
It's
3.
another 1v1, and it's another 1v1 by Apeks.
Another one in the books and in the bag for Apeks. 7 rounds. And
Anything
now
about
secured.
job life? I mean, it's
TU.
a rough situation for the man. It really sucks.
To think that they started
Like,
this out
there's
by
loads of different
winning
things that should have
the
happened,
round,
right?
and
This
now,
should obviously be on LAN,
look
first
how
of
they've
all.
fallen.
They should be allowed to play with
Kamyk
standing.
The opening, and still the round falls into TU's favor. It looks like it's locked down, and Avova walking
Loads of
up
things,
behind.
man. It's like the worst way to
Puts
possibly
enough
go
of a
out.
pin in it that the squad can rip it to bits. 7-2 is a strong lead. It is a good position to play from, and with Apeks having a ton of credits to back them up, Tom, it's going to be
How do we
difficult
scout
for
Soulcas?
TU to root this squad
I
from
played against
position
him in
this half.
CS all the time.
Still,
All of the
5
people
rounds
that I got for
possible.
Fish 1, 2, 3, I used to
3
play
in a
LANs
row,
against them.
Tough ults not there.
We were
One
pretty
away
much
from
just all friends.
Showstopper, but nothing that's going to get you
Or we
around
all at
is
least knew of
freely
everyone.
available just yet. So quite a bit of work for the attackers to do.
Yeah, the worry as well is, even after the defeat last time, Apeks still had a 9-round attack, so
I just gathered all the people that
it's not like
were good at CS, but
they're about
probably
to go
didn't
onto their
dedicate
week and a half
enough
after
time
this. If anything, the
to be
expectation
successful.
is that it'll be stronger. Also,
then just made them
at
dedicate
times
time.
we talked about this team having Kamyk as a carry. Maybe there were moments from Molesy as well. It seems like everyone's online. Soulcas having a great game. And it looks like the playoffs have started, and Apeks are finding their best form. For the ultimates, half the time
It's a
in this
great
round is
knife,
already
though.
gone, and they
Knife
look
and
head
drone
back
to get them this
towards
info.
that A site once again.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Paranoia
an
still
insta clear
available
of the
from
question
Avova
mark
to slow
here.
them down. They're going to try and put the pressure on, but he's just dissipated before they can catch him, and they've gone walking into hype
Damn,
instead.
bro. And we got an
That
extra
short side
smoke
of
as
A
well.
has been a
Maybe the
nightmare
Cypher
for
at
the
middle could win this
ultimates.
round.
I don't think they managed to
might
get
have 2
through it
kills
once
here.
hype even goes for a double. Dip and stand.
Damn, bro, he actually did it.
Just walked a minute,
He
taken out
actually did
three.
it.
I don't know how that has happened. The spike starts to go back the other way. The clock is going to be fairly low.
Yeah, they have to go through middle time-wise. He might catch him as well.
They
What a
can't
mad
stop.
round.
They can't
Time.
afford to stop. They have
God.
to keep running. If anything, he might be able to fade away from this.
What an
I think if
insane
Avova
round
runs,
from
he
Sandy, bro.
wins.
That was unreal. The rare
Again, one
no
of those
jinx. Yeah, we kind of
split-second
nailed that
decisions,
one.
Tom.
But he took a really good
think he
timing at
might be
middle,
right.
and they thought it was clear because so what happened was
But,
they droned middle,
well,
right?
He went out for
So
it.
they
It's 10
insta-cleared this
seconds,
question
we're about
mark.
to break the
And then
door,
instead of
run
him
through.
breaking the
It would've been
drone and
very
like giving
close.
I
or
guess they
making
could've-
pressure here,
yeah.
it's kind of obvious when it's a solo
Anyways, he didn't
cipher.
mind
He
running the
tucked
risk.
into the corner, and
I
then they
mean,
just thought
fair
the
play.
whole
You
of
make
middle
that
was
call.
clear.
You step
And
into
normally
the
what would
ring
happen is once that drone
well,
comes
he
in to
swung
clear
for
the
the
question
fences.
mark, you would go out and shoot it. But
Unfortunately,
he's
he
kind of
fell
like a
a
step
little bit
ahead,
short this
thinking
time.
if it's
3
only a
rounds for
cipher,
TU,
everyone
and look,
knows
that's
that you
the
kind of
recovery
4-1
round the
with the
attacking
cipher.
side's been looking for so
So
far.
I
Now
think he played
Apeks
that insanely
well,
well. I think this guy's pretty
still
smart.
able to buy, like we said.
I've seen
there's
a couple of good
plenty
plays from
credits,
him. That
and
that
for the
one
next
there was
as
like
well,
really
they'll
good
still
decision
be
making.
stocked up decently. Ulti's coming online as well.
Would they have
Soulcas
had time
and
to plant
Kamyk
here?
both
Yeah,
have theirs.
they were
Decent
fine.
Economy booster with Kamyk.
10 seconds when you guys here.
The showstopper
the
for
spike.
fighter is where my eyes are drawn to in this round. TU have had a number of unsuccessful ult dump rounds. That rocket can find its mark, bridge the gap early. It could be in business. Markings from TU towards the
That's
A
a
side.
division. Is the door was closed?
That's where
Oh, the
we've
door
just
was
seen Kamyk
closed.
rotate in.
Okay, now I'm not as confident.
Again, it's
Now
a
I'm pretty
slow
sure he doesn't have
control in
time.
middle. I'm
Would've
liking the
been
fact
really
that
close.
Apeks have adapted to double up, but even still, they've had a lot
Probably
of
needed
success
both of them to shoot, so
fighting
no matter what,
outside
the
A.
guy at middle was kind of doing the right thing.
The ultimate's back to middle. The fact that Sand got 3 kills from here in the last round, you can kind of understand why
Bro, they're having a lot of
they
success
feel
through middle.
confident here.
Look at him. We got
Although I'm
pistol. We
curious.
got that
It
luck
seems
round.
like, yeah, the defense knows. They know they've given up this ground of over,
Oh,
but he's
we're
going
out
to
here
lose
sleeping
that fight.
today.
He was waiting. Kamyk in an unorthodox position again. Does this get checked? Absolutely not. And now clearing him is never going to be easy. One man looking to peek him, spy on the other side of his own util, and he wins that fight
Like
as
the
well.
idea of the wall,
Puts
that was
things
pretty
into
cool.
a 3v3 where the ultimates are firmly in the favor of, well, the ultimate.
Wow, yeah, that they are.
The great
Although,
KO means
hard
they
to
can't
use them
fish ult,
with this
means
one
they can't
online.
raise ult.
Soulcas has blocked them out, but
Solid
Fighters
crossfire, though.
shut the door.
5? I
with
mean,
a
5 would be
3K
pretty
in
good. I
this
still feel
round,
like Apeks have
and
got way
there
too
they
many
are,
at the moment.
Back
But
on the board, back
5 and
in
a pistol,
winning
maybe.
ways for the side of TU, just in time. 2 rounds in a row, possibly 3 towards the end of the half, and this turns from a disaster into a doable scenario for the next.
Planted.
Again, it looked like there were moments for Apeks with a few surprises, even making the realization.
Got some good ults for this. This is a nice simple one. Official into Razor.
One of the places that the ultimates have done well to pressure.
Yeah, so Apeks go aggro. They don't want to get wrecked.
In the most aggressive way possible.
Damn.
Even when stunned up, he looks to run all the way through. There's been a response.
Immediate reaction. We go over towards here. Got to use this ult early. They still have fish ult though, and they know that this guy's isolated over towards spawn. Now, this is a high level round. Everyone's doing great. Really want to see Spy use his ult here.
Spy wins that fight, and the trade isn't there.
No,
that kill probably decides the round, by the way. Would have been fish ult. Means that this doesn't happen.
Catching a kill and refreshing. This is a problem. And Apeks, they need to up the pace, get towards that B site very quickly because 3 players deep in main and a thrash just a little bit later.
And they did it right.
Online,
they actually did it right,
as well. Reveal though on the other side from Malsey, it's done some work. Hunter's Fury is there.
Yeah, buy some time, jump out, and
well,
get
that's
a half.
A problem. Hunter's Fury fired out, and there's no more defuse. Unlucky
Very
stuff
nice.
for Apeks.
5.
They won't be getting it done this
Or
time.
their 5 rounds. They pretty much had pistol. They had fighter 1v3. They had the luck through middle, and then they had these 2 rounds of
they've
balls.
done really well. They've turned things into a competitive match. It looked like it was going to be a stomp. We'll see if they can close this out going into half number 2.
I'm trying to mute the sounds. Damn, they're really cranking up the music. Holy hell. Mosey with the ult here. I think he didn't want to ult in the open. And maybe he should have just tucked himself into the corner. Like the, you know, the close corner of the site. But he had to run all the way to market because you could have cancelled the fish ult and then maybe you had time here. But I mean, that situation is just so hard to win that I think it doesn't matter that much. You can see them winning this. If they get another pistol, yeah, they're in a good spot. You just came to Iceland for a trip and the drinking water. Yeah, bro, the water here is legit, man. That's why everyone's always asking me what's in the slug market. It's like, man, the water here is great. Why not on LAN? Next weekend's on LAN, top 3 teams. But I agree with you. The whole thing should be on LAN, really. I would like to see... You know what they did? Chat, when did they do this? When they did like the knives for the regions and it was like blue, red, green, whatever. Like some kind of skin that is for tier 2, just to support the tier 2 scene.
Yeah, no,
and at least make sure that this is on LAN would be awesome. Those for lock-in. Yeah, I would love something like that. They speak.
I think with another one.
They speak in skins, and I feel like that would help a lot, man.
Just oozes individual
This should be in LAN. Same with the playoffs, man. Like Job Life's game should have been on LAN, and those issues wouldn't have happened.
Correct in seeing there is no one on the A side. Not a single player. They are all stacked up, looking to try and pinch early in.
That is an off angle and a half. A double stack here, higher, lower, off angle. That was nice.
God, this was a nice pinch.
Wait, they got some nice pistols on them. Who's in charge of their pistols? They're cool.
Whether this is a gamble or preparation matters little. The execution is perfect, and Apeks left with nothing. And I mean that. They didn't even get a point of damage looking down at the sideline. Yet to land a bullet. Although they'll find some space on the A site and the spike.
Am I going to do the VCT Pacific? I'll do some of Pacific groups. I'll do all of the playoffs. Wait,
as yet undetected,
it's different, isn't
it? Behind their lines for the retake. I think
I'll do it from like 6 teams onwards. The problem is that it's a 4 a.m. That's my issue. They moved it forward by 2 hours and they've absolutely owned me.
That is an incredible.
I'll watch like
on what looked to be
the last games every single day. That's fine. And then maybe I missed the first game on the majority of days.
I think the expectations on the squad coming from
Still, stop trying to make jokes,
the way
man.
that the game was going initially is probably what was expected, but again, they've
you actually couldn't resist that they were called Pacific.
That
That's
camp
crazy.
still hasn't been destroyed, by the way. They know exactly where Soulcas is. It's a good flash,
Yeah,
but
we had
it's
some
never
people
going to be
playing
good
anti
enough
here.
for the entirety of the ultimates. And we've mentioned Avova since the day he started playing this
I hate
game.
injuring crit, bro. I watched all the
gonna win
regions
this
in
one.
Tier 1.
Fighter
It's just,
through
I
the
hate
smoke.
waking up at
It's
4
a
a.m., man.
flawless pistol for the
I
side
hate
of
the early
ultimates.
mornings, bro.
They
Even
will get
7
off to the
a.m. is
best
crazy for
start
me.
possible.
4 a.m., that's too much.
1 round gap.
I'm just not good in the morning.
They are truly blessed.
If you
to
see
be
my
in this
streams of
position.
Pacific, man, you
They have
understand.
fought for it as well. Big individual.
I'm never
performances,
even
we're
here
starting to see
mentally.
this team playing that as a group. In fact, if I look back on some of these rounds, it's Apeks that stick out in my mind in some big swing rounds that have let TU back into this. It was Apeks playing individually.
Okay,
It was
do
Apeks
not get
swinging
ecoed.
out and taking duels that maybe they
We
didn't
bought
need
an
to.
extra gun into
Maybe
that.
they didn't have
Love
their
that.
teammate with them. The spacing was off, and they're not winning this time. Aggression straight down
Oh.
A, and it has led to a kill for Malzy, but that's about it. Put a
Wingman,
pin in it.
wingman. Okay.
Spies here to clean up with 3 kills already. Thrash
His teammate was
is on
here,
his
didn't have to
way.
use it. All good.
Hype on his way out of this
Nice, they
round.
didn't get
1v4,
ecoed. This is actually
Nade
been a
right
really
at his
close
feet.
game.
Flank, double flank coming up, actually. That one's done.
Solid. Just a really good hold. And now I want to kind of focus in on what I want to see from Apeks, and a lot of it does revolve around the man at the top of the board for their team. I think when they are able to put Kamyk into the right positions, I don't think there's a duelist.
How is Bacon's sleeping schedule?
Okay,
Bacon
maybe
just
Kamyk.
averages
I was
like
gonna say
4
there isn't a
hours sleep,
duelist in
man.
this
I don't know.
competition that can match him, but Kamyk has
Bacon's
been
half robot.
insane, so I don't want to say anything against that.
Sabina,
man, but
Sabina, thank you so much for that. Appreciate the 18 months.
we definitely know that this
Thank
guy
for the
can
tier
take
1.
over. And he did in some of the early stages.
4
Fighter,
hours?
though,
Yeah, man,
has been
Bacon's
impressive. As said,
weird,
I think
dude.
as this tournament has gone on, he has got better and better.
Getting old? Wait, you getting
Fitting
more
in
sleep?
with the
Or
ultimates.
does
Obviously,
that
he
mean
was
less
the
sleep?
One
You meant
player
to
they
need
kept
less sleep
from the
when you
previous
get older.
roster. The rest are
I haven't
bad
felt
and
that. I think I
Falcons,
need
the
more
team
sleep
that
these
was
days.
dropped just before coming
I
in.
actually think whoever came up with that thing is
That
straight
change
up
of
lying.
hands has put this
'Cause when I was
team
younger,
as
I could do it easy.
the one
Now,
representative
not so much.
of Mana, the one team with the chance to represent them in the league as well. It would be huge if they could get further, make it to that LAN stage, and a single victory in the playoff stage.
All of the Chinese Ascension games at 10 a.m.
Obviously,
That's
being in
all.
the
I mean, that's
final, if they
awesome,
win the
dude.
next game, or
I
in
can
the
do a
lower
good amount of
final if
that,
they
but
lose.
I'll definitely be able
Most
to watch all the
gonna walk
playoffs.
The
Some of the
timing
groups I'm just gonna chill a little bit.
gonna be great. Oh, okay, just about. It's going to be Halad, in fact, the second player who's pushing. Again, they're making things awkward for Apeks. Just
Again, I
taking
want
space
to try chill in the off
I
season, but
think
it
a
is
lot of teams
stacked.
have shown them respect in not taking. This team is not that team.
This guy inside is in so much trouble. He did really good to
Trades
get
to
one.
begin.
He did really, really
Goes
good.
Kayak's way, and the site control is taken. Spike down. Flank underway from Mo.
And it's
Eventually
doable.
completing it
And someone on
awkward
attack here is
timing.
going to feel like they need to make a play.
It might catch
Do
Apeks
they
off. They are
expect this
focused
guy?
forward, but as time ticks away, I expect someone
Dude, they're
to raise
not
a
even
flag
considering
and
it.
realize that that back is open.
They're
It just
actually
depends.
gambling a
Enough
little bit.
pressure
Wait, this guy's going to
currently
win
being
the round,
applied.
is he not?
What's keeping the eyes stuck forward? Kills are going their way,
Yeah.
and that gives Mo the opening. Lurking up behind for the
Everyone
final
gets an
kill.
upgrade for their
And
guns.
TU from 7-2
Taking the
down
lead.
after winning the opening pistol. They now take the lead 8-7. Truly breathtaking comeback into this map it has been, and for Apeks, this has to feel crushing. This is their opponent's
The
map. They have a
Apeks
chance
Classic.
to kick the
Yeah,
series
the
off
nerves
with
start coming
confidence,
in.
and
It's all looking
instead,
good. I mean, to be fair to them, they lost
it's
double pistol,
already
and
looking
that's
like a bit
always
of a
hard to win a
blunder,
map.
and it's
But
quite a close game.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where I feel like the way that, especially already, the ultimates are playing.
you think it means when you are younger, you should be getting all the sleep so your brain can develop properly. But later on, it doesn't technically need sleep.
Okay,
Okay,
look at
so
the way they even
yeah.
played the pistol. It was a
Yeah, so
two-man
what
stack
Bacon's
up,
saying that me and
just
him
waiting for
have messed up
firefights.
makes
They're
a lot of
just waiting
sense.
for those individual
Well,
battles. Then you have the
would've been
two-man
cool if they
mid
taught that
push
one
in
in
the bonus
school.
round. Just taking so much space. Not a lot of util behind it either. And they are just catching Apeks players off guard. With this
Water
style.
flash, bro.
Khaled,
Oh my god, he tanked
may have
it.
been dead to rights, but in fact, Kamyk has just opted to go
Whoa,
past
whoa.
it. This is almost just looking
He
like
doubled down back
one of those
in.
neon montages,
It was
except
awesome.
doesn't get the kill at the
It was
end.
way
Even
too much,
still,
but it was
though,
awesome.
Apeks are making this one competitive. The range is not helping them out in some of those later round fights.
That was sick.
But now with Soulcas having a gun, the
Dude, imagine he
sheriff
got
in
that kill, it
hand
would've been
for
outrageous.
Malzy, maybe there's a chance.
It looked like Halad was in the range for a second, tapping away. Clean fights.
Soulcas,
and,
lovely,
Thrash
lovely, lovely.
Cancelled out.
Okay.
Just in time. Soulcas bought
Okay.
himself a chance.
I
in
don't know
this
why he's playing in
1v3,
front of
but
this,
it's not
though.
much of a chance.
Why would you ever
Reach
do that?
utility
It's
forces him
proven
back.
that you
They
can
know
play
he's
back
on
a
the
site
left
and
side.
spam.
Mosh to keep him there. There is a gap though, and he's blinding. 3 kills already under his belt, and the 4th right
chill.
within
5 bullets.
grasp.
Oh god.
Oh
god, he's off it
though.
though.
For the reload, panic sets in.
Peek right.
Defuse could
peek right.
be just about to come
Damn,
through.
bro, he's a
We know it's not, but
non-believer.
He can't see that. He gambles nonetheless.
Won't go soon. Oh, he plays this really well though. Fair
The
play.
God-tier read. That could
I was
have
so
been
worried
defused
when
under
he was
his
in front of
nose,
it.
but he
Dude,
didn't
he knew he
believe
wasn't sticking
for
it.
good
That was
reason.
nuts.
Yeah, you're almost counting on your opponent misplaying the scenario. And that's the thing
that was
with
so
how many
funny as
clutches
well.
we've seen from the
Well,
Ultimates.
each team's had a
You can
1v3 over
understand if
towards
he
B at the
panicked.
moment.
There might be someone just sticking it under your nose. But this is the Soulcas that was promised.
He
Think
did
back
great
to
as well.
how
Got the
he played
official
throughout
out of them.
Polaris.
The
I was
double
told
lineup.
by Hazard and Cairo, in fact, anybody who worked the show, that he'd been a demon all season. He had his he played pretty well on the last Haven they played, 15-0 in the first half.
This is not gonna... Okay.
This time when it mattered most, a 4K.
Oh, I like this.
Another
If the recon
time
gets
where
shot, then you knife.
that could have been an extension of the lead for the side of the Ultimates, and instead a rifle found.
And then I guess they swing
rifle
as the
delivered.
person's trying to shoot the knife
That
because they're
defensive side, though,
committed,
is not
because
shying
they're
away.
inside
Already
main,
a
right?
double peek towards
It's
market.
in
It
the
seems
corner,
like
so they have to be
Mo
past this
and
line.
Khaled are
And
gonna
they
be
try
that
to shoot the
deadly
knife
duo.
again, and then you can slide or
Apeks
stun
managed
off
to
of
get a
it.
lot of space. With already the utility removed, they look to challenge for A.
Oh, the deep push from Hype. It's caught Sand off guard.
Am I going to watch the
Through
Fortnite
box,
Global
through the
World
smoke, but it
Championship?
couldn't obscure him.
Nah.
Spike
Dude,
planted.
as long as that game still has build
TU
again,
set
I
up
couldn't
the
care
retake.
less.
4 players, 1 to the good on the side of Apeks. The reveal, the push right away. They are getting aggressive, looking to seize the day instead of let it fall into their hands. And my God, it seems to be working. Not a flaw.
Why? Why? The skill mechanic in a game is you do on your own. Like, I hate that, man. Might as well be a one-player game, bro. The skill mechanic, you sit on your own on a server trying to work out how to build. It's not my kind of game, man. I don't like one-player games.
One of the games earlier in the season.
And having your skill mechanic is something that you do just grinding on your own. Not for me. I hate that that's the skill mechanic. It's just not my kind of game.
Defeat, but it turned out they were able to ready the ship, and all it took was, it was a Soulcas clutch. And the second it happened, I can't remember what he said to the team, but they pretty much knew they were going to
slide like that. The double crouch.
I do wonder if that clutch was something similar for him. Being able to put his team back
Dude, look how
in
nuts
position
that looks. That's so hard to play.
where they are competing in the map after losing 6 rounds in a row from a pretty dominant position.
Lexi, I have no idea what this
Claim the
is.
lead once again. Now, the economy of the Ultimates is not gone just yet.
You can
but I
ruin
do
someone's
also
day in
feel like
Fortnite, yeah.
a lot
But
of
you
the
have to sit on a
shenanigans
server on your own, like,
it's starting to
building
be
for ages
expected.
to do it.
For example, look at where Hype
I
is
just
put
don't
his
want that.
cam.
Again, I'm not saying it's a bad game or anything. I just don't like that mechanic being the
this is
skill
it,
mechanic that sets you
It was
apart.
top mid.
Was is the operative word here.
It's like being the best at what's that game you all
do
love?
start to have to change some of those things up, of course.
What's that game that's meant to be
Opponents
really
get a
hard
read
that you
on
all
you
love?
for
That's a
TU.
one-player game. Like you could be the best in the world
Hope
at
to
that, man.
have
I
a
couldn't
read as
care
they've
less.
invested everything. Put all the money into this one. Fighter.
Elden
that
Ring,
is
that's
the
it, yeah.
showstopper online, and a second kill already.
Yeah, such a strong pulse over the
Rocket
smokes.
primed and ready, looking for a target. Wall obscures him. No. Kamyk still up close, still holding on to life. For now, well, although he'll battle for a moment, the key thing is to get the plant and concede the space, fall back, and set up your fights. The ults they have, not terribly useful. Same can be said for TU, though. No big reveals or the likes.
The guy
Valor
on
just
site,
straight in
maybe?
for the fight, wins it. Now, Kamyk
Damn!
has the pressure on his
Really?
shoulders. And
Oh,
my
he-
God, he
he's so
doesn't show
good,
it.
dude.
4 kills
They should
over
be
himself.
winning this.
Slide into sight. He's playing with him.
What is he
Stopping the
doing,
defuse,
bro?
running the clock ever
He's having
lower.
way too much
Just a
fun.
bullet away from his ace, but Mo, well, he dodges it expertly, and now already sticking to halfway, forces the hand of Avova. Who has to
Whoa!
come around that
Oh
corner.
my God, that
Last
was
time
close,
they didn't
dude.
stick.
He
This time
kinda,
they do,
he
but it makes
kinda
no difference.
made this such a
Apeks
close
playing the
round.
round
I mean, he
anyways.
won them the round, and then he nearly lost him it.
That was what I was
But
worried
he
about
did
the
so
last
good,
time.
man.
The gall of Mo to even try that. Well, the gall of this youngster once again.
Yeah, he shouldn't,
The
man.
ace
He
was
shouldn't be playing
calling
like that. But he did so
It was
good to get
almost
in
their
that
undoing
situation.
in the end, but luckily for them, the kills that Avova gets are the ones that sometimes matter the most.
Imagine if they lost, yeah.
It's a lead extended.
But those situations are really hard because you have to tell them off.
That was their economy on the brink.
But at the same time, like their argument is, well, I got to this situation anyway. But it's like, yeah, but you can still play the situation.
So much impact.
You 100% can't lose.
So many issues
Requiem, thank you with the 5 months. Thank you.
3 players go swinging in to try and
you ranked up to Immortal after subbing. Coincidence? Damn, dude. Respect. Congrats as well.
The moment that decided, rather than the score being level, Apeks will extend the lead.
You should.
And as said,
next time you see Bren streaming as well, you should go tell him this.
Or not.
Tell him he's using Odin only as well.
Of the ultimates going into their opponent's territory, trying to take them on a map that
Yinsu and Pansy really want to play with me. What is this? Dress to impress? What is this,
even
chat?
With different comp changes, variations, other than playing it at the beginning of the year on a Phoenix.
What is it? Is it just a dressing game or something?
Barca.
It's the best game.
Literally it for the entirety of the year. With Lotus up
well, that's
next,
just Peachy with the Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you with the 16 months.
The Ultimates.
Thank you very much.
13-1. Now I will say that was first game. That was.
Is it about it? But my rating on what's like looks good is I base everything 100% on comfort. Like if someone's wearing a big fluffy hoodie over like a suit or something, I will always say that the fluffy hoodie looks better because I know that guy's crazy comfortable, loving his life. Whereas the guy in the suit is like, damn, these trousers are too tight, the shirt is too tight, I'm itchy. Why is my neck? Why has it got a collar around it? Like with a tie, this tie is too tight. And I know that guy's hating life. But I know the person in just the comfy hoodie is just chilling.
Double digits already secured and a huge economic advantage. You just expect to see them group up. This isn't a round.
Who are you trying to impress as well? That's the real question.
Walk in the market.
I have a lot of questions actually about this.
This is the one. Hype is taking a little bit of a risk.
You wear pajamas all day? I respect the hell out of that.
Take a hit towards the side so the weapons go down, are defensible. And then move on to the next. Nice nade.
It's a decent nade. It's isolated one of the fights, but
good luck, Spy. What you got?
All the information will be had. Solid paranoia. The usage looking good.
That's so unfair, man.
Act.
Be nice to him, dude. What's going on here? Kamyk's having way too much fun. It's an Ascension. This is for. I mean, this is how you know this guy, no matter what, knows that he's in tier 1. Because look at how he's playing.
Start was there, but Apeks have come back swinging 2 rounds away.
He's having way too much fun.
There's going to be a response. It has to be now.
Oh, it is now or never.
Chain together stream with coaches. Just me, Mini, Neil.
This series to you. Look, they've put up a fight.
Tell you who would be fun to do that game with EMEA. Oh my god, that guy rages so fast.
There's a little hot spot in the middle. Now things have
if EMEA was playing that, I would just drop off after like 3 hours. I'm pretending that I've misclicked and I'm just falling off the map.
It's Kamyk that I'm concerned with because he is leading the charge. He's already spotted fresh blood. Hasn't checked him though. Mo fakes the TP out. Nice move. This fight on mid will determine everything for the round. It seems like TU have done enough.
I mean, first time that we have 3 over towards middle.
Spy doing well. The spike down. For Hype, this becomes about damage. Can he remove any of these extra guns? Financially, his team are set for the next couple. So saving doesn't really hold the same value as before. Gonna give
Addison, what's up, dude? How we doing?
Sign as to where he is. I suppose that is planned. Wanting to try and switch their gaze in a different direction. Dead. He's going to get the fight he wanted, and it is a flawless return to the board for the side of the Ultimates. A huge victory for them to take. Question is now, can they build upon it?
Ignored? Dude, I gave him a little shout out.
Well, that's it. It's not going to be easy by any means, but the gap is, thanks to their earlier heroics, much more manageable than you might have expected.
Yeah, even you guys are paying less attention.
Apeks
looking for someone to blame.
Rifles all around. Hunter's Fury there for the attacking side, and mid is still the target, but this time it looks like it might be directed more towards that door and market. Khaled's already given up that position, though.
Okay, Bacon. Damn, dude.
Again, we see this defensive aggression. They've never shied
Breach
away from
on
a fight.
defense, so if they wanted to, they could play off site.
The other side of the map.
Problem is playing off site against this, or
here with the
especially over towards B main. I wouldn't be choosing B main. Like I'll be leaving A right now.
Up, but it's all just going to be be timing, and with how dry
I think they might have to fight this.
Attack,
oh, okay, sure. I mean, that works.
Rolling Thunder will slow them.
Smoke.
You can see the rotation quickly coming in.
Oh, he has no smokes because he re-smoked over towards A.
And already being split apart by all of that utility. The
When's he get a smoke?
Oh
my god, they're going to lose because he has no smoke.
But the lead taken by Kamyk. An easy opener.
No, man, they had no smoke. They fought back heavy. They did everything right, and then they had no smoke, so they could just get vision the whole time. And the drone also cleared so much they didn't have to re-worry about any of these angles or recreate any of these angles.
Do it as well. Yeah, TU have certainly got their work
it's a little bit devastating. I wonder the timing of like when the last smoke came out.
It's this man, Kamyk. Big space taking the slide back.
Where the satchel didn't do anything. It was like above his head. He just blasted him down to the floor.
And Hype's late lurk in mid, finding value as
well. I mean, chat, they won this. They won this match. Well, not saying they won it yet, but 12-9, and they lost.
Now they need to find
double
a
pistol
solution that will work not just once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. No room for error. And that's just to buy themselves another neck and neck even fight in overtime. This is an uphill battle. And with Lotus up next, it's one that TU will most certainly look to take.
Yeah, this guy's been watching a lot of Paper X, man. This is what Paper X will do.
Big of a task. I thought they were walking
just out on his own.
And giving Mo crazy
Camera gives him a bit of early info, I guess.
A few opportunities, to be fair, just looking at the positions of some of the Apeks players. But the second he goes out,
you're the smoker, mate. Got another one.
An eye in his direction, and now he's stuck. Now he's completely trapped.
No.
And Apeks bubble up on the kills as a result.
Oh my, it's all going wrong, dude. How has he not won that duel as well?
It looked like it could have easily gone the other way. There's so many low players, but they still need to find a multitude of frags. The rotation will come in. Thrash available. Oh, of course.
Bro, what is this little crouching jiggle thing that he's doing?
And it doesn't matter. It's all Kamyk at the end.
What a monster.
What a way to close it. I said he needed a big second half, but as always, he outdoes himself.
Yeah, I mean, again, impressive to win a map where you lose double pistol.
For sure. Apeks, they put on a show on map number 1, but took it in the end. Now,
what's he doing? Just tapping crouches as he slides? I didn't even think that changed your... I didn't even think that changed your
we'll see if they've got
model.
What it takes to defeat Apeks. Not many teams do. We'll find out after the break.
Okay, let me upload this font. It might even on... Ascension putting pressure on the players. They had some cool pistols though. I'll give them that. I liked a lot of their pistols. What I think about Neon as an agent, the more I watch it, I think it looks a little bit broken at the moment. I think people are probably getting a little bit too good. I think if I combine like some of the movement tech that I've seen with like how good Kamyk is at entering while sliding, I would be fine for a little bit of a nerf. I think at its top peak, it's a scary... I think it's a scary agent. Okay, Apeks. This is done. Kamyk is the same with the slide kills. Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, that was a fun map though. We got treated to a good map. What's next? Lotus. And this is Apeks' actual map. Could be on for a 2 now. I'll take. If an agent requires a high amount of skill to be broken, it shouldn't be nerfed. Nah, I think you have to look at it at its top peak. I think that's I think you're out here doing some actual plat chat. That's a plat take, man, from a plat player. I think you have to judge an agent by its top peak, man. Still means the agent is broken. That's what I'm saying, Egghead, man. Get him. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Yeah, right back.
Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
I'm back, everybody. I'm having some mic, but that's okay.
Technical
I'm hoping you can hear me.
I'm going to
can
say
you hear me?
probably, but it doesn't matter because Apeks manages to close out the first map,
do you
even
hear
though
me?
it was TU's. I can hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry. As soon as you said mic check, I went to check my mic and I think I unplugged it. So that was your fault.
So it's
but
my
that's
fault.
Okay. Sorry. Carry on.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, Apeks manages to close their opponent map pick. I mean, we can say that the first half was a little bit shaky. There were some rounds that TU were winning that were sometimes BS, like getting a 1v3, a 1v4, having a very insane last-minute rotate, capitalizing on the positions from Apeks, and maybe isolating some very crazy duels. But in the end, and when it comes to that second half, the plan from Apeks was plainly superior, I would say, Pilski.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit more consistent in what they wanted to achieve. I think that the game got a little bit messy, but that was a side effect of, you know, ecos being one, a lot of clutch heavy rounds, you know, having some impact and kind of throwing the game into a state of flux, as well as I would say just TU's general style, both on attack and defense. They love to go for these dry pushes in the mid round, which when you have a more structured team like Apeks that's trying to run their game plan and organize themselves, and then that kind of gets thrown for a loop, then things get really messy and chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, when they won that second pistol, we thought, hey, maybe there's a chance. It went to 8-8, but Pilski, that round by Soulcas, it kind of sealed their fate.
Yeah, a little bit. And there was obviously that round 2 as well that Apeks was able to win. But yeah, this clutch was huge from Soulcas. You had him really doing quite well for himself. Yeah, you have a couple of the other highlights of the game as well, because there were multiple rounds where, you know, there was some difference making clutches. There was some big multi-frags. There was that round from Kamyk as well. We had a massive like multi-frag spray down over on that A site. So some big plays being made, and you know, you wouldn't really expect anything different. You know, this 1v4 is another one of those. The level at this stage of Ascension is so high.
I think that is the moment to, if we talk about their opponents, if we talk about TU, if we talk about Fighter and the performance that he's having, it might be worth just looking at the numbers as well and theorize how the rest of the best of 3 is going to look. Because even though this wasn't a win from him, it was a pretty a clean showing of what they can do. Oh, and this round, I remember, this is one of the very like stipulated attacks from TU, but that knife from Molsey slows them down so much. The rest of the plan is so broken apart that it's this little things of the overall plan and understanding the information and the space that you put in on your team that just gets you the win.
And this clutch from Soulcas is what you're referring to before, Sue. Absolutely huge to kind of change up the momentum, and even after TU won that pistol, keeps Apeks well and truly within the swing of things.
Yeah, this was absolutely crazy, and a textbook sunset, I feel like, post-spawn that they were playing, and these are the stats. I mean, he is doing a lot better, Pilsy, compared to the group stage.
Yeah, so on the left, group stage. On the right, Fighter comes into playoffs against one of the favorites for the competition. Although Apeks has looked a little shakier in the group stage, you know, that's a much better performance from him. He won a massive 1-on-4 clutch. You could see he didn't win very many clutches for himself in the group stage, and, you know, better ACS, just better stats overall. You're seeing a very high level from Fighter here. If some of the rest of the others step up around him, then, you know, their team's going to look very well rounded, because, you know, for me, Mo and Khalid have been kind of the standouts.
Yeah, and also thinking about what's... Yeah, sorry, Sue.
No, go on. We want to talk about Lotus.
Yeah, exactly. Thinking about the next map, thinking about Lotus and what's at stake. I love that you mentioned Mo. Because of the unorthodox, I'm going to say, compositions that we expect these teams to play. Now, as I was saying previously on the interview that we had with Danito the other day, he said that you know, regarding
Lotus.
this composition and what it can do is not only to.
You think any franchise teams have eyes on Kamyk?
It's not the only
Yeah,
thing
I
that
reckon
they have
like
prepared,
what?
that they have ready. So
I think
to me,
EMEA teams that actually need to replace, and then you could probably put them on a different role instead of duelist as well. Probably like half of them, to be honest with you.
This map, is it the
Maybe
moment
more.
to show something new? Also knowing that you might close this in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, he'll at least get a lot of trials, in my opinion.
Basics and just adapt to what TU does on this map.
Honestly, I feel like at this point that comp might have run its course, but
You
at the
keep
same
him on
time,
duelist? I would keep him on duelist
they're
also.
So comfortable here.
But I think
you got a question,
with the success of
why
how
didn't
easy it
TU
has
have the
been
choice
to transition
maybe
other
take
players
away
onto stuff,
this
if you had
Lotus,
like a
from Apeks? So
let's
do you
use
feel like
Vitality
maybe
as an
that
example,
was a
right? You
mistake
had
not
Safe
to?
as duelist.
I mean, I
could
kind of said it when I
go a
saw them
different role
banning
with him
Ascent.
if you
I would be
attempted to change a
surprised
player.
if they didn't ban Ascent as
I think
their
it's at
first
least
ban,
worth
and
like
then
a
Apeks was
2-day
gonna
trial or
first pick it,
something.
Given that they haven't played it very much, I would expect them to
But
pick
I agree.
something
I would
else.
try
So
keeping
I
him on
would have
duelist.
preferred to see them play Veto Chicken with it, but maybe they know something that I don't. At least talking about the compositions, I mean, we've seen Apeks flex between these double Senti comp on both Ascent and Lotus here and some of their older comps that they've been running. So if they bring out something different, that's going to be interesting. As far as TU's comp goes, they've been playing it
mate,
for
how we done?
ages, and
Good
they
to see
play
you.
this kind of chamber comp, which I think, you know, it's a great comp to pull out. And actually, it's a comp that on the team that I coach, we would pull out a chamber comp and then switch to something
his
else,
Neon
'cause
is
it's a bit
is really good.
gimmicky with some of the setups that
agree.
you run. But I feel like now that they played it so many times, there's more than enough film for a lot of these teams to know exactly what kind of setups they're going to run and be prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly. And thinking about the individuals, as you say, in the micro, like it hits a point of like if you're just stuck in there. But also, if you think about the
Neon's
Apeks
at the
and the
moment
preparation
to
that
stay
they
on
can
Neon.
have into
Yeah,
this matchup,
and that's
I think that they can expect maybe
valid
something
point, I
different,
agree.
and maybe being a little bit gaslighted by the results that they had against Pacific, because I have to say it was impossible for them to play. Like rebel control was something that was never given. It was impossible to see them actually achieve anything. So
He stays on duelist next year. Yeah, I'm worried for that as well.
Really that viable.
I
That
can't.
you-
I'm
not really
worried.
that trustworthy.
Dude, anytime we repeat the same
It's
thing
not, but at
2
the same
years in a
time,
row,
You know, Kamyk could just run it back.
I'm always
he has what
worried
it
that we're
takes as
gonna
well.
do
So
the
let's take a
same
look at
thing.
Agent Select and see if Apeks will stick with that deadlock comp. They will, but
so they
it's
keep the
TU
deadlock
that make a
comp,
change.
and we
Yeah, they're going to swap it up. And
change
this is the
up
thing. You mentioned that
Killjoy
Rebel
Fade
Control,
back to the
that
usual,
is a side effect
back to
of
the
playing
normal
double
that
control
everyone
a
plays
chamber
in
and only like
EMEA,
a Gecko or a
a
single
team that
initiator.
Apeks play
This
in,
comp
where
is
it's going to
the
have
much more
so
standard,
much
flexible
prep,
comp,
so
and the
much
reason why
practice
it's been
against.
so great is you can kind of pivot and play a 3-lane
I
map
mean,
like Lotus a lot better with a fade. So
definitely feel like
we'll
Apeks
see if
should
this comp
be
change
alright
is going to
here.
do to you any favors here.
Yeah, I think that the versatility also of the fade in this map, it just suits, it just works way better with what they want to run. I like the fact that they go this plane. I hope also that, as we're mentioning, when you look at this map, Veto, when you have a couple of days to think about it, you expect this composition. If there was something
going to
that
coach
you
next
have
year, yeah,
prepared
just filling Mini's
into
place.
how to play around it, it's the moment. So let's see it, because nobody has been able to.
Yeah, well, this is the moment indeed. If Apeks win this map, they will secure a chance to play in the Berlin studios. Mitch and Tom, how exciting would that be?
Well, Sue, it would be great to see Apeks back in the studio in Berlin, Tom. I mean, look, at the same time, though, great to see the Ultimates there, too, wouldn't it? We don't have favorites here. We're unbiased casters. Come on.
No, I think for the whole MENA region, it would be huge if they're able to get over to the studio. So, like, that's the thing. They're repping a corner of EMEA that hasn't been shown the most love, and I would love to see them bounce
Who
back.
won Ascension last year? Gentlemates.
It's a map that they
Gentlemates
got
played
rated
Apeks
on,
in the final.
but they've changed their composition. They've gone for something quite a bit more
Okay,
standard.
so
What is the
Apeks
norm, I would say, over on
1-0.
their side. So I don't think it's impossible.
They're on
that
defense,
they
Ultimates
return
on
to
attack.
prominence on this one. And again, like, we've seen some close games. We've even seen some defeats here for the side of Apeks. Obviously, they're feeling confident coming into this one, but
with a favorite in
Ultimates get to
America,
start out
I
on that
imagine
attack
MAT.
side.
I don't know enough about the
I don't
other
know.
teams in the
I think
region.
we've already seen that on an individual basis, they can easily go toe-to-toe with this Apeks roster.
They chunked some damage,
two
man.
of them already tagged fairly low in this round without even
Devastating
seeing
start.
anyone.
You're right, Tom. We have
And
definitely seen that they can go.
So they
pound
take
for
over
pound
towards
with
C.
this squad, but
They tank a little bit of
reality
damage, and in
is
reaction,
we've also
they
seen
well,
them
I say in reaction.
that very slow start.
All they
to
did
the
was
first
fight
map
heavy
and
C,
a
fight
slow
heavy A,
finish
and they
as
get
well.
A, and they did damage on
You
the
don't
C
want to see
players.
the same sort of
Strong.
scenarios popping up their ugly heads. Both pistols, one in the last, 13-9 to close. It's a disappointing scoreline.
Any teams I like from PCIFIC Ascension? I've only watched DSG. I actually watched like 3 games from DSG to qualify. Just because I was relatively interested to see what's happening with them.
No one to fall just yet.
And they look good, but again, I don't know anything about the other teams there, so can't really comment much.
Ooh, it's a awkward battle up close.
There's a lot of low HPs here.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy pickup. Spy has managed to hit one with a collat, and it's turned into a clutch scenario. Mo to try and face off against 2. As said, he's had many a great scenario for this squad.
Very nice, man. Still some low HPs. Like this could have been the opposite way. Okay, in terms of pistols, 2-1. Apeks get their first pistol,
but it doesn't.
In the end, carried across by sub 50
PSG
HP
winning
combined,
would be amazing.
It's enough.
Yeah, it'd be cool, man.
Get them
would be cool.
Leg up in the early stages.
I feel like
certainly put in a little bit of
Close has had a rough time. I haven't really followed other games that he's in.
The hype curve,
yeah, at least in Valorant, he's had a pretty rough time. It'd be cool for him to get rewarded a little bit.
Oh, in fact, all rifles.
I also think content teams
they're really putting their credits
a really good chance of working.
Let's make them dance.
This is something that, again, if you can keep it clean, it sets you up with a wonderful bonus. But personally, I prefer having at least a pistol or something in there, just because it allows you a small margin for error. This leaves none.
That's a big knife, man.
And they've already lost 2.
That's some nice shots also, though. We got some guns down. Do we just insta pivot to go get them?
Have gone their
way, it becomes very obvious in the next 5 seconds that they're doing this, though.
It's going to be incredibly costly for the next round. Kamyk is ready and waiting. I think this should be easy pickings for him.
Yeah, and we can...
I don't know exactly where he is, but again...
We know there's a gun here, so he's probably going to repeat.
Catastrophe for Apeks.
It really would. It's the danger of this kind of investment. Soulcas, just 20 HP. It's time to get out of there. Create some distance. The net will do exactly that, luckily. He's going to cling on to life.
XQC still wants to buy a Valorant roster.
On 70.
I feel like...
this is a very doable round for TU. And sure,
yeah,
they're
man, I kind of wish...
no pressure on their
Tier 2
shoulders.
was looked at a bit differently.
Reveal for the right. The plant
in terms of like Riot, I think they could do some really cool stuff, man.
Now it's Apeks that have to push into them, and not only that, they have so few players they can't contain them properly. 2 are coming from C side, so Sand has all this space to loiter and try to find a nasty little angle. In fact, almost sneaking his way through. I don't think Soulcas saw it, and with the low HP, can't win the fight. A beautiful headshot for Sand, and an upgrade now as well. 30
I mean, this is really hard to retake now.
So far,
what the hell was that?
Kamyk may
what was that?
Seal this one in. Spy won't land both shots, but there was an opportunity.
I mean, it was still nice. Look, that timing was really good on Heaven. I think it was just a visual bug and he had his gun out.
Yeah, and it was already very costly. There was genuine potential, especially in that 2v2, that the ultimates are able to actually win out the round, which, considering investment, would have been incredibly surprising. Not expecting the reswing after those 2 players were lost, and well, I do now look towards what's going to be invested in this round.
Not too much for this bonus.
Just the pistols purchased up.
Yeah, we ain't got much of this.
The players that lost their guns.
Let's see how much damage they can do against this, because should never be really winning this round, even though we've seen the madness.
A great opportunity for the Ultimates to have a much easier bonus round than would have been expected.
Don't do what I think you're
going
to do, guys.
Everything we've just talked about hinges on them actually landing this round, right? Like the damage and so on. It's undone if they lose 3 sheriffs, 1 actual rifle. It's a Veto.
What a flash.
Well,
oh, that's a gun. We can take this.
Open it up.
Extra
Beautiful flash to open it. Avova. Paranoia used, cutting off the Raze, who's now around the back of the site and traded after just 1. That's a great return.
Yeah, they got the passing advantage. They push down, they get the gun as well.
Rifles, they're set up for success.
Person all goes Heaven, they can all dodge this and then insta-clear the space that they would have taken.
It's not going to connect onto anybody, but that's enough that they can at least try and gain some ground. Timing here will be everything, because it was only just dodged. Spy has been dinked up as well. This is getting into really dangerous territory. The damage in the last round becomes meaningless if they lose it, and now Soulcas has found another. This was 3 pistols and a couple of rifles, and it's turning, well, more than competitive. Trying to cling on to things. A double, valid. And while the swing around looking to come through from
oh,
Soulcas,
the timing.
Missed the boat a little bit here. The shot's not quite
what a
connected.
swing from
And now
Mosey.
Mo just trying to hold on. A 1 versus 2, but he's sectioned off, having to try and spam
way,
away, trying
dude,
to
this
break the
wall,
wall
man.
as he does. He will
It's got
lose
too much
his
HP
life.
on it.
Apeks are going to make this 3-0.
Oh,
And
bro,
as
they
said,
want a
all the
bonus
damage
with,
from the last
what,
round is
3
now
sheriffs and 2
completely
guns?
Oh,
Ridro, thank you so much, man.
Just
thank
like
you for the
that
2
pistol
months.
that
Appreciate
started
that.
it out
Thanks
for
for
TU on
the
the
tier 1,
previous
mate.
map. You seem to see the
This was cool, though. This little
foundations
KO
in front of you,
flash. Little KO pop flash.
Well, when you look back, they're formless. Apeks constantly managing to upset the rhythm of the game, and for TU, they made it
Deadlock
so
value,
close.
yeah. I mean, they should be buying here, though, right? 2-9 loss bonus. They got a plant as well.
He had the right idea. He knew he was going to be swung, but
Timeout. What are they all sitting
barrier
on?
mesh.
I mean, they're sitting on pretty good
Doing
money.
too
Yeah. I'm
much
pretty.
to slow them down. The Ultimates have called a timeout. Already 1 map behind in the series.
Yeah, it's hard
Now
to know what to
looking
do.
at a potential big streak of rounds coming out of Apeks with an eco faced by the attackers here. They really need to have
Flashes, yeah.
game
I mean,
plan
KO on this
organized,
map. People aren't
because
used
the
to
way
playing
back is
against
going to
it,
be
so stuff like that.
unforgiving, and if they make
You got to think of
mistakes
how many
this
practices
series
they've played.
may
How
already
many
be
times have they
over.
had a
Their-
pop flash
their
from someone
chances
to
of
get
going
this
to
guy?
Berlin won't
I
be,
reckon it hasn't actually even happened in
then
their
they'll be in a
practices.
do or
No one
die
really plays
matchup.
KO on this map.
I think they'd definitely rather still have that.
There's a couple of
little
teams, but
safety
it's a
cushion,
real low amount.
especially with the teams
Probably like 5%
that
of
you're
teams.
likely to face. Specific in CGN have been rivals that
I think solo
strike
KO is very
fear in the
underrated on
heart
this
of their
map.
opponent for
Yes,
good
I agree.
reason throughout
When I
the
watched
season.
Foot in the off season, they look sick with it.
Yeah, 2 very different teams.
That
but
was why I was
two
so hyped about
equally
them beginning of
difficult
this year.
teams to play up
So I was
against.
looking at
A-
the Sky
a
nerfs
team
thinking,
that,
damn,
we talk about
Veto
being very
already
slow,
ready for this.
methodical at times,
They've already
while
got the
also
comps
using a
ready, good to
Phoenix,
go.
and the other,
One of the best KO
well,
players
that
there is.
explosive Turkish squad that I don't think anybody wants to face. I think it's a team that on their day
They opted to not go for the full buy.
will likely ascend. They have looked impressive.
we're gonna see a
It's
B
just whether or
retake.
not experience will be able to outdo them. For now, though, an early pause, a wake-up call. This isn't their map choice. That slipped away from them already. And although they've had their moments
Good
in
nade.
these last couple of rounds, that
Wait,
last
what
one
did that clip?
should have been
Oh, that was the
theirs.
nade on the other side. Okay. I was so confused by that.
Still having a rifle for Sand, something to try and do some damage. but
Like
already
this
the
from
loss
these two, though.
of a teammate.
Yeah, and love this
Well,
from
it's
Hype as
late
well,
alert
pushing over
might
towards
be enough.
behind
The
over
thing is,
towards
they've
B
already
main. People
bypassed
that watch
the
my
choke,
stream know that
so
if
he's gonna
people
have
take
to
care,
start
you pretty
making
much
a
win the
real
after
move
plan.
for it. A single kill, a second as well.
Yeah,
He's
do they
done
expect
well.
a second guy
And now
here? I mean,
Hype
they're not
tries
going to
to
win,
come
but
from
they
the same
did
position,
pretty
but
good
Hype is
damage-wise.
not going to
Shout out to
move away.
Hype here as well.
Knowing there's
Camera
not too
spots
many
over
gaps
towards
left
C,
to
nothing
be
here.
found.
B
It
pressure,
will be
as long
4-0.
as, again,
As
always
streak
talk about
continues
this
for
at the
Apeks.
moment. When you hit
I
over
think you
towards
just have the
B,
benefit
if you
of
do
the-
not
the
have this
rifle
control,
advantage here. It was a really nice idea by TU,
95% of the
and
time, I
fact
would
that
say
Fighter
roughly,
doubles
you're
up
going to
B.
lose.
He's actually coming from heaven
Because
after
if you think
pushing
about the
B
plant
side,
here,
wrapping the meat
you to
the
swing and
flank
see that
got
plant, you
underway
have to
on
commit
long,
so
that
heavy
if
for a
there's still
small
player
choke point,
outside the
you
door,
can
you're
never get a
at
good
least
swing off.
guaranteed the trade. And if not,
So,
usually you get good
it's all about
timing.
B main,
Hype
this is the
was
priority,
hyper-vigilant,
and that's why a lot of
still
teams on
checking that
defense now
position,
push through
spotting him
here
out
once they
before an
lose
extra
B.
kill could come in. Even without the
So
recovered
this was
Bulldog,
very good from
Frenzy
Hype. They
should have
did
been
great.
enough to just take him on the side, but it wasn't the side. It was head on because Hype was facing him. And the problem really is just that the players on site didn't have rifles. If they delayed that push by 5 seconds, that flank is devastating. The double flank especially, they get so much damage done. Instead, well, they're able to react accordingly even after a double kill, and it's just too much wiggle
Just
room
as the
for
cage
Apeks.
goes in.
4-0 up.
Yeah, you can break
The
that. They had
attackers
2
now with
people here, so they
rifles in
can
their
keep
hands, they've
4
already
people here.
broken the
Life
barrier.
goes in, hits 4
Spotted
as
a
well.
number of players here from the side of Apeks. They know that TU were grouped up outside A, but they expect them to
so
migrate.
I guess Omen's going to one-way
Yeah, that's
this.
the thing. That wall
And
was
then can
thrown in.
one-way
as
this again.
It was going to be the defensive side rotating off of A. It being broken kept them for a while, but eventually they will make that move. There's also an incredibly deep trip which has just been destroyed.
There goes your smokes on
it's
attack.
not even like it's a secret that they're going to head towards this C site. Hype's only job was to delay, and with an advantage already for his team.
Oh, wait, they did so much damage on this guy.
Overextend. In fact, he can almost wait, but as further responses coming in from this defensive side, the advantage will be kept.
30 seconds left.
Oi,
no!
just got him.
Dan has been taken, snatched away,
And then they
broken
knew
out of
exactly
jail,
where he
but it
was for the
doesn't matter.
spam. Wait, this
The
was sick.
executioner already arrived. Soulcas
Dude, the deadlock
dropping
value's
pin
through the
here,
roof at
and
the
a
moment.
beautiful
Holy hell,
combination of
camera into
utility to
nade.
keep Spy in
Wait, this
position
this
and lock
Lotus
this
looks
round down
legit,
for
man.
Apeks. That was a damn clinical route back in, and for a 5-0 start, They're showing no signs of slowing down with the economy tested for TU. This is a crushing start to what needs to be the redemption map for the Ultimates.
It's just so cursed to lose your Viper when they use a Viper's Pit to the annihilation. It's normally an ultimate that either gets you very, very little or seems to just be a late round irritation. But to actually pull
plays the best deadlock on Lotus. Looks really good so far. I didn't watch enough of it was M80 right that everyone was hyping up on this map. Didn't really watch enough of them on this.
Again, looking to deny the pot flash alongside the net.
Ooh, nice shots. Dude, I still feel like the carry flashes are really good at the moment as well.
Positions where I almost feel like it's least expected.
Gotta follow up on Soulcas for a little bit here. ADSer.
He kind of does it in any and all positions. Now they at least know where one man stands. And he again, Sandy,
I mean that was unlucky, man. Sandy had some nice kills. Individually, this guy's looking good.
As a full picture though, they still lost, so it's still 6-0.
I mean, he's got more than all of their kills put together.
Yeah, look again for the round that was in it, for what they had brought to bear. I think they can be pretty happy with it. But the reality is, are you really going to be happy when so far one of your players is delivering a decent show? And I think I'm pretty sure he has more kills than the rest of the squad combined.
He definitely does. I think he has 9. I think they have
like
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's particularly close.
Like this change up from Apeks.
At this point, you can't be happy. Nothing is working.
Yeah, I mean, instant reaction over towards A forced them into a setup where you have double.
It feels like it. Sometimes it seems like the team has a small advantage, but this right here.
A great knife as well. Where they go back, they open the door, they knife. Or did they do a knife over the top?
They just can't catch a break.
They fought so much stuff.
They've invested everything, and the guy who got a 4K in the last just got spammed through smokes, and then Soulcas sidesteps to one-tap spy. Volva doubles up on the fight.
They look so legit right now.
Is on lockdown. Khaled,
oh my god.
The way to see with ult though, they could recover this spike.
They look so good right now. Here we go, man. Let's see it. 1v5.
This would be one way to make a name for yourself.
Juniper, thank you so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate the 5 months.
5. His team have helped him out by doing 0 damage.
Nice.
And that is how the round will conclude. Not a single point.
This is a really cool Lotus. I can't remember if I've watched Apeks on Lotus before, or at least since they've been using this comp. I might have, and maybe I didn't pay as much attention, but it's really nice what they got at the moment. The KO, yeah, the KO's got some cool stuff. The pop flash has been great, but also the knives for info have been really good. Really good.
The last time
we did do it, yeah, I was probably cool. I was probably in a call with someone I wasn't paying too much attention.
They lost 13-1.
I did, but it also didn't look this good. Okay.
On their defense.
There's that also.
They're now on the attack, and they have 0. I think this is just not their map. And it seems like no matter what is attempted, no matter what hero play or individual round like we had in the last map, it's not winning them rounds. Even with plants.
Oh.
I won't count the last one as a retake, but the rest of them you can put in that bracket. A desperate need for something. Most ults have been expended, but a lot of them are getting close again. Showstopper online. This time Sand again. He's going to be just fighting this alone. In fact, he'll meet the opposing Showstopper and is gone from action already.
Fighter's not found his mark. A close position of hype. Well, it won't be used right
she stopped him from trying to react anyway.
Down to you, but it hasn't sent them in the other direction. And no one seems to be clearing this on the way in. They've spotted him with the boom bot, but not reacted in time. Fighter luckily closed his hype down before he can do much more, but all 3 players stuck. They've walked through the choke point. They're looking for a fight.
He was not aware of that angle.
Door opens,
nice shots, maybe.
For Apeks,
yeah, maybe Apeks messed this one up a little bit. It's a nice kill, though.
His dropped.
Dude, spike out in the open. Spike out in the open.
On the other side of the door. From bad to worse.
Oh god, it's nice shots from him as well, man. That was like their closest round somehow still. And there's 2 people alive.
For a second, but that moment passed, and TU are again still on that starting block of 0 rounds.
Yeah, again, you sort of said it. This looked like it was finally going to be the moment, even though things didn't start particularly well. They managed to find some balance, a response, and then on the retreat, just getting
he was
out
so
by
close.
the door. A little bit of dissonance between the two players, and that is enough. That's all it took, was a small window.
Nice. The knife on
Not
this
a
round?
big
Nah, I
enough
missed the
gap,
knife
I
on this
guess.
round.
What a second pause called. At this stage, your best.
I know he had it when they were like
4
pushing in
rounds
to
on the
sight him.
attack. We said
So
it
I thought he was
before,
getting a
this
knife
map,
inside the ult, but
for most teams, will lean to that side.
got a little
Apeks,
replay for me? Sure, I'll check
it
that out.
seems
But can
like much of a
replay? Chat, maybe
muchness.
flashbang.
Definitely had their struggles on the attack in the last map, but other than that, they've proven time and time again
See
they
what the
can do
knife
it.
is from
And
the
it's
cam.
almost just at this stage, is there going to be any gap or any wiggle room for the ultimates, even if they lose the
When's the
pistol?
knife?
It could all be over at that
From
stage.
here that goes over towards
Again,
there.
a couple of ultimates
What?
online. Again, those
What is this?
haven't had
Is he throwing? How's he
much
throwing? This?
impact.
It lands so
I also
fast that it's on the
question as
floor,
well,
right?
Is this the first time we've
Did he
had
just
the
jump
lockdown?
froze it?
That would be nuts, but
That's cool.
considering he has one
Yeah.
kill, it must be.
Well, yeah, he's not farming those orbs out of
Yeah, they
thin
got
air,
some
is he?
really good carrot stuff.
There's
Like,
only
there are orbs on the map. I would say those are in thin air.
I mean, normal thickness air, Tom. I wouldn't say it's thin. It's not particularly high altitude. I saw the ocean outside.
Not picking
so
them
sea
out of the
level.
orb tree. Just looks up. There's an orb tree. Oh.
Well, he's not
Whoops.
being here. But even then, you know, on an attacking side that doesn't typically have the space to take an orb, I would be surprised if they've been committing them to Mo. And this could be awkward. Hype needs to run. If you've got a Viper, you can slow them, but not as
Yeah,
the
I think he has
Cypher.
to
They
stand
just
his
run
ground,
straight
man.
through, disrespect the utility, take the fight, and walk in
Whoa.
where they quickly meet their demise. This one seems to
Man,
be
whoever
cleaned
gets
up
this guy
unless
enough
Mo's got a
seasons sounds
1v2
so
up his
good.
sleeve.
If they
1v3
don't
with the
qualify,
first
they might
RB found.
qualify.
I wouldn't even mind if he used the lockdown. Like, genuinely. Like, I understand in this sort of circumstance, normally you wouldn't, but at 8-0 down, in desperate need of a round, gaining any space could be huge. Timing hasn't worked out. And the only other thing is it does lock him into a site. It forces him to commit to A. But at this stage, he's almost just looking, well, maybe for a gun change, just to be a little bit more mobile. Even still, though, he's running into the unknown.
Omen flash.
That lockdown's
It's gonna
still
Omen
available
flash
to
off
him,
this.
but he might just want to try and
download
save it
this
for
and
that
send
post
it.
plant. And already the pressure coming through, paranoia, immediate. The steps will be heard. He's left
Yeah,
completely
nice and easy on
and
this.
any semblance of hope quickly dissipated. 9-0. The chances fell away the second. Well, again,
Really good chance to 12
I will
numbers.
say I've heard amazing things about the Valorant anti-cheat, but when he does stuff like that, I start to question it.
Yeah, he really is a sensational player.
Turtle, if they're smart, yeah, because you'd feel like if you were partnering, you would have something in your
I think that was
contract,
targeted,
right?
Targeted,
To get like
intentional,
fast dibs.
and unforgiven.
But I don't
yeah,
really
no,
know.
I think I forgot what I was gonna say. I honestly just got annoyed by the
Talking
Odin.
about Kamyk having more.
Don't really know the
backs.
rules on like the
When,
partner.
when he plays
team
on the
stuff.
Neon, it's much more because the 180 flicks he hits on people are just unreal, and we see a lot of them in the replay. But when you're on board with him, like figuring out how he knows to do that in that moment of the round, the position of the player, how do you know he's not gonna just shoot you in the head? I don't get it. Like.
Where it's like, we know where the guy he's sliding towards is, and it's still sometimes I get lost when he's spinning around. Even the players he's up against are like, where'd he go? And they can hear him coming.
We've seen some really cool Lotuses, man. It's almost a shame that Lotus is going out.
Just like,
look at some of the Lotuses we've seen. We had everyone copying Fnatic. Got a little bit sussed out. Then we started seeing people doing like Breach instead of the Viper. That was pretty cool for a while. And then now, like right now, we have EDG with their double smoke comp, which is mental, but it looks really cool. We have this as well. Like there's so many good Lotus comps at the moment. It's a bit of a shame that it's going out.
Utilized. There goes the Viper's pit for the second time. It is immediately lost.
Right, how many times is this guy going to hit his ult?
Well, Halid has to try and fight, and he has to try and fight alone. He doesn't even have enough bullets.
God, the
to
KO
free his
Util is
teammate.
incredible as well.
Will
Furfa,
fall.
thank you so much, man.
Again,
Appreciate the 6 months. Thanks for the
there
prime.
was an opportunity, and again,
Thank you for that.
Well, I feel like Viper's pit. has had no impact just because it's been killed by an ult within 0.1.
I mean, yeah, every time this guy's doing some kind of Viper pit, he just eats some kind of ult.
Just a little bit too late.
Deadlock earlier, raise now.
Annihilation or a rocket launcher and annihilation that you have to dodge. So pretty tough run so far for poor old Sand.
EDG's comp is awesome to watch. Yeah.
What was it, a 4K round? So impressive. But another 10
I think teams don't attack Odin
Apeks'
enough
rounds,
against it.
and it could be 100. Because there's a 0 after TU. They've been stopped in their tracks.
Whoa,
and this one,
that's Kamyk, bro. That looked nuts, man. This guy is crazy good.
There are no ecos anymore.
I know he didn't get all those kills, but I think like give him an extra half a second on some of those duels.
Can we just roll that whole, not a replay, just roll the whole round again? Honestly, it only took 15 seconds. We've got time in the buy time. Whoa.
Hey, Mitch, all I'm going to say, the last series that Apeks played, they had an 11-1 half.
Oh, shut up, Tom. It's not.
And then it went 11-11.
No, it's not happening. It's not happening.
They did still win.
Flash dismissed them all. Everyone tucked left side.
Right, but okay, Tom. I see that. But in that game, did they hit 11 by their opponents just pushing through a one-way smoke and all get one tap?
That's the first kill. That hasn't happened for a while.
Because if that happened, then fair enough. But there's not a heartbeat for TU. I mean, they need to be resuscitated to then have a chance. Halid,
here we go.
He's putting in a good show.
Great trade though. 3v3 retake, by far their best chance. Double kill Molly.
Expended. I don't think there's going to be any more in this round either. It's going to come down to the firefights. We've seen so many a retake. The pot flash, it's wrecked Mo, but there's nobody able to react in time. Fighter, Spy, they combine. Round number 1 looking like it might come up as the final round of the half. And
hey, they're on the board.
The tiniest amount of
they
hope
are on
left
the board,
for the ultimates will be secured in round number 12. And Apeks would have to have the choke of a lifetime. We will find out if that happens after the break.
You ask a question, you're playing ranks, you won, MVP screen, under reward, screen appeared, you had Vice as a reward. Mate, I have no idea about the reward system. I don't play enough ranked, man. You're asking the wrong person. Maybe someone in chat can help you for Mello, but I have no idea. Deadlock? Yeah, they made the Deadlock look good. They made the KO look really good. Dude, again, I'm a little bit disappointed that this map's going out because they got some cool stuff, man. This not on LAN next weekend. Next weekend is LAN. So we got today, tomorrow, one team will go out, and then we'll have the final 3 teams. That is what'll be on LAN. And I guess it's just 2 best of 5s. You think there should be relegation in tier 1? It doesn't really work, man. With teams coming so much in, it doesn't really work. I think they have a pretty good system, to be honest with you.
To close this
there kind of is with the Ascension teams,
and lock themselves in, not for their next match, but for one of their next.
I think the way it is now actually is pretty good. I'm like one of the few that actually likes
the next one. Will be in
franchising.
In the studio.
And I think that everyone that talks about franchising working and using a CS as an example is just completely delusional.
Your management might disagree
because
with that,
they just
have
been
a bit of a blowout so far.
Some weird,
they got around at the very end.
Money,
that's something,
unethical crap going
down. They have
down.
not come to compete here on Lotus. This map clearly for Apeks and Tom. This pistol.
I don't think it's the best example.
Needs to go to TU. So
yeah, I kind of like franchising, to be honest
with you.
I'm like one of the only few.
Hey, as said, in recent history,
I don't think this game works. I don't think this game works with loads of other orcs doing it, to be honest.
But we're looking for silver linings. And basically, we're looking for Apeks to choke the hell out of this game if there's going to be any chance. They go on to the attack. For most teams, that's the stronger side. And for the ultimates,
CS just works because of that stuff. And again, it's awesome for the scene. Like, it's so sick for all the players and everyone involved. So sick. But
has managed to hide in the corner.
How's this corner never getting checked?
Solid player to drop at the beginning of this pistol round. The rest looking to potentially fake out and move back to the B side. They haven't gone just yet, but they have. Well, Hype went. He was a little bit further ahead of the rest, but he's still taking the head off Fighter. Paranoia there to try and slow them potentially, combined alongside some utility, but they haven't been able to get out. Khaled's done well. Spy,
yeah, we needed a double swing.
It's left all on to Hype.
We needed a double swing. One was reloading, the other
second
one.
round. The streak continues.
I feel like at this point you gotta, if you're on Apeks, start to hate Sand.
Ray, really cool, man. Really liked it.
He's in. Yeah, it's just such an annoying player.
It starts with a pistol. Yeah, 3-1 on the pistols.
You just hate him. He gets everywhere. Of course.
Yeah, this guy ate that flash. Just a little check on this, and it's
out the round towards the end. Nice try by Hype, but that wasn't a B. And yeah, Khaled did a great job considering his teammates. It looked like they were going to group up and take that push together, but the barrier was blocking him in. Hadn't faded just yet, so he was really on his own, charging out there, but certainly a valiant attempt, and it's gone it across the line for his squad. 11-2, an essential round for TU, and the next one is an essential round for TU, and we're going to be on this narrative for a little while. There's quite a gap to make up.
Yeah, I'd say it needs to be impressive, but...
Oh, I mean, that was pretty good. Imagine you committed.
For Apeks, wow.
Wu Sight, thank you so much for the 3 months, man. Appreciate the prime.
Kamyk as the
thank you for that, dude.
Man who could potentially turn
Ben
this
PD
round.
as well. Thank you for the tier 1 as well, mate. Thank you for the 15 months.
Mo has
appreciate the support,
for a
you
little
too.
bit of support. The turret utilized as a early warning system, and once again they look to try and challenge Fighter. He's in a similar spot that he was last round. Again, they're just using all of this Killjoy utility as contact. This is something, of course, last time they played the map, they were using the chamber, so a very different look for any research that had been done. Fighter, though, with the off angle, will take that one without too many problems. The only worry, though, is a couple of players are now fairly low, considering it's only one pistol for Fighter. Everybody else is on rifles. They can't really afford to lose any players.
I mean, Khalid just cleans this up, right?
No, they can.
Guys, you got 20 seconds. You got to open this door or send it.
Certainly there for Apeks to force that. Khaled, 10 seconds before that spike will no longer be able to be planted. He's holding his ground. Lost his life.
What
The
a
spike
shot, by the
down,
way.
and now the round.
Spike, no time.
Secured.
No time.
No need to fight, and the fight has cost
I still tell you what, though, not bad damage. This guy's kind of unreal with a Marshall as well.
Though, the most important
He's always
part,
good for one when he buys a
one
Marshall.
another.
It's like watching
These
Yampy in
rounds
that
need to
off-season
fall into
event.
place for TU, and already we just saw a fight from Apeks.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, when you're up against the wall like this, it does start to get to the point where you just go, okay, even if we lose a couple of players, even if there is high amounts of damage to our finances, we're all in every round. We don't have an opportunity. Well, you technically do, but
the Apeks comp is viable. Yeah, I mean, it's viable. It's
risk
good.
Against when the ultimates
I would say it's more than viable. I'd say it's really good.
On the side of Apeks.
I'm still not 100% sold on the deadlock, but they've had some good stuff with it. I've more been like crazy impressed by all the chaos stuff.
So they're going to go for a very direct response almost immediately. It's not started out as they would have hoped, and in fact it's a little disjointed on the way in.
Yeah, okay, this is nice though. We start this one off super easy. We've got 3 armor rebuys maybe. This guy's probably going to keep his armor as well. Money's good. When do Apeks call their first timeout?
Well, TU
definitely
like
been in a similar situation.
For them, to this game, to this map, and to this series as a result. Although you do have to question the viability.
When Prius get relegated and these observers go to tier 1. Dude, I've tried my whole career to relegate Prius, man. He just stays around.
It is a strategy that
nothing we can do, man. He's just part of esports.
And well, bold of
He's
them
like the Wolves, man. He's just here all the time.
I think if anything, it just signifies
cemented
the fact
himself
that
in.
Apeks are currently not playing a disciplined game. They're playing we're 11-1 up at the half, and we should be able to win this by goofing around. And if it gets a little closer, then we'll actually try and reveal some stuff game.
Yeah, I think they just went for a pacey hit to try and really test the strength of the defense, especially because the last few rounds had just been Fighter on his own. Like, that's the way they played. It was Fighter with a pistol just holding B. So they spotted that there was a gap, tried to exploit it. and there was a lot more than they were expecting. Still feels like B is where they want to go, but it's a complete change-up. Sand has now started holding this.
Yeah, keep an eye on Hype on this one. Hype with a lock here. Like, it's going to change a lot of the minimap once he gets spotted by this
most
turret.
rounds I wouldn't mind this, but when you're up against pistols...
Wait, did he cage up?
It seems like not the most worthwhile risk, and he's going to fall back.
Oh god.
He had got a lot of ground, but I think he's now been seen by Mo, so that's not going to last long at all.
Oh,
although the B side.
anyway, man, this guy's always good for one with the Marshall.
He's doing a
he's
great
a lunatic.
job of isolating those fights.
Oh,
just get taken down by a big swing from Kamyk. The upgraded rifle, good for one, but damage has been done. Showstopper online. This could get risky. Sonic sensor to catch them as they move out of heaven. Oh, and a shot from Soulcas. Sublime.
No way they
Apeks
win this, right?
The advantage, and the
nah, they can't. They should be able
okay,
to win it. They
sure,
don't have good
still a
poses.
2v2, but the second you
This
tap
Kamyk,
spike, you know there could be a rocket coming your way. Shot through the smoke, but it reveals Halid and gets the shot beside him. And a
holy, this guy's so fast, dude. He's so fast.
Out of this race.
How's he stolen this round?
I think he started with a Marshall, and what a way to end it. Now 12-4, 8 chances to close the series.
We've said it since the beginning of the tournament. Whether Apeks make it through Ascension this time or not, Kamyk is making it into the VCT. He will be there
yeah, he's making it into the VCT no matter what, man. If I'm the Apeks manager, I just added another 0 onto his buyout.
Going to be duelists that get overhyped at times,
Guy's
but this
so
man is
sick.
the real deal. 24-10. He had a great first map as well, and he's looking to just conclude it as quickly as possible. They know where he is. The nade in combination with Halid has done fantastic work again. Apeks maybe a bit too hot off the press. Hype though, he's gonna take a lot of space on B. He's gonna find that opener. The thing is, already as a response from the defense, they're gonna try and go pushing forward, and Sand is waiting. A trade is there, but at this stage trades aren't enough.
Position-wise, doable, like really doable.
That's a really nice play from Malzy. He just sprints.
Soulcas gets his ult. If they plant, we got one flash for them to take some map control.
You try to get behind him as quick as you can, but Soulcas was left back watching.
Damn,
now they pump the brakes
look at him
again.
go.
Same old
that
story.
is an overstep
Same
from
position,
Spy, though. They didn't
same
tap him.
result. Numbers thinned even further. Annihilation post plant and a null command. This could be a devastating close. TU with the numbers behind them, but now it's faded away. Mo does well to find one, but he will be dropped. And Soulcas has a 1 versus 1. An opportunity to take it across the line here, but it's Halid.
That's really close. It's a really close considering it's a 4v2 to get that into a 1v1. Look nice. Off topic, but have I tried Spectre Divide? Yeah, I tried it in the beta when it came out at the beginning. It was really cool, man. I'll stream it at one point. It's fun. I think it's a good game. I like the concept, like the idea. Feels crispy to play.
It's just these overextensions. I think in a 4 versus 2 scenario, you could just group up, play retake. There really isn't any need to be fighting up against the opponents. If you're trying to play an economy game at this stage,
it's fun, right?
You've lost
really
your
fun.
mind. They've got so many rounds to play with.
Telemetry, have you played that Deadlock game yet? It's fun as well.
And that very nearly
A lot of games at the moment, man. Everything's fun.
Ended there with Soulcas. That also allows now for a full investment. An immediate removal of utility. The wall is going to deny an early response. They've broken it fairly
Big Jewel at Heaven.
Getting into the post block could be dangerous. And
KO flash again, man.
From Malzy.
Nah, give Malzy an extra. Maybe not a 0, but give him something else in there as well.
Planting, annihilation available. This looks like the beginning of the end.
Maybe double the buyout.
Looks like TU have been annihilated in this series. Apeks. Dominant start to this one, and it looks to close out the same. Annihilation finds its mark, leaving just one to fight. It is Fighter, and he's already found 2, but his teammate coming out of the cocoon, no longer breathing life. It leaves all the pressure on him. A swing from
as soon as he goes towards the trap here and has to shoot, it's a nightmare. You can see it, obviously. Dude, they dismantled them on this map, and Apeks have a really cool Lotus. Really impressed with some of the stuff. If you watch this back, and you check out some of the KO stuff, probably the best I've ever seen a KO look on this map. And honestly, like Foot used to have some really good stuff in their offseason. What was it, like the Converge LAN or whatever it was?
Here over in EMEA,
Convergence?
the desk will be with you.
I think it was that LAN, but this was the best I've seen the KO look. That was sick. 12T with the Prime, thank you for the 8 months. Shout out to Kamyk as well, that's a performance. Fast and Free with the Prime, thank you so much for that, man. Welcome into the Slug Club, thank you for the Prime usage. Chat, let me spam some ads real fast. It's your birthday today? Happy birthday, man.
I know you're stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for room.
Well, that was a pretty fast one. This next game should be a lot closer. PCIFIC definitely favorites. CGN can upset. It's fine. It's fine for the. It's only the VODs that I care about. Like the big VOD, no matter what, it's gonna get done. But I might look into the future for next year. It's something to try and save the big VOD. Next map is over Peak Central. The next game, yeah, probably. I'm in for it though. Game Changers? I'll watch the final of Game Changers for sure. There's too much Valorant stuff on. I'm not even gonna be watching like some of the groups of Ascension for some of the other regions. It's just way too much Valorant, man. It's meant to be an off season. We're out here. We're out here just watching everything. That's also very, very good. I'm just complaining for my own benefit. I'm being selfish. It's great that there's so much going on. Is it just my YouTube VOD that get wrecked? I mean, the whole overall stream gets wrecked, like the whole overall VOD gets wrecked, but the YouTube VOD channel, I like keeping that S wrecked. English is in my DNA. To complain? Yeah, I think so. Search for something? Yeah, that'd be cool, Prodigy. Me and Lexi were talking about it the other day. Well, I said talk about it. We were talking about it on stream the other day. So there's like ways of doing it. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit, right?
Wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Who will ascend to VCT EMEA 2025? Well, Apeks, they managed to close that out. I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Pilski. There was a moment though, Kakuka, I felt like maybe the greatest comeback we've ever seen, maybe?
I mean, there's been some very close comebacks, let's say, during this Ascension, but there is something about getting 11 rounds in a row that just makes you feel very comfortable, doesn't it, Pilski?
Yeah. 100%. There's also been some notable fake comebacks, to be fair. But yeah, that Lotus comp looks really, really clean from Apeks. Like, not only do they have like so many setups, like that A trap they were going to run was looking pretty juicy. They have some nice C retake, but even if you don't get like run into some sort of trap or some kind of set play, then you just have the double senties behind that and so many little pieces of annoying utility to deal with.
That brings us to what we were talking about before we went into Lotus, which is Pilski. You know, we thought maybe TU would just ban this map. They didn't look the best against PCF, and they don't look the best against Apeks now. So going forward, surely, do we feel like maybe they just need to get rid of it?
I mean, it's kind of like hindsight Andy a little bit, but I did say, like, you know, the Ascent ban straight up against a team that isn't looking super like confident on it is a little bit questionable, and especially after seeing their Lotus for the second time look that shocking even after a comp change is very questionable. So I think they did do themselves a bit of a disservice in the veto, because Sunset definitely wasn't that bad. Like, they at times looked like they could have taken Sunset off of them. I would have loved to see them play another map against Apeks, but unless they grind their way through the lower bracket, that's not something that they're going to get to do, unfortunately.
I think it also comes with the feeling that you get into the match. Probably them leaving Lotus open means that they thought they had their number, or they were feeling very comfortable, like changing the composition and running something a little bit more standard. And sometimes that comes back to bite you in the ass.
Sometimes it does indeed. Now, Kakuka, Pilski, I'm going to let you have a quick rest as I bring in an interview. It is Soulcas from Apeks. Hello, Dom. Welcome back once again to the stream. Massive congratulations on that victory today. And of course, I'm sure you knew with that win, it means that you will be playing in Berlin no matter what happens tomorrow. How are we feeling about that?
Feeling good. Let me see if I can fix this live on stream. Focus is in. There we go. See? Multitasking.
Wait, focus? They didn't make it.
Damn.
Sorry. But yeah, when it comes to LAN, I mean, you were playing on that stage for a long time. What have you missed the most about playing in the studio in Berlin?
I think it's that kind of like environment, you know, like you can kind of like feel the crowd. Especially it's like, I know it's a bit different versus like studio and like big stage, but you can still kind of feel the crowd after like, you know, like a good round or a good play or a good kill or something like that. And yeah, it's always a feeling that's hard to describe. You can only feel it. So I'm excited that we can be there again.
I think a lot of people are expecting you guys to get a buff once you get there, because, you know, a lot of your players, I think every single one of your players except for Kamyk, at least at one point or another has played LAN, has played big stages, and, you know, you have that experience behind you. Would you agree with that maybe you're going to get even better when you come to Berlin?
I think for sure, like, especially now, like we're feeling really confident about how we play, like individually as well. And I think, you know, it's just something that's super looking forward to. And I know the rest of the guys are as well. So I think it's going to be just super exciting to play.
And in terms of you guys getting that confidence, again, that Lotus comp, you know, after the first time you ran it, it felt like maybe it's a one and done, something you can only bring out once. And then you did it twice, and then you did it 3 times, and now you're running it again. So obviously you're the one that played the deadlock. So at what point do you feel like, you know, this is a comp that has legs, this is a serious comp? Or do you feel at all a little bit like, hey, at some point we need to change things?
I mean, I think it always just kind of depends on how we feel in terms of like when we play scrims and stuff, we have like really, really good results on this comp. And we just see the value. Obviously, like there are going to be some like kind of gimmicks, maybe some other comps would probably have a more like maybe well-rounded approach on Lotus. So I think, you know, with the players we have, and especially I enjoy Deadlock quite a lot, and like Fury Crafton and whatnot with the agent, and kind of being a bit kind of like hard to play against. I think like Deadlock can be sometimes a bit overwhelming. You know, we try and exec sides, there's walls, there's stuns, there's nades. So yeah, I think for us it works well for now, and we'll see what happens ahead.
I'm a believer. I think, like you said, you can really see the theorycraft. You can see the ideas behind everything that you guys are doing with this comp. In terms of scrims, though,
Dom, yeah, he's been gymming loads, right?
Kind of a moment in the season where a lot of teams are on their off season already, and a lot of other teams won't be scrimming each other because you have to play each other in Ascension. How are you handling that? Who are you scrimming going into this tournament?
Yeah, I think it is like quite difficult to find scrims. You know, we are finding scrims, but obviously like they aren't going to be as like high quality as it is like at the start of the year with all VCT teams and stuff. You know, I was hoping maybe there'll be some more. We play against a few teams that are trialing. You know, some big teams, but you know, hoping maybe it'll ramp up a bit so we can play some more. But other than that, you know, it's we're digging. We're trying to find some, but we're getting scrims.
Yeah, I mean, I guess teams will want to scrim you as well with some of the comms you guys are running. And last question, tomorrow you'll play again, and your opponent will either be, I guess, a rematch against CGN or going up against PCF, who haven't lost a single game yet. Who would you want to play against? And yeah, what is your personal preference? And don't give me the, I don't care who we play, you know, like that kind of stuff. I understand, but oh, okay, I love it. Why?
Honestly, because like we've scrimmed them a lot, and even just in general, like we just seem to like goof with each other. I don't know how it became the way it is now. Like we just troll each other all the time, especially like me and Avova, we played rank yesterday, and we had Larocque on our team, and we were just like goofing and trolling and like becoming like little kids, you know. We kind of like go to like their age, and we're all just like little kids like playing the game. But and I think they'll be like a great team to play against.
You're not that old. You're not that old. I know they're like 17, but hey, yeah.
Yeah, one day maybe I can be 17 again.
And last question: are they as good as you know we think they are? Because in officials they look crazy good. So you've scrimmed against them. Do you think that that's really how good they are?
I think in officials like they do seem really good. I think we've matched up pretty well against PCIFIC. Like over the past like year that we've scrimmed them, we've had good results. We've had like kind of more difficult results. It's been like really like back and forth between us. I think maybe they just found their form, and I do think like they are the best team in all of Ascension. So I think it'll be a good matchup. You know, it shouldn't be like going to be like a blowout to like either side. I think it'll be quite back and forth.
Oh, all right. I hope you get that match tomorrow. Thank you very much, Soulcas, for joining me, and congratulations once again on today's win.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Yeah, it'd be a cool game if we get it.
All right, you heard it from Dom.
For sure.
He thinks PCIFIC are the best team in this tournament. So let's talk about them. Pilski, do you think that they're the best team in the tournament? Do you agree?
I mean, if you just look at their run so far, they've had the most dominant run. So
PCIFIC match started yet? No, it's on the same. It's on the stream, bro.
Crazy round diff that we've seen from them. They're 4-0 in their matchups. That they should look like the best team in this tournament. I think it's going to be a good test to play CGN for them today.
Yeah,
so
I agree,
we'll see how they go.
I think it's an understatement. I think that what you need to say is
single
if you've
limb,
been missing out on this games, if you want to see some crazy, very snappy Valorant, you go and watch PCIFIC, because as we're talking about the other regions clashing against each other and what they can bring to the table, they've been having, I'm going to say,
I think like being on a team as well, and knowing how much like effort and improvement and work that people put in. I always like watching. Like I always used to watch like CS and stuff back in the day anyway.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
And I think this game's better to watch than CS.
Not one, not two, not three, not four,
because it changes up so much. There's so much stuff that you can keep.
And as we have seen,
it's so fresh all the time that it doesn't really get that boring.
And so forth. They have been absolutely
Mini was flaming me earlier. Yeah, sounds about right. Which route did he go for?
If we take a look at the way that Apeks dominated group stage last year, they went plus 37 in round diff, Pilski, and right now PCF are plus 51.
Yeah, so definitely one
CGN,
of the
most CGN are doing good. That's the one that Heretic said they struggled against in Prax, so definitely a strong team.
I'd be keen to see if there was a team that actually topped that in terms of stats, and I totally agree, like with what you said on all the Turkish.
You said I only pretend to care when a team is down 0-10.
EMEA league and pickups from
I only pretend to care when a team is down 0-10. I mean, no, I know it's pretty much done, but I just think caring early for an actual comeback, it's pretty sick when you stick with it instead of just like zoning out and then it gets to like 11-11. You're like, wait, what?
Managed to win the second one. Like there is not an end to the dominance that they have shown during the
groups. And also I'm doing the whole watch party thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I used to do
hours
of observing before, so I've had a lot of practice of watching games.
If it's a bad team, bro, you don't practice them again. If you go back time and time again, and if they manage to do the most difficult thing that there is, which is having the same performance that you have on scrims in officials, then you're the biggest threat out there.
I mean, I'm scared.
I think I enjoy watching loads. That always helps.
Saying that they pracked Gentlemates the whole year and they never lost a single time. Yeah.
But Dom said that it was back and forth. Dom said it was back and forth.
True. Okay, so not losing a single time, I feel like is the problem here. But here's the thing: we can debate on whether.
What I think about roster mania so far?
Or not.
Yeah.
But there is one thing that we cannot debate.
A little bit more to come. That's for sure.
And that is Kakuka.
Waiting to hear some of the more of the American stuff.
Hands down.
I mean, it makes no sense. Like when you see him play, the way that he is set up, I will not be tight enough to say it. Like I think that the Larok is great.
It's always madness, man. Every single team changes pretty much. You get like 10% of teams that don't change, 5-10% of teams that don't change.
So incredibly versatile. I think it's crazy because even though we've had very good duelists, Kamyk is just on a different level.
Yeah, the fragging stats are outrageous. He's got great,
Heretics? Nah, Heretics is sticking, dude.
For first deaths, and I think the fact that PCIFIC has so many players that are winning a lot of clutches, like the core of Rose, Larocque, and Loida all win a lot of clutches.
Do I think PaperX would change? I don't think so.
A lot of these rounds and creating a lot of opportunities and putting the rounds into these kind of messy
I was
scenarios.
I asked Minnie about this today, if we should do like a video on every single team.
As well, knowing just how good some of the core of his
do like what we would change in the teams. Like we were the coaches, what would we try and do?
I can create chaos.
Potential.
I'm going to back myself.
Maybe it's like more of a podcast thing, but it could be fun. Intel_Sama with the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. Even
the Indian Scouser as well. Thank you for the 2 months also, man. Appreciate the tier 1.
Everybody was saying that he's going to be the next big thing, but Kamyk, I think, heard that and was like, hold my ACS.
Watch
like
me.
I'm literally
so Apeks have to fly to Berlin now.
Enough. He is not going to be eligible to play in January,
because they play on the 14th,
but on the other side of this, however, we finally have a really convincing German team, which feels like it's a long time coming, since the days of Big coming into this. But
so what it is, Bacon, is it's the last 2 best of 5s
to take down.
Yes, they still play tomorrow.
I mean, it's been a tough road for them, but
so it's lower final and grand final.
To me, is
but it's still
one
top
element.
3.
I think he's not only been putting up the numbers. He's when you're running the compositions.
They've secured at least playing on LAN because
listening to what Benny said about
it's only the
14
that doesn't.
The best that they ever had in CGN. A lot of things come down to.
Could be a good video, 1 per region. Yeah, my worry is it would be too long. You could really do it. Like every single team.
Because during the group stage,
get like 30 videos out.
I don't think it was something that was working for them. So for them to actually make it out of a very competitive group, doing it in the fashion in which it did, and making it work even when the Phoenix fans
be sick to listen to.
Yeah,
I worry that people take offense to it, but
and
I think it's part of it.
On a different level. He's extremely not enjoyable.
Don't do it for free. He gets so much money. He's in like telling teams what you should do. Or people to pick up, maybe.
I think this team, like,
more
is
Mini.
a bit
Mini's like
underrated,
more proven.
Like they realistically could have gone 4-0 in groups. I thought they were going to beat Apeks watching that game. They've had to go through a lot of adversity. They lost in the DAC Grand Final to their biggest rival, who they'd beaten a number of times in other finals. Had to grind through the play-ins, which for me, like looking at the quality of the team,
consulting work. Yeah, I've been talking to Minnie about doing this as well. Like just, I think consulting work as Coach Potatoes, like me and him, would just go pretty hard. Team building.
Group games as well. Wasn't a
we can do stuff on a map. We could come in for certain days as well and help.
Fantastic player. This is,
I think it's worth considering. I don't know if it's had success in esports before. I don't really know. I don't really know like what kind of free agents or people have done
as well as the
in
fact
the past
that they
with
do
it.
just have this kind of unique style that not a lot of teams have played against, because it's really something that they kind of champion and have invented. It's kind of a unique recipe for success that we haven't seen too much.
Here's the thing though, when it comes to that recipe for success, before we take a look at the map vetoes, they do this thing where they ban Icebox and pick Ascent, rinse and repeat. And for a team like PCF, surely at some point
Pacific gonna pick Lotus
they're gonna
again?
know that they do this. they're also Turkish. And they get to play
I really
Ascent.
don't think this is their best map.
Sure, but the thing is, Pacific has even admitted themselves that they've been shaky on Ascent. It's a map that they mixed in the Phoenix recently on, and they said in the interview after that game that Ascent's been an up and down map for them, and you see that in their results. So,
but when they played against Thor, though, when they changed it back, they looked insane.
And then do they just try and get it as their third map?
Hopefully they're picking up the momentum that they need to keep going on Ascent, because that's been a very, very good streak of games from CGN.
There it is.
In my mind, they only lost to Apeks on Ascent due to kind of throwing the game away, but Abyss is going to be an interesting one to start things off as well.
Yeah,
I like that though. I think they're coming down to a realization that this isn't that strong a map for them. They went from picking it to second banning it.
They also tested the Phoenix. They gave us a show, and they won. Of course, this is just specific is the way that they did it. But I think it's also kind of a statement to say, I know how to play the Phoenix. I know exactly what to expect from you. I think that at some point, everybody can argue they know how to play against the Phoenix on Ascent.
Am I worried about the state of the game? You don't mean at a pro level, but general activity has been decreasing along
CGN only played it once in the region, but they've been
not that worried about it. I think they keep it up fresh. You always have to compete with new games, so that's always hard. So it'll go for like ups and downs. I'm not worried about it, man. I think the game changes a lot. I think it's one of the best games out at the moment.
For Pacific, I would say speaks volumes, but they're just very good everywhere. I want to see how they're going to make the Phoenix work also in this scenario, or if they're gonna keep it.
I'm not that worried about it.
Honestly, I didn't think that I could see a better Jet player than Buzz on Abyss with that comp, and then I saw Kamyk, and I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. But let's take a look at the agent select and see if they will.
Maybe there's some stuff in ranked they could improve.
Well, and of course, Kukuka, just randomly there's a Phoenix there.
Yeah, I mean, especially with them starting on the attack, I would say.
I still think it's pretty impressive, man.
Keep your eyes
it's
on
one of the
Kamyk.
best games
when
in terms of.
Operator online is going to be a before and an after.
I think it's one of the best games,
and
especially when we look at just anti-cheat and cheaters. I rarely see cheaters in this game, man.
In this scenario because they're going to be in charge of shutting them down.
I think that's pretty impressive.
It's mirror comps except for like the Phoenix and the KOs, so a bit of a stylistic difference there. The KO is definitely going to be helping you to kind of use the knife to gather that info and direct the flow of traffic, whereas the Phoenix is going to just be a bit more of a straightforward and active approach. And the way that CGN does use it is very unique. The way that they planned a lot of
consultancy. Dude, last time I did consultancy was for Overwatch, and they just ignored everything.
Yeah, of course.
We've
been here.
I don't have the best pass of
watching all the
consultancy.
shenanigans, and I can't wait to see how Pansy and Steel deal with the shenanigans of both of these teams. Over to you guys.
Yeah, look, I've been watching alongside.
Oh, we get the Pansy
and I'm
cast.
incredibly
Nice,
excited
dude.
to get properly hands-on.
Yampy, you want to go
with
for a
this
call on
matchup.
this one?
I mean, there's a lot of exciting prospects here, Josh. I mean, I think
Don't
the
be
devs
yapping
really
too much.
highlighted a couple of
Just
key
yampy,
names
I know
to
what
be
you're
looking at
like.
going forward. Even Benny on that Phoenix, how that actually compares. But let's kind of talk bigger picture about Tier 2 a little bit, if you don't mind, Josh, and kind of what you've been seeing. You have been here. Kind of lean into this creativity aspect, because there are some real differences from Tier 1 when we've been watching some of these teams, but it's not a mile away, but there's certainly been some real, I guess, as I said, creativity when it comes to how they're approaching these new maps, especially the likes of Abyss.
Yeah, I said it in the other games that I was casting as well, that we'd see them running plays.
Let me start this off. Let me call Yampy.
Agent compositions that we don't see
Let me
from
make
the
sure
top
I'm not on
VCT
voice
teams.
activation as well.
But one of the teams that is pretty much running the standard stuff is Pacific, and right now they're looking flawless at the moment.
What's up,
They've only
Piggy?
dropped one map
Hello,
so
Yampy.
far. So maybe this new stuff.
I'm great. How are you?
This not meta stuff.
Incredible, amazing.
It's fun to watch, but maybe it's not there yet, or
I don't
maybe
need to turn
it's
them
just
up a
that
bit.
Pacific is a cut above the rest.
No, I kind of like what
do
you're
you think
saying.
about last
There is
game?
that limitation, and there's obviously a reason why the Tier 1 teams approach
it's
the
a
game
super
a
tight
certain
game,
way,
so.
but it's nice to see that there is that gap for creativity. So we're going to have a little eyes on how
I'm
Benny
happy they
does
got
here on
some
this
rounds.
Phoenix. It's been something that we've been
umming
and ahhing about
But,
how valid it is, but for now...
Okay, who's winning this game?
See if anyone
Pacific.
does appear through that smoke.
You watch
The
this
smoke's
team?
been enough to dissuade CGN on the approach.
No, I think
so
NA wins.
Deciding to peel away, they've still got 50 seconds, plenty of time to look at
I leave
other
the call already, or
You should
Right now, Benny already has one of his orbs, and
have you played with these guys in rank?
all throughout the game is
Yeah, I beat them yesterday, but then they beat me back. I beat Chelasun and Kamyk, and then we played next game, and then they win me.
Those Phoenix ultimates, the run it back.
This comeback guy just forces AWP all the time. Is it the same in game?
A few times this game. Right now,
he just in ranked, he's just playing AWP all the time on attack.
He plays how I think you should play.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that he's like me 3 years ago, just forcing AWP everywhere.
Until Bacon told you to play differently.
Yeah. He played it really well of knowing when to peel away. You know,
like imagine if Bacon didn't take off my prime, like Jet prime.
Yeah, I know, it'd be crazy.
Planting CGN time on their
side. Won the Masters.
Our champs actually.
Like.
That's actually true.
Already Element happy to take a challenge on CT at least for a second. Sits a little deeper on site. Most of them sitting on site here. 3 of them posted. As there comes the flood. Straight through CT. Element, lovely shot towards it. Oh, that's stunning. That's what you expect from a player like Element. Again, yes,
what's your time, by the way? Did you know? Do you know the aim on trick? You know that you put on YouTube.
Yeah, the times 2.
Yeah, thanks, aim.
I'm not that. I'm not. Come on, man. I've been here for a while. I'll give you a little countdown when it's done.
Thank you.
I might need you to pause for a little bit.
That was a really cool post plant. The way that they played together and all those kills happened.
Okay, well, I'm on 28.
Yeah, I'm same.
But as we do our patented Lauren Pansy Scott, you know, tech pause. What we're gonna see, like, I'll just talk about like other things that we're gonna see this game. So right there, we're already seeing the value of getting out A from CGN, and we're gonna.
It's already the TS broken.
There's no reason.
I was thinking that we could like pause on our age, so I pause on 23, but I realized that it doesn't go like.
Especially when they have that ultimate online, they're gonna use it. But something that we're gonna see from PCIFIC.
Yeah, I have to wait for the pistol round for that.
We've seen them do these mid
11,
and they can take
10,
that space
9,
as CGN's kind of
8,
occupied trying
to
get space. Benny doesn't do it by himself. But then we're also going to see both Loida and Larok maybe potentially contesting that. They have the paranoia and the KO flash to be able to get that value and fight for that A orb control. I want to see if they can test it frequently, or if they bring Comeback over, especially when he gets his operator online.
They play this on a lot of maps.
Yeah, I saw it.
Do exactly what they just did.
Maybe
here. Benny
the screen watching.
One off of his run it back, which means going into that bonus round next round.
It's still the own. No, wait. Cypher ult is 6 kills also, right? So it's Cypher and Phoenix is only.
It worries me though,
6 kill
we saw kind of Gentlemate's over-reliance, overuse, and maybe a limited validity on something like a Phoenix. So when I see it again, I'm always gonna be nervous, but if Benny can, you know, correct my thoughts, I'm down
sheriff
to
into this.
But it's unfortunate that, you know, Bacon took Scream offer from the
progress towards getting that
Phoenix also.
This could be a nice opportunity to work
Actually,
towards
could have won champs
should be seeing a little bit of farming here, to say the very least. So looking available. So Plant should be up next. So that should be the ult ready to go already. So that's locked in by what? Round 2, used whenever they feel like it's necessary. And Element can take the space up towards Rafters. And again, for Pacific, I'm mostly looking if maybe Larok can find something, but only Sheriff's here. And CGN, comfortable. Not looking threatened by any means. I like this.
You know, I thought that these games are already on land, the top 4, but it's not even that.
It's lower final and grand final.
Yeah, so we have 2 games on land.
He's gonna sit back, let the rest of his teammates go and work towards that.
Incredible experience for the young prospects. Maybe get one game on land.
Get one game on land, have to go home. All year's done.
We see Benny, we've been talking about him, that Phoenix. It's something that we don't really
feels like last year when we went to Brazil to lock him.
For one game, let's go back.
Fly there 13 hours. Yeah, fly there 13 hours. Get destroyed and fly back the next morning.
It's still on 6 ultimate orbs, which is
all I'm saying is it's your own fault.
Basically farm up.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Potentially a Cypher ultimate, but the value in it is immense, and
that's where my duelist career ended.
These guys are trying to do here.
Yeah, I want to see if they try and disrespect the one-way. Off the back of the ult, they're going to try and go for this with the complementary jet smoke.
Feel like
there
Phoenix,
well.
if you win a pistol, man, you're in a good position.
Holy! I love the staggering the Pacific are able to do. Completely unaffected by Benny and the ult, and the rest of the.
This is the thing that's scary about this team, man. You just got. There's so many of them that can do this.
That was a beautiful hold, actually. They were expecting it. They knew it was coming. It's like, hey guys. Guess what? Phoenix ulti. It's gonna be an A.
The sad thing is exactly that if they qualify, they have to change 3 players or something.
I dare you to. And that's what CGN did. They walked right in And Pacific, they were waiting for
it's kind of a lose-lose for them.
All the Turkish people are rooting for them, like the over 18 years old, so they get like
that's an issue, though.
So they get a new Turkish team so they can get picked up.
Maybe the
I think it might work for them though, because it's like there's no pressure. There's literally no pressure. Like these three can't even play. Can't even play in the league, so it's like.
And look,
who's the third one?
Kamyk,
Larok,
and Loiter.
You could barely get towards 8. Absolutely backhanded last time you leant towards it, but
so
look,
yeah, there's literally no pressure because like who cares, man? If
they
lose and win, it's the same
outcome. In Coach Mini stream, and he's got eyes even on this.
Except for the 2 players.
So. If he likes it or not. I think a lot of us are looking to see if it actually sticks. If it
Mini's getting shoutouts, man. Holy hell!
Their reliance on it.
It's happening.
They played a great deal throughout a lot of their maps, and I like CGN. I mean,
Mini is the biggest Phoenix believer, though.
Hometown team, but I get nervous. And Pacific are a team that are going to make this difficult. But this is a big opportunity. Again, a site with only 1 player on it. Paranoia goes in. And I prefer what we're seeing, at least from Loiter here, is just slipping away, sitting deeper, safer on towards CT. No need to give too much up.
What he's going to do in Nilzenia?
Though, the drone was used.
How many suicides will we see in this map?
2.
And right now, Pacific is looking to catch him off guard. Catch him on the rotation, but they weren't able to find it. So here comes the retake. They pop that null command.
It's actually crazy how many there are.
5v5 only.
There's a lot on this map, but didn't think there'd be anywhere near as much as we see.
Overwhelmed. Loiter really heads up clear. Element's gone down, but can they pressure that back line? Can they start
Phoenix
working
Molly,
towards
Omen
that
Flash.
The next big question coming in. Loiter again clearing it.
Whoa, we went for this. Wait, that was sick. Oh, that was so sick.
Wipeout. Pacific clean on the retake, perfectly poised.
It was a good timing with the jet also on the way.
Now we go into these gun rounds, Josh. They seem very equipped with everything CGN are trying to throw at them.
Yeah, that's a flawless round right
here. Lloyd's trying to do this is the thing, man. It's just like, well...
They have incredible casters, by the way.
Yeah, they got good casters.
Already at 4 out of 6, though. He was at
Shaky, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the 13 months, bro. I appreciate the support. Thanks for the prime.
How quick it is to
you are just waiting for like these 3, just who gets the 3K this time.
And this is kind of where that break is, where you have those discussions. The hot and cold, as you were saying, is that you have the Phoenix, which has the power of this ultimate, but you're kind of forced into taking
they have a boot camp
Yeah, the boot camp as well. It's getting pumped up.
Like an ISO in certain ways.
We had that also sometimes.
Same value as an ISO, but then you also lose.
Bro, look at the confidence.
Having an initiator like KO
just wide swinging.
Yeah, that's what I mean, man. What, they're on eco? Sure, I'll take all the kills.
Against an eco and picking up 3.
I literally said on stream, like, they just take turns of just doing it. There's Larok into comeback into Loiter, and then they just go back again and just keep on doing it. And then if you need a clutch, Rose and Celestin just does that.
Anguist, a player that, again, a lot of eyes were towards. He's had some really good impact.
I think when you are so young, you don't even like realize, like, you just go.
Like the start he would have wanted at least as
the amount of times I built up like this year and like the past year, just like how there's like player pressure and maybe they'll feel the pressure and just never once has a player like not looked as good. Like when they go to like a LAN or something, or play at a bigger game.
We're already seeing Pacific looking very solid and poised in those retakes. They don't look phased by the approach. But Josh, what are you hoping to see now with those ults coming online, at least for CGN?
Well, one thing I look at for both of these teams is they don't really stray away from what works for them. And for CGN, that's going out with that run attack.
Hero? Yeah, but Hero still did way better than he should have done in
maybe they swap one player
in the actual EMEA league
so they'll send
in
one
playoffs.
Of the B guys to B and one of the B guys to A. And sometimes
you watched how that guy played? He played like his best Valorant.
Right now, though,
wait, did this guy just see?
Did he see that head?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe get scanned by the knife, but they want to go right back to B.
If it was Bacon, they would have definitely.
That's true.
Already getting the map closed.
This camera's so nice as well.
Probably, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, true. So we're going to be seeing Benny going in at the moment, basically being a shock dart, clearing out the trips. Traps cleared, and well, bye-bye. But they're on the site. So, that's not great, though. Element going down is a bigger problem. He's not going to be able to be resurrected here.
This was nice.
The flash through the smoke is fantastic. Benny going to take away 1, but it's the pre-take on the site.
Look at that, bro. They're so together as well. It's not like they're all individually insane. Like, they're all together.
Just shot. And,
Corey Clapp with the 17 mums. Thank you with the tier 1 mum.
Just on the same page.
Surrounded. High lows everywhere.
Like everybody just swinging, so you are
5 HP. Have you ever seen the Anguist 1v5 5 HP clutch, basically? You know, it came down to a 1v3. Yeah, I think this one might be cooked.
30 seconds left.
There is no more games after this round.
These rounds
Not
so
today,
difficult.
no. We got games again
Lorak
tomorrow,
already
same
has the
time.
read on where Anguis is going, or trying to go. Makes noise on the rope. He might get cut. Jesus. Just something. So while this hunt is in play, one of the things that makes Pacific really strong in this map is they kind of play this 2-1-2 spread default like standard on their defense a lot. And they're comfortable holding when they need to do that. Sometimes they lean a third player towards B. Sometimes Kamyk is taking it off there. When they see a lot of ults
like
online,
top 100. I was like 4 yesterday. I was like top 50 already. But
is this 1-3-1 where they take that mid space, they close down the map. And because they have that middle area,
I was watching your match history, so I got instant karma.
Oh, okay,
so CGN's unable to get into the site.
Yeah, that's some shockers, not gonna lie. I was playing with Bacon though, so
yeah,
then Pacific's gonna flood out of the choke points.
Understandable.
They're able to stabilize.
Yeah, and it perfectly summarized what we're seeing here. You know, the underhand flash was lovely, but I mean,
I played some 10
mans
right? also yesterday.
It's really all encompassing.
Keep it one.
Timeout, yeah. Okay,
yeah,
so
exactly.
CGN deciding these 4 rounds have not been nice to them. They've not
Until Keeper and the coaches left and I left also.
And
we had one good game,
blunt approach of
we had 2 good games, then the next game, the third game, full troll, so it was just the same as you have played ranked.
Yeah, it's
because I want at least I take them like pretty seriously, and then
really been getting
like if somebody just starts swinging everything like they play ranked, so it's just like pointless to play.
Because yeah, as soon as one person disrespects it, it all goes out the window.
The composition, at least with Benny, you got to hope they've got other looks, of course. What would you be looking at to try and maybe allow for that plant to be a little bit more secured, pressure them? Elsewhere, I don't know. What would be your mentality now, seeing what you've seen?
If I want to go B, I want to make sure that I'm shocking wherever those trips are, so that I can get into the site uncontested.
Keeper wants to know who was trolling. They're instantly getting kicked.
A, I want to use that Phoenix wall
Name and shame,
so that I can bluff off that back sight line that's been punishing me before. They take contact from the left, they swing me from the right, I'm dead. I'm looking to block either of those down, but for CGN right now, it's more about going middle. At least on this round, they have Sheriff's 1 rifle, but the
here we go. He's got the op out.
Here with an operator.
Yep.
It's gonna be
he's a good op, but to be fair, yesterday, you know, he was peeking me with op. You know, I played Fade op yesterday.
Okay.
Again, very, very didiligent.
Yeah, and he beat me every time.
I was gonna say,
a bit scary up against Sheriff.
He's pretty fast.
Numbers behind him. You can get a little bit.
He reminds me of like a young
so now they know,
PSI.
but they don't know about Rose as well. So that's one aspect that could keep him somewhat safe, which is ideally the plan. And
especially these misses.
But it plays in the additional player, and there we go. Shut down, shut out. And the rifle's still going to be there with Davi, but they're struggling to hit that punch, that first big blow. I like the Rose is trying to back away from this. Loiter already going to catch the lurk. It's going the way we expected, really, isn't it?
Really can't be any different here.
Don't do it, bro. Bro was tempted to go all the way around and jump around.
We're going to see that next map as well on Ascent. Once they hit that defense side, they're going to do these types of setups where Kamyk's got the operator on that long line.
Comeback with it was on this map on defense, and there was an Astra. He hit like 3 pretty fast shots.
There's no one else here. They're not.
Have you seen the clip?
Usually it's the jet
it's really fast, man. It's impressive.
But still, CGN has life in them. 25 seconds. They're seeing if they can find an opening into the site.
Ooh, the timing.
Okay.
Even he's hitting them.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Yeah, someone picked this one up.
That's rough. But that wasn't what the timeout was for. Hopefully this round on the bye, we're going to see what CGN have cooked up for us.
He's not using a good op skin.
What's a good op skin?
Oh yeah, Element uses
Origin
in that round too. Damn.
I can't even picture it in my head.
Well, I mean,
it's the skin Piggy when I played against Gambit and got 6 kills.
Outside of that round where their Cypher is saving and getting those exit kills, I think they've only had 2 or 3 kills in the last 3 or 4
It's like the
drought, right?
It's been
Soulcas Vandal.
In favor of Pacific.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, looking to see how this starts out again. Maybe a challenge on that orb. Loiter this time leaning further, and he's got a nice flash from here as well. On the tap. Oh, he's actually going to just take dry contact on that Element. Just waltzing up.
Smart.
I feel
what
like
is this for that big buy round though?
For that orb trying to play off the back of that, but
contact walk over
nice
towards A, and when they think they could have an op.
That
is that not mental?
Middle. I think Benny spotted Kamyk and doesn't want any piece of this right now. He just wants to escape with his life. As the 5-on-4 in the favor of CGN. This is the first time they've had a real advantage here. So just picking the right site to go to and finding that second opening, this is maybe potentially the third round that
they just go out searching for jewels.
They do know that Kamyk has that operator.
But even CGN did this. I found this mental element was just walking over towards A when they know they have an op here.
They're going to approach this very diligently. But
confidence.
Yeah, going for that flank instead.
Unless they have a read that he never faces over towards A or something.
This mid push is possible.
5v3 ult.
5v3 ult.
Oh, there's the first one.
Well,
first one.
Tried to dodge.
I can't.
I said 4, so 4 more. 3 more.
He dodged it.
Oh dear, it's
oh god, they're gonna win.
As Element just gets leapfrogged over, ignored, and put aside his comeback. He even looked back. He looked back for a second, but
can low HP as well.
The first, he needs to get them the last
off
two
and get it off so they can both double swing.
And Element trying to play that corner, trying to toy with him a little bit, chip away one more bullet. And now on the reload, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult. Smoke goes in, trying to go for the spam. Larok still has to start going for this one. Time. There it is.
Oh,
yeah. He played it well though. What a round.
That was incredible.
And end on this round was all in his hands.
Really well.
God, Kamyk almost.
I like how the meta has changed. That like 1 or 2 years ago, everybody was doing the wide swinging, and now nobody wide swings anymore.
5 versus 3.
Because everyone got so good at like holding the wide swing.
When you swing out,
with the operator. But yeah, I mean, the first chip to fall is literally falling all the way off the map. Right here.
Oh, yeah,
tries to dodge it. He's on the rail and
they win 1 round, 1 pass and survive him. Money's in the bin though.
Do that again. Get
Lose this, it's so done.
They get Phoenix sold though. Phoenix so old.
This time, you actually. Oh my god. Oh, a leg.
Wait.
He legged him, but it's not enough. Element's still alive, and once again starts off the round perfectly for CGN.
Yeah, he's gonna be annoyed at that shot.
This guy looking like he's starting to heat up here. But he can't be omnipresent. He can't be everywhere.
Chip in? Yeah, sure.
So we're going to have to see someone else from CGN starting to find that impact too.
Pivot back to B. They have Benny's ultimate online again. And you're right, there were so many flashes to be able to be used there. The KO flash, the Omen Paranoia over on that A site for that re-peek from Kamyk. They don't use it, and now...
I was expecting people to play Astra more on this map.
Yeah, same. That's what I thought was going to be happening a lot.
Task for Jellicent to be able to hold.
Every time I watch the Astra, it looks so good.
They haven't really been broken at all by CGN, any of these rounds.
Shock darts to deal with it now. They're in a little bit of a pickle here. Yeah, already you're going to see them struggling to find.
He's done really good to dodge all of this. Wait, they can hold this site.
Time of asking, they have to
Look at the Omen all behind.
The Phoenix ult has got 0 value so far. I think he has died to trips both times.
They have no idea the Omen's here.
2 ults and died to trips both times.
Oh my god, and then they turn around. Dude, I'm telling you, this team is so together.
They know those pressure points. They hit the timing incredibly well.
That was
Element
awesome.
is desperate to do damage, but it doesn't matter. Look where the spike is. And again, Element can only do so much on his own. He needs
1-9 loss bonus. We got no one that can buy it. Well, actually, that's a lie. This guy can buy.
CGN. They're simply not. They're banking on Element so hard here.
That is so tough to be in as
well.
They
really
had
cool.
that advantage. All they need to do is be able to press that, utilize it, and convert it. But what
see what I mean though with like the timing and stuff? Like as soon as the guy plays, everyone wants to swing it out all the time.
In the backlines, and nobody really reacts to it at all. You know, and then once the first chip falls right here, like what are you looking at? You know that the Omen teleported. You guys all hear it. As soon as David goes down, 2 more people turn around, and in that timing, that's when that jump up comes. So good communication from PCIFIC, recognizing that flank's coming in.
Yeah, force him down to eco. We got to consider that this 3 includes the pistol. They are getting annihilated, in my opinion.
Credit to PCIFIC for getting through that, because it felt like we were seeing a bit of a rinse and repeat from before. A deeper trip this time. Element gonna be able to obviously get past that. This time, playing with the pack, so maybe trying to be the tip of the spear here.
This has a lot of potential.
As he's the only one with the rifle, and well, everyone else has fallen.
Okay,
relax.
What the hell?
Person there trying to do a little something with a shorty. We do have the Guardian still here, so maybe there's a bit of life in them in this round.
What's this KO flash like?
Still closing the gap here.
Okay.
It's
Does it matter?
to find Vince. Even just have it in a 1v2. Plant is in, though.
Yeah, they didn't want to lose this round like they did the other one, so they're actually pushing.
Boasters turns the flash. Nah, it says there's only so much.
Nice. Yeah, they kind of learned from before.
Probably it feels like the most competitive attempt yet as a collective that time.
It got close, and considering that they had what, like 4 classics plus the Vandal, that was a pretty valiant effort. Much better than the first 3 gun rounds that we saw, where they got collectively maybe like 2 kills across 3 rounds. So, a step in the right direction, but you have to keep in mind, PCIFIC picked this map. They picked it for
the team flash. Yeah, the team flash
meant
the guy in heaven is dead.
CGN, they're no strangers to the map. I also like this Outlaw pickup. They had so much economy. They could have afforded an operator, but they chose the Outlaw, knowing that they're going against
so many people playing like looking at down like that.
2 targets instead of 1.
What do you mean?
But again,
like that the monitor is like so much under.
Yeah,
like
really down.
the pistol round here.
Not good for the long term.
Good for them.
No.
I mean, none of
so
this
you've
is,
got
but I guess.
2 rounds initially, obviously off the pistol, and then
No
the
one's got
one
good posture really for that.
pretty much got them there. Element had a fantastic amount of impact. Never going to take that away. I'd like to have seen more of a collective effort, and you've got to hope that they can get a couple more under their belt here. Otherwise, they're going to be.
Salison? He definitely had a couple, Bacon.
We'll see.
He's good for a lot of
Early
clutches.
damage towards Element, however, is not necessarily a good look, considering he has been, again, impactful from start to end.
Yeah, bro is just picking over.
They're like playing Jet Lurker, just finding the entries.
Yeah, it's really weird, man. Playing it like you would play like a chamber or
something.
something.
This is much better, but they have yet to claim the site.
They still lose this round 5-3 now.
Spawn, Josh, and there's still a lot to navigate and get past, but Anguish does clear B finally.
Real winning situation here for CGN. PCIFIC actually choosing to save here. They're
going to save for the last. They don't need to save.
Second to last round, so definitely they could go for this attempt and still be able to play out the next round. So here, that's where that decision comes in.
Because they saw them both over towards B, they thought they were going to insta-react A, cool.
So they're coming back as a 2-on-4. It's going to be very difficult to break through here, but full utility for Lorak. Operator still in the hands of Kamyk. And if they're able to make someone peek out, get a little bit curious for information, that could be the way in. That's a start.
That's the raid boss removed.
Yep.
That's a big shot, though. Anguish there from the back lines playing by Pillar. At least denies comeback. Nice push up from Lorak, though. He still knows there's a player on the site. His knife revealed it earlier.
This guy crossing to the back here should have secured it.
Or is it Davi at one point? I think it was. So he's going to try and get half. Has to face the music.
I mean, he still thinks this guy's right side, so he knows that this guy has to peek him, so he can take the 1v1 anyway. It wasn't too bad.
Good starter coming out from Kamyk at the beginning, but it was Vince in middle that time to continue the scales tipping in their favor.
One thing I'm noting right now, watching these 2 teams play, is that PCIFIC's not really straying from what their game plan is.
What side do you think this map is?
Them on Abyss in previous matchups. They still do the same Omen, KO towards A.
Like a 8-4 or like a 7-5?
Potentially we see the KO switching up.
I think 8-4 is probably easier.
And obviously
I think it's super not super easy, but I think
sometimes it's B main.
The attack is really strong.
But it's the same thing, round in, round out.
I haven't played like Brax on
it. CGN,
of course.
Usually they have Benny outside of A main.
Yeah, I got a theory about this downwards TV thing.
His teammates sometimes even work through middle.
Yeah.
But right now, we're not seeing
them utilize they're all really young, right? So they were all pretty much born on their phones or like those iPad kids. They're always used to looking down. This is more at home to them. Just everyone looking down.
He's with the pack.
Yeah, it could be true.
Look, I wonder if CGN change it up specifically for this matchup.
And I'm kind of glad that they managed to do that. You see with the timeout hit earlier.
When you were at that age, there was not even phones yet, so.
If this adjustment is,
I mean, we had phones, but could you? There was no internet to connect to, and they didn't have cameras.
Yeah,
but you missed out on Snake, man. Snake was a crazy. This like
Snake.
Of course
I had Snake.
Oh, you had Snake.
Hey, Nokia.
Shout
out
Nokia.
You know from
the biggest Nokia fan.
You know from where Nokia is from?
Yeah, of course.
Finland.
Of course, it's the only thing you guys have done. And the movements.
The spray is good. Comeback now unleashed. Loiter goes
Anything
forward,
else?
but it's Kamyk to be doing the damage. A third,
the elevators.
Kamyk makes it all his. 4 and eyeing up the fifth.
Hey!
Stolen away.
He stole the ace.
In those moments. An 8-4 scoreline, Josh. Hey. This has been one-sided.
That's beautiful. It's one-sided indeed, and I love that flash setup.
That's a big shutdown,
I talked about it before. The paranoia, the KO flash. They got to use them. They use them.
8-4.
Elevators,
it's been
did he say?
Let's find out if it ends that way as well.
It's true. They invented elevators. I don't remember this. I didn't realize they invented elevators. Nokia, Moomins, and elevators. Honestly, that's a solid trio. Specific to them, yeah, they're insane, dude. They're insane. You don't know if they invented, but they're one of the biggest companies. Ronel 4 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Yumpy, when was the last time you went sauna?
2 days ago.
Okay. Slacking a bit, right?
What do you mean slacking? 2 days ago, yeah. When did you go last time?
God, it's been a long time, man. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like relatively popular here, just not as much.
Yeah, exactly. We have sauna, of course, in our home. So I went 2 days ago, I think.
Summarize this first half in 3 words for me.
Yeah, 2 days ago. Incredible, of course.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm not dissing them.
That was pretty good. That was good. Where'd you go?
Sauna is also from Finland.
They got 8 gun rounds effectively.
True.
CGN started with a pistol,
and Clash of Clans.
round 2, had that Phoenix run it back on round 3, but still were only able to pick up 4 rounds.
Okay, raid boss.
And they were off the back of an
early
pick-off,
when's the last time you
or
got
maybe
raid
even a 5
bossed
versus 3
into a
advantage,
pistol?
And the rounds were still close.
Wait, what? You mean that somebody dropped me?
Yeah.
Yes. First year, everyone did this.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. What happened?
I was the greatest frenzy player.
About the Phoenix on the defending side
I like your frenzy.
Everybody dropped me frenzy armor.
A couple more questions we can go through, but for now it's a mid-walk.
Since Bacon took off my duelist role, you know.
They will be pressuring this time and time again. As it stands, they've managed to get past Element on a real godsend of a bit of timing, but smart work from Davi to check on it. But sadly, they were already in the door. They were knocking on the door and they're through. And it's Anguis.
Not even the jet.
That's
they're gonna win double
perfect.
pistol.
Allowed Element now to come back through
They're
towards
gonna
site.
win double
Maybe
pistol.
there is a
That's
chance
nuts.
to
And they
save
still
this
might
round.
lose.
As you can see, Element prowling and catching, gets comeback, puts
Just
him
as he
down.
had the knife out.
2v3.
Okay, must win pistol.
Green Kitten, thank you so much, Green Kitten. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Chat, you know what to do. Get the oiler slugs going in. That's your first 5 gifted as well. That's your first ever gifted. Thank you so much, Green Kitten. Appreciate you.
For that flash.
Yeah, there it is. Flash comes in. Nice clear from Benny. Leave it on Loiter. A 1v2. Really close the gap to the side, high and low. Can he isolate a fight? He can, but it's not easy.
Yeah, you can't crouch
the
that.
one to find him in CGN again.
Double
Start things
pistol.
off with a pistol.
And that was a good
But
round.
must need a pistol
if
they want to do comeback.
It was.
They
I
need
did not
need the
expect
double.
them to deal with
Even
that.
though
mid
comeback is
aggression
another
as well
team,
as they
but
did. Pacific, it looked like the fundamentals were on point. They had the first person clearing the right, and in the back they have 2 players covering them. Get that opening pick, and it should be a conversion from that point. But in the back, you've highlighted him time and time again. Element is
allow you to defend yourself. I mean, yeah, one day, Bacon.
Just getting it done for this team at the moment. There with the Sheriff, getting that pick off onto comeback, and being able to turn this around a little bit. It's going to be a little bit of a buffer to be able to get them back in, and we see the value of that Phoenix flash coming in. It's so weird to deal with. You never play against a Phoenix. You're not expecting these types of flashes to come in your face.
No, true. I guess it is like the lost art of dealing with a Phoenix.
I'm surprised that they didn't drop comeback Outlaw full armor.
Marshall, oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, really? Marshall full armor.
True.
Phoenix
like,
choices. I mean, I swear,
they do
though,
like
it's
an
just
outlaw.
like you ever see a Phoenix, you know they're either going to be completely irrelevant or
But there is
actually
no
a
outlaws
godsend. It's bizarre. I've never
on
seen something
CGN.
so hot and cold. This should be a throwaway round considering Pacific.
Probably they
do
don't
only
want
have
him
those
to get him,
classics,
man.
one Sheriff on Selson, but
Yeah.
you can
Comeback's
see what they can
crazy.
achieve at least getting
Crazy
towards
with
those
it.
orbs, building that forward. And maybe they
Have I
can
been
pose
hitting
a
the
threat,
gym?
maybe a
I do.
pick,
I've been
maybe a
slacking.
pawn. Let's see if they can achieve
Champs
any
was
of
on,
that.
and then I got
Obviously, on the other
COVID.
side of CGN,
I had like 4
you want
days
a
off where I was
clean
like, oh, I'm
round
going to
here.
gym
This is
so
getting
much.
worrying, though,
I was just stuck in bed.
Jellison did find Benny.
So I've gone like what 3 times in the last 30 days.
Though, keeping this somewhat in
But
hand,
I went last
and
night.
this should now be
Prime Guardian,
the
best skin for it.
Yeah, it's so nice.
And hopefully CGN
Scream got like 60,000 kills with that.
foresight to keep this very, very clean.
Not much to do here. Probably a 6th round on the board and a gap close.
Vice?
When you look at a team
Nah,
like
I think
Pacific
end of
and
this
you look at
tournament.
that map differential, 2 O's here or there, a 2-1 over Maus. They look almost near indestructible.
Yeah.
But when you actually look at it,
Okay,
eye
I mean,
test wise,
That is not bad at all.
Just scraping by a little
One
bit
death,
here and there.
that's it.
It's not like they're
you're in 70. Thank you so much as well with the Prime. Thank you with the 5 months, bro.
And especially when you look
at
the
Phoenix not looking so good so far.
They haven't been
but it really comes alive on defense.
Top dogs that
on
are
attack,
alongside them.
2 ults and both of them hit at the trip, I think.
For example,
yeah.
We're looking at CGN right now. Yeah. Apeks. Like there are teams
I mean, it is all early as well.
Go toe to toe with them that we just haven't really seen them being put to the test. And this might be the first real test that they have to go against. So let's see how the resilience plays out in this attack side, because after all, this is their map pick. Yes, they're down both pistols and they're still leading, but this game could get very close and scary off of basically nothing.
Yeah, I tend to agree as well, considering we've seen PCIFIC struggle a little bit on the attacking side in some of their previous games. It kind of closes it into a very, very, I guess, closer scoreline than you'd hope for. I want to see if they've actually adjusted this consideration, as already still playing close. Benny is not giving up this close angle. Does have Vince behind? Kind of
I mean, he's going to give this up once
this timing could be
he flashes once the thing goes down. It's real nice, man. Damn, imagine he had a gun.
And nice from Vince, though. The smoke's up in
I mean, he did a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah. If he had this rifle, that's a different
My goodness.
situation here. Yeah, trying to buy his time, but I'm surprised he stuck around. Could have backed away there.
Love the instant reposition into heaven.
Trying to play for the retake with the rest of the team, but no. Opts to try and stick around. Jellison as well, still with a little bit of utility to make it a little bit more annoying for that playback through from CT. 4v3, Josh.
4v3, locked out at that choke point, but no one holding them.
They saved 4 rifles, but they have... Yeah, dude, I was thinking that as well.
That's so risky.
How did they... At one point, I looked, they had 4 rifles, and then they ended up with a Marshal and 1 Sheriff.
Oh,
definitely missed something.
It feels almost unfair, doesn't it? It feels cruelty in action. Yeah, it feels simple for Kamyk.
It was a cool play for him to go instant into the smoke on heaven.
And once we got into this gun round, yes, it's a bonus.
I also hate when teams like save so many guns, but the person making like a big play has like the worst gun.
Okay, I'd like to see maybe try something in the bonus, be a little bit more proactive in this.
Any other gun here?
Yeah, he gets 2.
It was okay, but it felt a little simplistic. Maybe try something a little bit more all in. But hey, you know, who am I to tell you what to do? But PCIFIC coming out on top, looking very solid already. I mean, Kamyk's on 18 kills. Element on the other side.
Element picked up the Marshal. He had a
Buy round coming in is massive. This is where we need to see the difference made, and not the one way a deeper smoke this time.
Oh no, now Yumpy's gonna be ahead of us.
It's looking like a fast execute here as well. Vince probably gonna back out of the site this time.
Yeah,
respect the confidence on the previous round, but
honestly, he did very good to get
time
one.
To leave, and it passed. Now, Benny knew better. Benny got out of dodge. Element getting punished from...
Not sure if the fighting side alone is good when your teammates not even...
Yeah, I think he still did really good to get one, but it's like one of those things where it's Omen, and you have to have your smokes for retakes.
Works so well. Loiter there.
Yeah, like if this was the Phoenix, I would have been alright with that.
Yep.
Again, the punishment on these
Or if the Phoenix at least flashed, but
you can't
he had full util, so...
They have to evacuate. Benny was out of there.
Okay, Sheriff light armors.
What else are you meant to do?
It's a guaranteed win round, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the previous round, I was going to say...
I mean, they can't win by rounds, so maybe
go for those fight spins. All good. You know, Benny was already fighting to his death, close to main. You're trying to back him up, get those trades. But on a round like this, a big pivotal round, it's your first gun round, and you're already backing up because you're aware that's a 5-man hit. You have 3 teammates starting on that B site. You got to play your life a little bit more with more value.
Yeah. And something else I'm looking forward to throughout what's remaining of Ascension here is kind of seeing this outlaw use again. Something that it feels like the Ascension teams and Tier 2 teams really got a grip of earlier on, and it looks like they're obviously Kamyk, the one to be trying to utilize it here, opting in for that. So, again, I respect what CGN's right. I've got to say, Element trying to posture up here, but Kamyk again. Look at this guy. You speak his name,
okay,
and he just gives you 2 out of nowhere. Well,
I mean this in the nicest way possible, and I actually don't mean this as a flame. This guy gets a lot of ecos, but in a world where everyone gets ecoed all the time, it's actually really important.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like he does this in ranked, you know, also when I played against him, that he just plays outlaws every time against eco, because it's just like a...
That's not good.
It's a smart play.
You think pro teams need to do this more? Because I would say that these guys probably get ecoed the least out of most of the teams I watch. I think it's because this guy just farms every eco because he just doesn't miss outlaw shots.
I guess. Yeah, I think it should be.
What?
He didn't shoot that, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, it didn't count.
Hey, that's... It makes
Look,
sense, Josh, but you know, good for Benny. Good for Benny.
It really exposes.
You know, Piggy, I didn't come to your stream today, so what did you eat today and drink?
That you get from having the information.
What did I have today?
And potentially
I had.
jamming up and slowing down.
It was like a steak wrap, like a steak wrap with cheese.
Can't use your dart, can't use your drone, you can't deploy smokes. It slows you down and buys
to drink.
Extra 8
I had a lot of. I had like they do these skyr protein drinks.
Yeah.
You only really have. You have two options. You're up close trying to take the fight, which PCIFIC is waiting for, hoping and trying to punish, or you have to sit way back and give them so much
I had for breakfast. I had my usual
all the way to the entrance and dump everything
skyr, then
some
granola, and then blueberries, raspberries, maybe strawberries, peanut butter.
Start from Element does get away with. Oh my God!
And then Karjalan pie. It's like a Finnish pastry.
He bought a backup.
Like a bread, basically.
A what pie?
Top side. Still plants.
It's like a Finnish bread, basically.
And a deep plant towards CT.
It's called pie, but it's not really a pie.
Back available, and they're going to use this. They need this round clean.
It's like rice and rye bread together.
Trailing by 5.
Staying postured up on CT.
It's literally like, you like rye bread?
There of the gun.
Yeah.
Clear from Benny. That should be
so it's rice and rye bread, technically.
I told you, the Phoenix coming alive on defense.
Really tricky.
He doesn't win this, right?
The plan was on the backside of sight. Not going to be able to get around
that corner.
Round
is over, so I talked more.
Hey.
And then I made some pasta bolognese myself.
So. It took the operator.
Amazing.
It took a good start. Took
removing.
Yeah, a little jambonese.
If you've noticed right now,
I heard Rice, yeah, you piqued my interest.
Playing that A site, really trying to fill the gap, and the fact that PCIFIC's waiting to go to the site and try to exploit that kill onto Benny, but now getting the operator involved, it potentially makes PCIFIC think twice about going to this area. Maybe we see them go back to going middle, trying to use that space, getting those deep inserts, instead of just trying constantly to go to this A site.
Honestly, win this round, force them down to an eco, Nah, even these two are going to drop.
Timeout, or they're just going to... Yeah.
They actually got so much money.
Comeback's like, all right. The Element's angle is so good. That nice off angle there. Okay,
yeah.
that was
it's a good way to deal with him as well when you're just searching like this on attack so much.
Silencing comeback.
That was
4v5 must win rounds.
Again, we kind of question, is he over reliant on trying to backfill this space towards A?
I like this. They show one and then they insta rotate back. We got a smoke on here that blocks vision, but this trip gives them so much info. This free stack is not lasting long.
But the rotation back towards A could be an issue.
Here we go. Server already on the rotate.
It does look like it's going to be that B site. They still have a lot of ults to play in here. They have a lot of util to play with Josh. This is still very much an up in the air round.
Feeling more comfortable to retake the B site. Their defense is all the way towards A. So right now, still, 100 Fury in play for the attackers here. They're going to get that spike planter, no problem. They're going to reset, but Laroc goes down. I don't think they're going to be able to pick him up. That's an easy ping spam.
You'd think so, right? But he's back on his feet.
Whoa, we didn't ping this out? No, no, guys. You can't be losing this.
If he can. Already Rose going to be posting the ult down. I don't know if that's called a tag here. But
oh, what a shot.
Has already defending the side. Good trade.
God, what a savior kill as well, man. Holy hell. It's not the best pump for these guys.
And
he hit both.
He just pressed the Sova ult on the 1v3.
The end of that round looked really clean, but you have to consider and keep in mind, this was a big advantage for the side of CGN. They got that opening pick, Element on the comeback.
He basically ulted versus no one.
It's getting a little
bit
just
started
right
the ult.
now.
I don't know if it was a misclick, but
the story of this game right now, I might have to highlight how Element is getting ahead of what's going on here. And the call right there, to be able to have that operator aggressive on A one round, shut that down completely, goes B the next, anticipating
he did it with
that's where the first action
exactly. I didn't say it's a bad thing. He just died at the same moment.
Trying to keep ahead of
they win this round, honestly. It's pretty much
might come at them, but it's going to be a 5-man, potentially fast B hit, and Benny's
but their money is still good.
All right, Benny.
Yeah, 2 people won't be
your turn. Hard to hold them back, though. If they continue flooding this, the
flash.
The fight doesn't really deny you much. And Kamyk's already closed the gap. Gets cleared by Vince though. Sight stays his and gets a follow-up.
Oh my god,
This guy's one of the most aggressive Omen players.
Vince doesn't need
it. Bro, that was sick. He did so great.
Perfectly played. Even LaRock in a 1v3, and it's not gonna happen.
Hey, what nice shots. I love that he decided to push after getting the second kill. That was nice.
I said it before, PCIFIC hasn't been put to the test by other teams. A little bit by Mouse, a map taken away, double digits as well on a third. But right now, CGN is putting up a fight. They're not going down by rolling over. Vince, very aggressive here on the sidelines. It all really opened up from that Phoenix flash coming around that front box. It made PCIFIC think twice about what was going on. Kamyk missed his dash onto the top of the site because he was partially blind. Has to use his cloud burst, and as he comes to the other side of it, Vince puts him down. That means that there's no opening for PCIFIC. They're so focused on Benny that Vince is able to come around and get a 4K. So what does
That's my thoughts on their love for Phoenix. Phoenix is a strong agent.
Maybe we get to see them exploring
it is a strong agent.
We see that they like to insert players.
I think the teams maybe don't experiment with it enough. I think a lot of the times you have to have another duelist because otherwise you get stuck in chokes. It's like a little bit map dependent. But I don't think Phoenix is crazy bad. Teams got a lot better at like actually being able to snowball. And like make sure you have ults. I think the problem with Phoenix, in my opinion, is it's very dependent on winning the pistol. Like if you win a pistol, you're pretty much gonna have like normally a good half.
Pressure situations.
If you lose the pistol, you can get shut down pretty heavy, and it also depends on like the comp you're playing against. Like if a comp has a breach and you have to get the orbs, it's pretty hard for you to actually like farm and get the orbs.
Somewhat neutered. I wouldn't say completely irrelevant. No, he's still.
It's a mix of everything. Phoenix is still a good agent.
Now, does he
especially for ranked, it's insane.
Oh, he certainly thought about it now.
This is kind of nice.
They heard him.
He's keeping 3 players on this side. I mean, do they continue this way, Josh?
Weird though, because normally most people like drone and then flash off the drone, but they use the drone to fake B.
Being able to set up that crossfire, but you saw at the start of the round that 2-man B fake with that Sova drone just to create a little bit of doubt. It doesn't work though. CGN knows what's up, and Element is already coming over to A. Actually, it has worked. He doesn't know where to go right now.
Yeah, the pause in time, it really threw him through a loop there.
It breaks one of the shocks.
Maybe expecting the break to come sooner.
That's a big kill.
It was beautiful. Lotus gone, and still now firm grip on the side. Kamyk clears through towards CT.
They just dominate when you get someone on top of this box.
Steady as a rock. Quick little flash, but no one there to close in on this. You look at it, the pressure on CT. Hello? Did we think that was going to be safe forever? And now the crunch on the reclear. This feels.
Whoa, are we melting a little bit?
Had the opportunity.
Nice kill, man. He's full flashed.
Look at him winning this somehow.
No plant, no time on his side. And surrounded. Anguish closes the gap.
Once you get that first kill though, full flash, you kind of feel like you can do it.
Yeah. You get the unbelievable confidence.
Yeah, you do. You're like, hold up.
That felt like a missed opportunity there for PCIFIC in my mind.
It's like you get 3 kills, it's 5v2, and then you're like, nobody can stop me, and then you lose 2v5.
To the middle box, and then up into that secret room area, and it almost worked. If Kamyk's not there with an operator to,
that's why you should play Judge, because with Judge you cannot start pushing.
And then position angle.
So like if you kill 3 people with Judge, yeah, it like holds you accountable.
The other thing is, I do
the real reason I made you use it.
A little bit more safe as he breaks that door, so that he doesn't.
But then you gave me Jet, so I could
dash on him. Yeah, it's true. Doesn't work.
It didn't quite work.
Okay, that's a different start. We've
been that's a bit of revenge for Alia.
For Element. This time it's Kamyk. Now let's see how they respond to the
dash in, knife hits the Cypher, so the trips on his, they can break all the trips as well. They get the good plant.
Tag on that. It's already around the corner, so
dude, they still have drone for after plant. Where's the Sova going with drone?
Desperate to get this pressure on
CT. With drone.
Wait,
they didn't check this corner.
I thought he could have had that then, but no, traded again pretty well. 3v3, the time is on their side.
They realize that this guy's going for the flanks, now he goes back. Again, he has drone, man.
The fuse started and not stopping. Gets it to half, has to fall away. Gets revealed.
Dillo got it half.
Still anyone sort of around here. LaRock does remove Anguish.
Wait. Oh my god, that was so close.
That was so close.
Davi, the time's going to start really ticking against him here. He knows it, and he can't quite close it. 12 made for PCIFIC.
Very close.
That was so close. Offline, thank you so much.
Huge explosive rounds coming
Rocket
out
Kitty, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the whole year.
Making it close, but still, they had that buffer of the double pistol round win. and they're on map point or against it. Makes me think that Pacific's found the working recipe. This teleport play that Loida did, as soon as that retake was coming in, he tried to teleport behind them.
Did he TP there after they checked it?
Because he spent so many bullets on that first kill, they were able to try and respond to him. That was almost the difference maker.
Wait, that's awesome.
Yeah, that could have been
a win in the end.
Huge.
Wow, they were flashed. It's a really cool play.
So that's still on the field.
You can like tuck in.
As it stands, he's on the right side of the map for where the spike is. TP.
They check out and then you can TP at the back.
For it. Ooh,
yeah,
it's
pretty cool. Dude, I mean,
attempt there.
He's got the confidence now after the other TP happens. This is gonna be a weird round, man. These two walking in. Oh, what a weird round.
Here,
this guy's going might block
there.
They don't know
how close they are, but there it is. Davy spots it. That's a very aggressive
dude, that could have gone
wrong. That's so close, yeah.
CGN taking some risky engagements, and they work out perfectly.
One enemy remaining.
Keep him coming.
Yeah, this is
I mean, PCF doesn't have 3 people, no money.
Gonna get treated to OT here, Josh.
Was Anguist in
For sure
that
this is OT. Like, there is not a chance it's not an OT.
Nah, he wasn't late.
Nothing on the calendar.
I mean, he could have been a little like after my time, maybe. Not that I know.
As it stands,
One enemy remaining.
seeing both sides now finding their form when it matters. This has been impressive from CGN, showing resilience here.
Okay.
Showing creativity.
Dude, I should always do the ones in bigger fonts. It just always looks better.
Now into the
okay,
final
one more
round
chance. We got a double op out on defense just because they got so much money, and we got nothing really here other than the knives at the backup.
Though is the name of the game coming out from CGN, and Benny
he's out in the open. Oh, it's a great kill roll. It's such a good trade back.
One to take away comeback, but it's a 1-for-1 trade out.
2 operators up on the defense side.
Yeah, but they do have.
One of them surely gonna get over to A, but the double trips, the camera, they're fine to play that retake at the moment in Pacific. I mean, you look at the mixed buy here, 2 Vandals, a Sheriff, and a Stinger. They want to re-hit this B site. They're just waiting for one of the operators to move away, but you have to look. Okay, there is a switch up. There is, yeah, he's got the operator. He's gonna take that B line again, and this is so scary to walk into. If you're Pacific right now, if you're a fan of them, walking into this right now is scary.
Actually, pretty close.
He's got his dart back on as well. Does he save it for potentially the retake? Oh my
no
God,
way. There's no way.
Swing, and he's to send the ult from further away, maybe trying to isolate.
Whoa.
And that's a good tag as well, though.
Damn.
Just
right.
catching, I think, Anguist. And now we're into a 4v3 advantage to Pacific. How do they break this deeper positioning? Element still standing.
This is pretty good, though. He's cleared a lot of the map. Problem is,
a punch over towards
they got the good plant.
Difficult positions to pry them out of.
It should be impossible,
First
chat.
attempt on the spike, and they've caught Element. Now the follow-up. They're going for it, and they've got it. Pacific in the final hour.
This is that plant. As soon as that plant's done, it's just a dumb round. I swear.
You'd think there
it's
we're
tough.
going OT the way that CGN was playing.
It was nice though.
It is tough.
Sova ult to make sure they secure the good plant.
They pulled it back in the end.
Certainly did. This has been a belting start already.
Yeah, it was a good first. It was a good first map. They I mean double pistol them.
It's not going to be a short night if this keeps up to this pace. Already though, Ascent is on the horizon. You don't want to miss it, and you certainly don't want to miss the desk after this.
They just send it. Kento, thank you so much as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. CGN had double pistols? Yeah. The real map, Ascent. Yeah, I could see this comeback guy farming on Jet here. We'll see. It's meant to be one of CGN's better maps. I'll be back in a bit, Yumpy.
Yeah.
I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it. I feel like a champion. put it all on the line, definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line, definition of divine. Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed, so let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line, definition of divine. I feel like a champion. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
We nearly got ourselves an OT there, but it wasn't meant to be. PCF, they close out Abyss. I'm joined once again by Kukuka and Pilski. You know, I thought maybe we'd go to OT, Pilski, and judging by the chats we were having when the game were on, you had faith in CGN as well.
I did, but it's kind of outrageous at this point. When will the fake comeback stop? I'm getting sick of it.
Never.
We've seen a couple of them already, but PCF, you know, they came out of the gate swinging really, really hard. They, you know, just the multi-fragging, the Turkish aim, the way that they kind of controlled that first half. But give credit to CGN where it's due. I mean, I thought it was GG for them because they like 10-2'd go next in their last group games on the attacking side, but they did so well on defense to bring that back.
I mean, the learning curve for both of the teams was definitely there. And as you mentioned, on that second half, with all the A pushes that we were seeing, how they were being shut down, how they were able to adapt, to put an operator, to even have the setups ready for the Cypher, to play the retake. Like, there was a lot of thought into that. And that's probably what we got that last round, where PCIFIC just wanted to tease a little bit of what was going on A and then finish up on B, because it literally got down to that last moment.
It did indeed, but this is the thing though, PCF, they built up a really nice lead in the first half, and Kukuka, if we take a look at round 9 and 12, we can see why they were leading in the first half.
Yeah, it is so annoying to play against this because of how they shut down the initial aggression, how they move around the map, and how even though they have to deal with Kamyk in the operator and being on the other side of the map, isolating where they need, and using the ultimates to stop the push is what made them get rounds like this one. I mean, this is, you know, this is like the bit and the close-in, but when they go on the execute, they have all the utility ready because there's threat after threat. It's not only that Kamyk is going to be shutting down one part of the map, it's also the fact that on the other side, even though you have the Hunter's Fury, Benny's ult to just run onto side, you're going to be shut down.
They had like very clear protocols in mind and like ideas of how to shut down the A main control. Like, it's something that Benny, I can't remember, I think it was Mitch or Tom on the cast saying like Benny's very honest in his interviews, and something that he did mention is like, wow, the Phoenix is so good because you could take A main control, farm the orbs. That's something that Steel was saying in the cast as well. And PCIFIC just had a full setup with the KO, the reactive paranoia, sending the Jet in to really shut down that A main control and try to kind of pummel CGN into the ground a little bit.
Yeah, my favorite thing of that map is probably seeing the two duelists go head-to-head. We really got a masterclass on both sides. There's very little, Pilski, to criticize either Kamyk or Element of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, this is actually shutting down that A main aggression that I was mentioning before, is where, you know, you have the paranoia ready, the reactive flash, and they're sending Kamyk in as soon as CGN want to try to take A main control or take the orb. So that's kind of what I was sort of referring to. But you could see Kamyk even in this clip having a big multi-frag. He was absolutely lights out the whole game. Element was good on both halves, even entering on attack, but also on defense, you know, put in some good work alongside Vincent Anguis. So it's a nice head-to-head to look at, but definitely, I mean, Kamyk, there's a reason why he's, you know, head and shoulders above the rest of the competition statistically.
205 ADR, that is disgusting. But especially in a game like this one, it's not like this was a 13-5 and he completely obliterated the other team. No, he always finds a way to be impactful, and I have to say the same for Element. We know and understand that it is a double duelist composition, but it's not like the Phoenix is used as a duelist. He's just going to be setting up Element. He's going to be playing like a KO or any other initiator, just going up a little closer and just following up with a flash and maybe a refrag.
Yeah, this is the thing, because Element was playing so well. He was playing really, really well. And then your opponent has a 305 ACS game. Like, there's not much you could do about that. But as we move over to Ascent, which is pretty much the bread and butter of CGN, but at the same time, I mean, Turkish teams on Ascent, it doesn't matter if they won confident before. There's just something about Turkish players, Kakuka, on this map, and we've learned the hard way whenever we doubt them.
Man, I think it's crazy because right now, coming back from champs, that we did not see Ascent at all during the entirety of playoffs, because everybody's so done with this map. And as you were saying, Sue, seeing CGN picking up onto this map again, the bread and butter, if there's any preparation that comes into today,
right, I'm back.
You know, Ascent is happening. Now, are we going to see a head-to-head with the Phoenix? I do not know. Lara could be an absolute menace, but he's such a valuable player, and the understanding of the map for both of the teams is a bit different. Yes, the Phoenix might feel a little bit one-dimensional.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best Phoenix map, so
absolutely mind-blowing if CGN
makes sense today like this.
Today, right now.
Yeah. I think that would be crazy, especially because they have such a good record on this. Like, I don't even feel like they should have lost to Apeks, so they've had almost a flawless run on this map. It's the same story for Lotus as well, which is why you saw, you know, PCIFIC banning that through, despite the fact they were picking it heading into the group stage. So, you know, I think CGN are definitely going to be backing themselves comp-wise and map-wise, picking it up against PCIFIC here.
This is the thing, though. At some point, I mean, they lost on it already, right, at group stage, and at some point, you are going to get figured out. At some point, teams know
Phoenix?
that you're going to play Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix is okay on
Haven. There's only so much you can do when it comes to taking a further step in experimentation and trying to, I guess, catch your opponent off guard, because it's Ascent in the end of the day.
Yeah, I think so. They definitely have their own flavor and their own style on Ascent, but as you mentioned, they've played it a lot. So there's a lot of.
Who's my favorite to win this year?
There's going to be a lot of potential chance.
I still think this team will win, but I don't know, man. It's close.
With some of those, you know,
any of these teams can take it. Apeks can definitely upset them. CGN could easily win this. I say easily. Could still win this.
Oh, there's a change.
Cypher.
Yeah.
For a second,
the Cypher against the double duelist makes a lot of sense. I like that.
Was going to happen. At the end of the day, knowing how individually gifted every single player in Pacific is, I understand that CGN is going to suffer no matter what. But this slight adjustment just means that we're going to see more of those very good setups to try and stop, one, the fake potential, and two, that first ultimate from Benny, now that CGN started from the attack.
I think changing to Cypher from KJ is like the kind of small.
They still have okay.
Make it harder to attack.
They still have okay.
So we'll see how the side
win
of
percentage
CGN
on this map
deals with that kind of change up, and we'll see particularly on their attack if they run into some of those trips and you know, fall to some of that.
Well, this is their map pick, CGN. They're expected to do well here, and I don't remember the last time I heard Pansy and Steel cast Ascent. So over to you guys.
Yeah, it does weirdly feel like a minute. I mean, we're both Ascent fans, so I'm happy.
We didn't get much at champs.
What do you make of the Cypher change coming in? Do you think that is to give them the, I guess, the capabilities to deal with that Phoenix, slow down that impactful approach?
Probably it is. I wouldn't see a reason otherwise to do it. And part of the reason why it could work is that without that KO, which is a common pick, involved to get that knife value off on the Cypher, the fact that Benny, if he's going to be running in first, especially if he's using his ultimate run it back to go in first, what it's going to mean is...
Gosh, yeah, I can feel how uncomfortable he is doing it, and it's great. Okay, Pacific on defense, CGN on attack. We've got no raid boss for this one, but we have 4 ghosts, 1 sheriff.
Their defense. And I was talking about that first map. It looked like they didn't change much about their game plan, but here it will.
Yeah, this would be a good tell. Oh my god. Well, I think
well, they definitely know that they wanted to punish and crunch over towards middle with 3 people close short. I'm pretty sure it landed on one of them.
Full support through market, but Element quickly.
Yeah, and they got absolutely wrecked on this.
Ambitious to go for that, considering they had
crazy
no
ambitious.
Taken over towards main just to swing
Piggy, you here?
But
yeah.
Desperate times.
Don't have anything to say about that play.
After being revealed so early on.
Wait, what's your time?
2,
highlighting
1,
comeback and
1 minute, 59, 58.
Okay, I'm like 10 seconds behind you.
10
seconds behind?
Yeah, I need to do my double.
It seems like Element had his number for that the majority of that game.
I'm very much with you in that regard. You're looking pound for pound, you know, Element was
What's our time now?
And Loiter going to be cleared through.
39, 38, 37,
point,
36, 35.
Sitting pretty
okay, now I'm same as you. I had to pause.
For CGN, starting to get a good couple of steps towards A.
30 seconds left.
The Rock here would have to do something.
I mean, yeah, he has to go crazy.
Trying to isolate a fight on main.
And that is a great recon.
CGN have been clean on their pistols. It's been something that it looks like they've put some work towards.
One enemy remaining.
And
tell you what, if Pacific aren't that good at this map,
it's not going to happen. CGN
there is a bit of worry that in a best of 5, their map pool might have too many weaknesses.
You know, if the Benny dies first, it's not a free kill because they paid a penny.
Go for it. It didn't help them get over the finish line that first map, but we're looking at Pacific, a team that's only dropped 1 so far, and kind of just to
I don't even get it.
Back into the mix. These teams, yeah, they have a couple of chances here because there is going to be a lower bracket to make it through. But this
wait, I don't even get it though, chat. What did I miss?
To 1 point. It leads to Ascension.
So it's not free.
Make it all the way through.
They had to pay a penny because his name's Benny. That's a stretch, man.
That's kind of what you're looking for when it comes.
Nice
down
pistol
to
run by CGN.
Great pistol run.
Yeah.
Finals. So being
simple with the tier 1. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 3 months. Wins Ascension. I think Pacific win, but I'm worried about their. I'm a bit worried about their map pool for best of 5s. But I still I need to see them on this map.
Taking a lot of space up towards Cat. Danger Men would be Jellison and Larocque. Sheriff and a Frenzy. Everyone else on classics. And the Owl Drone, well, right to the face. An Element, again, winning the fight up against Kamyk.
Yeah, we're in double
protocol list, not taking
double
anything
fast
too
deaths
lightly
at the
as
moment.
they try and lean towards Cat. A little bit of a challenge. Clean from Benny, clean enough. And they keep 5 standing. So this is all going as you'd want, because this is a very heavily invested second round, Josh. They can't really be dealing with any losses here. They have to keep minimum 4 alive.
It's looking like they're going to keep all 5 alive at this point here. And keeping in mind going to that first gun round to see what the difference is of this Cypher play is. You'd hope that they've practiced this before. They've run it in official games before. If they haven't, yes,
they're gonna keep this one
piece,
crazy
but it
clean.
Is a big piece. When you're switching up a Sentinel like this, away from that Killjoy onto that Cypher, especially when your entire defense is around the turret watching B, alarm bot watching middle, and then being the Killjoy and the Sova on that B site, to keep the other 3 towards A little bit of flexibility in your jet to move around with the operator and do whatever plays that she needs to do, whether it be a B line, mid line, whatever. It changes.
In my opinion, like no one even needs to do this stuff here, because this guy dying to the spike,
you can put a camera there,
and no one like having to rebuy armor or anything here is like the one. We'll find with this person search and anything else.
Change how Pacific have to approach their
would have been too much. Yeah, dude, no.
I'll be interested to see
no
how
extra damage done. It's sick.
Said as well of by standard. If we looked at this map, at least on paper, without going too deep into it, you'd say that CGN have the upper hand here. I think that's a fair assessment, at least when it's come to, excuse me, results and recency bias, if you want to lean into it a little bit, even how this composition plays. So maybe trying something a little bit out of the ordinary to tip the scales could be it, even if it's a bit of a risky choice. I don't mind them going for it. I'm happy enough to see it. Now we get to see how well it looks.
Here we go. Odin comes out early.
We do have Rose going for the Odin. Man after Mitch's
Phoenix
heart.
or if they want to get double orbs.
And the setup mostly focused towards that B site. Cam and a little bit of a trip towards
middle as well. What do you think of this map being here for next year?
Wait, what?
What do you think of this map being here, like for next rotation?
The camera's just watching the wall.
Ascent?
Yeah, do you think it stayed too long or?
Close to that choke point.
No, I think Ascent is good.
And that dark Odin spam will follow suit.
Even though it's been the only map push not removed, I wasn't like this, but I still think it's a good map.
Completely taken from Pacific. They know
it's fun to play. It's fun to play.
It's one of my favorite maps to play, so.
Should have noted, I think, Element at minimum this.
Even though it's a little bit simple always, but.
They baited a little bit, but look at what it does. sent to the slaughter.
Oh, that could have been way worse. It was pretty bad, but it could have been way worse. Oh god, still could be.
It's like Mirage in CS.
Yeah, it is the staple.
Already, this is going to make it a lot harder to hit these sites.
Everyone plays it. Dude, look at this guy. Carries and gets a timing.
But doesn't matter.
Yeah, does it matter? Like, this guy's in their spawn, took a timing up, sure. This is a very doable 2v5 at its peak. Because there is a chance this guy can get 2.
Oh, he might win the round, right?
Yeah, he could get 2.
He can get 2 from here.
This guy needs to chill. Wait, what happened?
To turn around and check on this. To even consider the chance. Perfect as Anguis now. A 1v3 needed.
Wait, what happened?
And for Larocque, you can just readjust towards main. You can play that corner.
Guy on A said that there could have been a timing.
So he plays the timing right. Anguis forced to go for a safe plant if he can. Oh, this is such a hard position to play out of Anguis here. Yeah, too many angles, too many
How did you know here? The guy
back
on A said there could have been a timing. You reckon?
Oh, I guess so.
Very
good awareness at least.
To be able to convert like that, they knew.
Or maybe it was like because he didn't really have anything else to hold there. Like when he's in market, you know, he's just kind of peeking off the other guy's contact. So
yeah,
it could be just that there is like nothing else to hold on spawn, even though if there is maybe not cap.
Yeah, you still gotta do it. Yeah.
Because that drone made it all the way up through cat, saw nobody. They thought A was clear. They did not expect the push all the way through main, all the way to top middle to create this crossfire at middle cat and
why do I stream?
I think they could only fix like the Ascent walls that you cannot easily spam or something.
Yeah, that's what I always say about this map. I think it's like the easiest change. I would be watching the games anyway, so it's nice to. That was like the main reason I streamed. I was going to watch all the games anyway, and I just wanted to stream and talk through my thought process of what was going on, and then it kind of just snowballed into actually getting way more viewers than I thought. Now I just keep on doing it.
Now I think David even trying to eye up that camera. Yeah, aware that
there's the sun directly in my eye, man. It's really going for me.
There is nothing there this time. And it will be the camera.
Uh-oh.
There we go. That's the information. That's one spotted. That's a big tell already.
With the old camera, he would have never expected that.
Over B has the run back. Spike
but now it makes
the noise noob friendly.
One of these players. Looks like this is the
it's like the smokes
that come into play.
But it tells you now when the smoke is fading.
Yeah. Clearing out A main from Pacific.
Making it easy. They're trying to get bacon out of plat, but
everything ready to deal with this.
Not sure that they have the.
I like the adjusted.
If they like in like maybe on console, you know, console has the aim assist, right?
Yeah.
Makes it trickier.
So.
Feels like they've got a good read here, but 25 seconds is getting very late in the day. An element looking for a reward through middle.
Oh, he doesn't win that.
Quick through cat, they try and make the down.
Dude, there's so much going on at the same time here.
They can't get out through main. The choke point is being absolutely strangled, leaving Vince.
Look at that, bro.
Unable to find value through mid.
People that are good with the Odin is pretty satisfying to watch. It's way too strong, but satisfying.
Puts all that pressure back now on CGN to come up with a plan. I want to see what they want to do here. That Cypher is enough of a nuisance that going for those late hits towards B just don't look as viable.
I love the little
Elio, I don't think so. Right now, I can have a word with people out here, but I think it's going to go down well.
Noise from CGN, moving around
what's safe enough? You know where the
all these Cypher trips
like if you're being seen by the camera, it will give you a sound cue.
Trip away and put a camera to watch the position instead, but the activity and proactivity to get into A main.
These guys are 3-0 for pistols, and I would hate to look at their record and buy rounds.
Only able to go, and then they move perfectly.
Definitely pretty one-sided.
So that he can be part of the pack, part of
Since when? Oh, for a while now.
They lose a lot of value.
That was like early this year.
The turret goes down, the alarm bot goes down. You still have 2 mollies left, but with the Cypher, it's like one shock, the trip goes, and you have to decide: am I going to use this as a kill trip to kill them as they're trying to execute into the site, or am I going to use this for information so that we can put more players to defend instead?
Top 3 broken guns.
Cover a lot of ground and then still have the mollies on top of it.
Because it's Odin number 1, but then it's probably the Outlaw,
has enough economy to get an operator
and then
and he's probably going to
might be the Stinger.
Yeah, we were kind of
could be the Judge.
Element was really versatile.
Could be the Bucky.
When we saw the presence towards both sides of the map in middle.
Stinger's really broken if you know how to use it, man.
Positioning well and generally got the number of comeback, but money financially looking a little bit smoother. The Pacific
Shorty, I think the Shorty's
nice and quick.
The shorty is strong,
set him into motion
but
here. So
very situational, I guess.
out from that.
The classic? Yeah, but it's good that the classic is good.
Maybe just a heads-up choice that they know that operator could be out. So
and also, if the classic was as good as you lot think, people would use it way more in pistol.
Just getting the feel of the map.
And they just don't.
Spreading the wings a little bit. Getting clipped.
Yeah, that's dangerous as well. Kind of playing
Lunatic.
Positions through middle.
Lunatic just runs all the way back through mid and then re-peeks.
Quick. This guy's not going to let that slip. A double stack towards main as well.
Uh-oh. And this guy is not even considering it.
Being an Astra player
That's so devastating. Hey, they might have done a good amount of homework here, though. It's either they take mid or know that Astra's going to be over towards here. That's a good sign.
For that position, that proactivity towards A main. And well, the paranoia, a little early, but it's fine. It gives them that safety to take this angle, to control this map as they have been doing. And those trips are still in play, so they have to give away the game wherever they want to go.
PCIFIC are going to run their attack side, kind of in the same 1-3-1 split a lot.
Yeah, look at the camera for early.
Try to make something work in this 2 versus 4. Crossfire with the.
I wonder when this guy gets Wait, what the hell? 100th sniper kill. Okay, thank you for that.
But I like this swing around through Cat. I
actually
really like that. Being proactive, maybe.
Wait,
you know, backing yourself, calling
not the 2v4. We've got Killjoy ult now as well. What on earth are you doing, my guy?
Closing in now. Benny, you got to go big here. Has util, has a flash, has the wall, has the molly, has a lot to play with. But they've already gone so close. This is where it gets dangerous. They now know Flash is good. Can he get a kill? Not yet, and not at all. There was a chance there,
that's a shame here.
And it fell away pretty
he had the one way, and he's in the corner, and they're holding him spawn.
And I've been very impressed with the versatility.
Yeah, he just took a risk, and I don't think he needed to take it. And maybe it could have been bad comms from someone else to force him to do that. Like, I would hope so, but...
in control here, Josh.
As soon as they spot,
why did this guy push the smoke here, in your opinion?
Yeah, I just thought that it's like, it's so like risky play, because if there was nobody market, it's like incredible, because they would never expect him to go through the one way, right?
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I don't know, it's hard to tell. I don't know if he heard CCT or something, whatever he could have heard.
Yeah, I said that maybe someone bad commed it.
Yeah.
It's such a crazy risk.
Yeah, so it's like, it wins them the round if there is nobody market, but now in this case it lost it, so.
Because if you push out and you get killed right there, that round gets close.
How are you going to get a VCT contract if you don't make big plays?
True, actually true. If he walked up and got both in the back there.
Yup. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay, look, if you're being a smart man,
this is EMEA, not NA, okay?
Yeah, my bad. That's on me. That's it. You know what? I heard your accent. I got a little confused.
True, yeah,
my
bad.
See some flashy jet plays. I got a little lost.
Oh, the flash of the Omen as well. It's a nice kill from Element.
Just gets absolutely backhanded. And they
the Rock, big flash.
Straight up Cat. You know, we don't like the Cypher. Cool, we'll just go to the other side. Oh my god.
Oh, bro, imagine you got that guy in short there. He might have got free.
And these fights, they're risky. And now we've got a 1v3. Gelson is going to be noted over towards Cat.
This guy does clutch a lot, but this is very hard.
Clearing up through past tree.
Dude, and someone's pinged over towards close door.
He has no idea if someone slipped through towards main, if someone's late wrapping heaven. So many unknowns.
Yeah, that was nice though. This is a cool way to play when you have a guy on. Where the hell is my mouse? When you have a guy under like this, first contact into swing here.
That end around the 3 versus 1. Do you see how they're all on the exact same angle? So as soon as he comes out that doorway and tries
the guy in sight here had to try and kill 2, and honestly, he was close to getting 3. What a mad round. 9 ults, 8 ults, sorry. 8 ults, 2 people that are 1 away.
Available on the board, and 1 orb for the KO and the Sova.
Yeah, that's a crazy record, Bacan.
10 ultis on the board. But it looks like a standard.
Oh,
but how does the comp on defense hold A? Oh my god.
CGN, beautiful.
Phoenix just duels here all the time, I guess.
Everything they wanted there. You couldn't ask for a better start. You've taken away 2 of the impact.
Yeah, and they have to eco if they go. I mean, this is looking likely that we go third map.
This isn't as simple as it's over just yet. A divide going through as well. Plenty of ults invested here. Maybe a pop flash, but Vince is controlling it well. Takes away Rose.
Hey, very nice round from them. Element's doing really good at getting kills early.
This is the adjustment. Punish that A site. Get up, Cat. Get in their faces. It's working.
That was a good piece of misdirection. Sending that Phoenix from the front kind of took everyone's attention away. And then on top of that, he got that opening kill onto the Omen. It's a free site. We're seeing CGN taking the lead here. And again, I have to come back to it at some point this game. How much is changing to that Cypher from the Killjoy, impacting
problem with this timeout is I imagine they're going to go aggro with the knives.
The ability
very
to
obvious.
Let Kamyk move around the map with his operator to wherever he thinks CGN's going next.
CGN's come good on defense. In my opinion, it struggles at holding A, but if you go aggro over towards A main, you can normally
but now it's almost like they are
like counter it a little bit or like make it look stronger than it is. He's pretty good at fighting over towards A.
As soon as CGN spotted out in middle, spotted out at B main. Cool, that's nice and all.
They just win every pistol. Yeah, I do that. I mean, at least in this, they're winning every pistol also.
That's hopefully a question they're going through now. Yeah, they've got to find an answer to this. It was the first kind of hit back from CGN after having a couple of rounds really punished on towards them. So now we have to see the answer back again from the other side. But this probably isn't the round we're going to see it in. Yes, there's ults galore, but you can imagine that you're waiting for that big gun round to come in. So this could be another good chance for CGN to stretch the lead a little, get up to 5. And yeah, we can question the validity of the Phoenix on the defending side, you know, and all of that once we get there. But for now, they are very much in the lead. And Element is thriving.
Yeah, and they're going aggro. Problem is, it's way too obvious that they're going to go aggro.
We've already seen contact there. Vince should be on red alert. Already those knives are out for Kamyk.
Ooh, instant reaction. I tell you what, they didn't see this. Okay, they did see this trick.
Actually away from it, letting them have the space to go B instead.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Oh no. We got a gun here.
Barrel.
We got a gun down. Oh boy.
Rose. That's an attempt there. Nothing to be really
They got one, and this guy on short wanted to go aggro and try and get the gun, I guess.
This is a little premature from PCIFIC. They had this round, I think, in the bag.
Yes.
And I was about to say they have 5 ultimates online on a round like this where they have to potentially do some mixed low economy buy, but
good luck to Rose. Just got his recon though.
Over rotation. CGN has a free A site. Just Rose here to defend.
Oh,
we go, big recon. Have it ready.
Yep.
Oh boy.
How long does he get to live? Rose? Okay.
Ah, he's done fantastic, man. Little dodge up. You got a smoke to play with. Used his recon early. You can use your own though. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They know you're Jenny because you can go left or right.
That pressure, to remove that stress.
Now everyone's here.
An issue in that regard. Does Rose manage to be outside?
Did they get stopped, or why did they stop and not go with the Sova ulti?
Recon.
Okay. Because they had to use like 2 big ults now on the eco, or like half buy.
Yeah, so before the server all went off, he recon back one.
I think it's almost a missed opportunity. Like either side that lost.
I mean, they hit some nice shots here.
The side of CGN at the end.
I still feel like Pacific messed up a bit.
Right here on this swing, they could actually stuff them at the choke point. There's no time to rotate anywhere else. But for the side of Pacific, you're right. They had the advantage. They had the rotation.
But they used so many ults.
Hunter's Fury and over rotation from Loida.
Sir Docbot, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Appreciate the 7 months. Thank you, thank you. No diff POV for replay? Nah, because it's online.
A sloppy round from both sides.
They only have like 1 POV.
Narrowly coming out on top.
They could get more observer PCs and put them into a replay machine. But I think they're using a thing called VMix. And at least last time I used VMix, it can only have like... Oh my god. No way. Last time I used VMix, it can only have like 4 inputs or 2 inputs. I can't remember.
Ouch.
That was very unpleasant.
Yeah, devastating.
That was very great. I like it.
You like that one, do you? That's the one you're into? All right, you know, masochist. And now 4 players pouring through. Oh dearie me!
No way! Twice in a round.
Simply just in a line, saw the traces and got the damage. But a 2v3 is far from impossible. As Larok starts working back through, but Element's position is strong. But Loiter gets the trade.
They should have enough for his 1 HP.
He's down so damn low. 11 HP. The timing, gorgeous for Vince.
They win this as well.
In the end, handled the pressure so well after this round got turned on its head.
I mean, they're running away with this, are they not?
Round lead builds, and you have to look back at Abyss and look at how close that game got.
No way, that's devastating, man. Look at it.
That's the Phantom right there.
And they're looking really clean.
Both of them had Phantoms, they get 2 kills.
Yeah, it's a brutal run to lose this one.
Choke points work, you really have to get involved.
Even with the 1v1.
Something that Pacific does really well, but they also sometimes, you know, I look at Pacific, their team on their attack.
After watching this map, and after watching their Lotus, I'm worried for this team in the best of 5s.
So being able to do this
I think now after watching everything and kind of seeing them on at least the majority of their maps, I think I'd probably say Apeks is the favorite. Just because I don't think Pacific's Ascent and Lotus looks great. I think their Lotus looks better than their Ascent as well.
Shot to pieces. Deep camera towards B main. That could be cleared pretty quickly. Benny, yeah, very aware.
They might they might be able to individually diff people, but
the whole map out, and they're playing very patient here. Maybe trying to eye up if there's a stack or if someone's being proactive. Pretty much holding a very standardized default. Starting to get a little bit more curious towards B. Gonna get a smoke invested over there. A trip can be broken very comfortably as they're already closing in up catwalk.
So much space taken from Benny here.
Surely Benny's
Potential
good for
punish.
That. Yeah.
Gotta be a punish on B main here, right?
He popped his cage
to get away. Did, yeah, I was gonna say he did pop his cage.
Feeling it. Feeling they're getting closer. That's a horrible feeling. The door's being broken.
Good luck to him. He has a recon to play off of, though.
Luckily, someone managed to slip through. Who was that? Actually, getting towards side was Rose. Very surprised. A good flash, though. Should have completely blinded Chelsea, but they didn't check it.
Ooh.
Could have had a little glimpse there. Maybe
on
big ult time now running low.
Whoa.
10 seconds. Come back.
No, not again. Still did great, though, to get 2. Keep an eye on the time. 2 people send. Oh, yeah, I mean, the spike's on lane. Yeah. Didn't even see the spike on lane. I thought it went down.
In the end for CGN.
Congrats, CGN. You guys played yourselves there. I was in the process of thinking about the way that Pacific.
They did pretty good flood on side here.
Yeah, the smoke is always good. Like
that allows you to cross the stairs.
Walk around, try to do these contact rounds. And
what do you think of the Stinger at the moment?
If they're trying to take B main,
do you use it much or not?
Yeah, I do.
Spam on that trigger stops that. But right now, Pacific, they
can't
get
spray down?
Of course.
And they don't have that for that advanced input towards B main. B main's lost, but CGN.
It's just good on close angles. Like it's much better than Sheriff on defense.
Yeah.
And defense is better, but on attack, I think it depends what you play, I guess.
Small mistakes.
If you are duelist, Stinger is incredible.
You gotta say that overall, CGN have had a really nice approach to this and playing it well. You're looking at an element up against Kamyk head-to-head on Cat again, over towards Tree here, potentially Loiter.
Timing with this. Even mistiming it, honestly, I think if you're going to do that, maybe the flash goes into the corner, I'm not sure. It depends if you're doing it for the Omen or not. Bro, Element has been running up short and winning, what, 3 rounds now?
He's got players left, right, and center. Rose has slipped over. Do they expect Benny to be
Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Okay, yep, you do it. You're the guy. It was crazy fast.
The paranoia primed.
I can't believe he gets that kill.
And if you're looking at Celestine, he's still got the camera towards middle. He's still got a trip towards that B site.
They're going to Astral Well across the site for the plant. They were thinking about it.
I'd have preferred that.
They might still do it as a fake to slip up Cat and get the backstab.
Does Rose turn attention
go,
away?
Going short.
The silence feels deafening. You feel like they're up to something, and now they know. Anguis gives it away. The split push towards the side. Loiter looks towards short, sees 2. Now knows they've been split to pieces.
Flash short, look at the guy. Oh, man, they
Paranoia goes there, but what do you do with this? You're kind of stuck here, hoping you could get one, and you can't. Now Celestine is locked out from this.
7-4.
Divide in play.
Do you remember the old school Astral Wall?
Yeah.
With the little gap, and we had the plan to suck the guy
to
our side.
Did it work in practice so many times.
He's gonna save.
We never did it in official, unfortunately.
No, someone else did it.
Almost looking like that.
I think we did it against them in prac and someone managed to use it in official.
Potentially, if they're able to keep this momentum going forward.
That's one of the funniest things.
Solution from the side of Pacific at the moment.
I'm surprised.
Doing what he does best.
You know, Abyss.
On Abyss as well,
people do it. I'm surprised people don't do that on Abyss as well. Okay, Abyss people do always do that B ult.
Oh yeah, with the wall. Exactly.
Gets the first one on short, gets the second one on A site, and that opens up the floodgates for the rest of the team.
Oh, you're spot on. He's such a can opener. You know what I mean? Like, he'll find you that pick. He'll find you that player. He'll open up so much space. We've seen it not only on towards comeback, sure. That has been an ongoing fight over towards your catwalk in middle, but we've seen it here. Catching the rock here off that little bit of pressure over towards A main.
Where they get called off from short way too much. What are the 2 on A doing here?
That makes it so difficult.
Why are the 2 on A playing like this?
Rose didn't realize he got caught.
Just in the middle of the crossfire. With no info and short.
On that one, but still. 4 to 7. Yeah, it's starting to slip away from them here. CGN giving themselves exactly what you'd want to see for themselves. A little bit of stability after a very hard map 1, and arguably
oh, they got the most perfect setup for it now. 3 people here.
Oh, they saw. Value on pressure up mid straight away. Benny. They've already cleared that question mark, and they've caught Benny for it too.
That weird, man, that he still went for that.
Also falls. 3 versus 5.
I would have done a more passive wall. I get that he's trying to create pressure, but
a Bucky on Rose. But
oh, it's still super doable, man.
Garden here, they're forcing the fights.
Yeah, if we all swing at the same time, everyone's focusing on the 1 point.
Now look at them just held back by Treat. Rose getting curious.
Don't.
Element waiting.
Why?
Oh, sharp as hell, Element. So nasty, and CGN playing this so well. You thought they were caged. They're not.
Oh my god, he got the guy at the back.
Vince is the one.
No way. 3 HP. I cannot believe they win this.
The rock down desperately low. 3 HP. Vince, no subtlety.
I mean, door is down, so you know that he's coming from this 1 pause.
Unsure of the next step. Can Rock quietly do this?
Go and do big flash.
Still got a knife.
I don't know if they are.
He goes for the drop, and he's been punished on it.
If it's allowed to do the silent jump.
Keeping CGN
on the box.
Yeah, on that box section. Because you can like hug the wall.
And
and you don't make nice. I don't know if it's allowed or not. Because I don't know if it's a bug. It's like you press S that you like move slowly.
Nuts.
I don't know if anyone has ever done it, but I think you can do it on the wall.
I think it might be allowed. I'm not sure.
It's like you just press S that it moves like 0.01 speed, and then you just fall off to the side and you go silent.
That was a criminal 3v5 to lose here.
Yep.
They're not that good at this map, man.
Yeah, it was kind of... They just pushed Garden in 2 people.
Yeah.
When there was no like info that if they were side
with a sheriff. I just don't get it. And like the whole way of how they play short, this doesn't make sense. They never actually hold short from Garden, like back at Garden, like by the tree, like how everyone plays it.
Yep.
Chat. I think their map pool might kill them, man. I think the map pool might kill them in this. They're all insanely impressive, but they're Lotus, they're Ascent, and then someone just has to get 1 more map against them in a best of 5. Yeah, I'm worried.
But it was CGN who made it count.
A little bit worried for him.
We were questioning the switch up of the Cypher. I'm not against it still, but this is where it gets incredibly difficult to find that value as well. What are your thoughts after the first half leading into the second now?
Element has a lot of fast kills, yeah.
Vince, a 3-on-5 that to wrap up the half there. It looks like Pacific is a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. I would like to see them be able to go into their game plan of 1-3-1ing, taking that middle space, utilizing all the lanes to end the rounds instead of just straight up 5 through B main or 5 through A main. But
can they ban Lotus or Ascent? I don't think they need to ban Lotus. I would be down for them banning this map more.
Winning them.
What did they ban anyway? Bind, right?
For the side of PCF, this might be a wrap for CGN, and looking for that 4 out of 4 pistol round here.
Let's see. They've been on it before.
Maybe their attack's really good.
Do it again.
They didn't drop him anymore. Ghost with armor.
Bloody hell, 6 HP ain't much. I don't think anyone's saving you. No, Rose was hungry for that kill. Beautiful follow-up as well. But Element quick to work. Gets on in and gets on out. Jellison, I mean, coming alive a little bit. Really starting to hit a couple shots here. We're looking at Vince and Benny. Vince already noted. Benny, though,
shot, man.
Taking strides towards the
yeah, this guy's just going to kill everyone on sight.
The likes of Element before. Likes of Comeback. he's up there. Benny doing absolute bits. Loiter, though, this position is going to chip away. And they know Laroc's on the site.
Yeah, but he needs to stay alive.
It's a nuisance. It's a problem trying to deal with that backline. Benny still.
And it's a plant behind.
That should be. Loiter's going to try and
they
somehow
played this
close
so
the gap
badly.
in time. I don't know if he can. He'd have to already killed Benny. And yet, that one's done for.
Okay, give me a third map. They're not good enough for this map.
At the back of the site there.
I mean, CGN played that well. They took their time to heal with the Phoenix. And stuff.
Yeah. Benny played really
well. But he realizes he needs to. That the spike's planted in a very safe position. He cannot deny that.
Yeah, they're pistol gods though, aren't they?
Like, his teammate needs to stay alive there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And it's another round in a man disadvantage. It's a round that CGN should not be bringing it out. He just went to the stairs and fought. He didn't stay behind the blocks. He didn't stay boathouse.
4-0 for the Pistols.
On that lead. They take the 4 out of 4.
Bind is by far PCF's worst map.
Josh, I feel like I've played too much
oh, really? Worse than this?
I'm becoming you.
They got three bad maps then. Yeah, Bind Ascent somewhere up here.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a good
Lotus, like winnable against some teams.
I'm gonna get put back in my cage, but we do see a 4 spy, so I'll pay attention for now.
4 spy? I like this. I like the 4 spy. They need to get momentum.
Expecting a little bit of pressure through from Tree, but Element, Element is always there. He's omnipresent. It feels like you can't get away from him. And this time, Benny with a 1-2 punch. This 4 spy has been punished. 10 rounds for CGN.
They are cleaning them up.
Well, I hope that they have a better sunset plan, because right now it's looking like we're going straight to that 3rd map. If this is the type of kind of calls that Pacific's making, you know, losing the pistol round the fashion that they did, it kind of sucks. But you have to be able mentally to reset, go next. They're trailing only by 5 rounds. Easy. Let's do a save. Let's get a
Phoenix on the fence. They go against a full eco now. It's going to be 4-11.
They do a 4 spy. They rush it down.
4-11, you go up against the Phoenix ult. You can have none of your own ults, apart from maybe a Cypher ult.
Shirley.
Oh.
Surely. I mean, a nice shot from comeback. Don't call me Shirley. I get nervous.
Obviously, they got the timing there on A. That wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Especially Ascension, give them a sheriff, and they're a bit nasty. A lot of threats. Benny, gonna be noted early. You could see
he's gonna have to use Phoenix ult to retake.
I think it forces him to use ulti.
Yeah, he has to.
It's
actually a big win.
Yeah.
And what do they have to hold in this post? Not much. Guns? 2 sheriffs and an SMG. Gonna be focused towards comeback here. Oh, clean enough. Yeah, takes him down. Real nice. Rose, though, the unexpected element. Davy can't reveal that position.
Yeah, and this guy needs to break door.
Jellison will have to take the eyes off them, right?
Wait, he didn't break door. He went back. Break
door,
bro.
Should be next, but down to a 1v1. Time ticking. And that's the shot he had to hit.
This is a nice shot. Why the hell is he not breaking door here?
And it's messy, but it doesn't really matter. It's 11.
Unless he's scared if he breaks door, the guy's going to rush him. But
CGN, this close. Hey, it's difficult, man. This is where I live. All right, I'm looking. I'm like, oh, CGN Airport. Good. Back home. But still, up to 11. This is... I mean, it's a dreamy start, isn't it? You get everything you want to do. You get the pistol round. Hey, they run it down at you. You're converting here after a bit of a risky one. But hey, you've got to be happy with how they're sitting.
It's potentially the worst Pacific's looked in this entire playoff run so far.
Yeah, for sure. It is a bad map.
You have to keep in mind that this is the first serious test. This is CGN's map pick.
Yeah, it's a worry for the rest of this, because every other team is going to look at this and just pick this map against them.
You cannot let this impact the way that you play the rounds out and your decision making and your momentum and everything.
Look at the confidence as well.
Did you see his head?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, yeah, there's something up.
Yeah, I mean, he had the omen, he knows he's close.
What's happening, that little bit of a show over towards A. It is pressure up middle, but again, eyes on the spike, that's still pretty far off, and they have Anguist here. Playing very deep, perfectly done off the back of the turret contact, I think that was, but beautiful work from him. Cunning Anguist.
Shock also forced him to move, assisting that fight.
I just feel like Pacific just don't look like the team we saw on map 1. It feels very disjointed, but for now they're playing as 4, playing as a pack, just pouring in towards that A side. They make it past Element, and they've got the site I don't say under control, but they got the plant
Molly?
at least, right? The pre-take should be denied here. The
Molly's on
from
the
up
head.
top, Benny this time sends it to the right spot. And already out. Peeking towards heaven. 2 players towards Gen. Stunning shots from them.
Oh, that was nice though. It was a nice little double swing
showing
from them.
signs of life.
Like scary when they do that stuff.
This is the Pacific that we should be expecting right now, that 1-3-1 opening. While this pressure is happening with the Omen teleporting around that A main area, creating some fake pressure, Cypher working towards B, they're sneaking all the way through middle and getting ready to strike. And here we see it work out perfectly. Maybe a little misplay from CGN. Vince is
They wake up.
on the site, but only one of 2 people towards
I have a lot of
the
ults.
area,
A lot of
and
ults
he's challenging
against
all
ecos.
the way across the short to the catwalk players. And maybe a little bit of a misplay.
I don't think so with how they've been playing,
they
but
have to do this eco. Yeah, they got the blade storm, but
oh my god, through the smoke.
Oh, damn, but look at the aggression elsewhere, though. Lotus just trying to get out of there. Bloody hell. He gave it a go. Anguished again. Why is Anguished so good from this spot? Playing in main is just nasty.
He did incredible work, man. Actually
to the back
doable.
of the head. But this one ain't over. Oh my good god, comeback! That is filthy.
I was thinking, why does he pop ult? But
yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. I was questioning why he pops the ult and then he does that, and you're like, okay, fair enough, man.
I mean, speaking of comeback, it would be a really.
You think this is doable with how they've been
if they're
playing?
able to break back into this, we're starting to see all
Let's
the
see.
bits and pieces coming out.
I think it's doable.
Killjoy
I think it just depends if these guys start shooting now.
We see the operator
If comebacks and the other guys just start.
And this is going to be a big test.
Yeah.
Can Pacific continue making their way back and continue working through this right now, or is this
A
where
lot of ults.
they get stalled out? Null point. Okay, yeah. Just straight up KO ulti, run to the site. How do you use the Astro
easy
ulti?
side.
Lockdown though. That is what I look for.
Astro ult, Killjoy ult.
That's true.
You save
they
the
have some
carry
ult.
and the Sova ult.
Let's see what the plan is.
And they have no KO to deny the Sova ult.
Okay, well maybe this is it.
But I guess they do double lurk.
They're gonna wall off with the lockdown. And then the
They
100 Street's
do
gonna come to
ult
break
heaven.
the lockdown, maybe?
Wait and see. There's
Wait,
the
what?
Hunter's Fury.
This is the nade for the Sean.
KO Molly set up for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking
And
that he
then
ulted so
Lotus
early, but I guess
Johnson.
they exactly just
That's
doing
enough
it like
pressure.
that.
They should pull the plug. Time to
Killed the
go.
right one.
Yeah.
Four-man save.
Yeah, that's a big win.
Once
Is that all you gotta
piece
do,
falls,
Josh?
It's a
You gotta
timeout.
run.
That's all you have to
If
do.
it's
Run
not a
the sites.
timeout,
It's so easy to play Valorant. It's crazy.
it is a
Well,
timeout,
with the
right?
null command,
CGN
pretty much
timeout.
you can
It's
do
not a
it. And
timeout, it's a
maybe if you
timeout.
set the
Yeah, it is a
off
timeout.
Right up on that heaven line, get that first pick off, have that 5-on-4 to work with, maybe you have a chance. But they just did
It is a timeout.
basically a 4-man towards B in middle, have Astra to spot
You
the
need
angle.
one shout out
They're
from
playing basic
Yampy.
anyways, like, how do we
Yampy,
need
can
more
you shout
people
out
here?
Beast1625?
And honestly, I like the positioning late up.
Let's
cap.
fucking
It was
go
a nice
Beast
little kind of,
1265.
addition just to supplement. For
reflank
now, though,
Thank you.
Incredible.
this is the first time we are seeing CGN have, I guess, a bit of resilience. It feels like on this half. This is 3
Nailed it,
of
of
course.
course.
One off where you're like, oh, this guy just had a round. Yeah, those can happen. Now
Why are
we're
you
seeing
laughing?
a
What-
little bit of
what's
a
so
string
funny?
together of a couple of rounds.
I think you
This
got
is
the
when you
numbers
gotta
right.
just lock it out, right?
But honestly,
Skill
the
set,
effort
I
levels were
believe,
through the
to
roof.
close
So.
out games when you have the advantage. That some teams just,
What was
yeah,
it? What was
gets
the numbers?
messy, it goes too
1625.
far beyond them.
What did I say?
They start
1265.
losing out on that
1265.
gap they could have closed on. We'll
Close.
see if the
Yeah, it is close.
CGN has that capability here. Already, util broken in middle. Kamyk taking the space, but the turret is going to be set towards, I think, switch here. That does get dealt with. So again, Pacific doing that early work, going through the checklist.
Element wants to pick up that A line and send one of his teammates over to pick up that flank from gate.
I think if Pacific
Lots of
wins
places
6 rounds in a
lockdown.
row
He's
now,
going
they
for
will
the
win.
Okay.
That was the goer.
Killjoy ult, 50 seconds.
But what do they do now?
What's the call like? You just chill, right?
A TP back sight.
It's alright to chill. Yeah, you got so
They're
much
out
time.
of there. It's on if Benny gets.
Yeah, they tank too
interested,
much
it's a
damage,
risky
I feel
play.
like.
The HP is low on a lot of these specific players. You're looking at comeback.
Everyone is like half.
Jelson even took a lot of damage here. It's Vince who's now smoked off, has to respect this and loses information on.
This is cool though. This
short
push back on
ends are
short
really
to make the
Yeah.
rotate go in. This is good. That's what I'm saying. The quarter's pretty good. as well.
They have trip in spawn still, like the kill trip
deadly.
kind of.
Yeah,
Needs
yeah.
to be good stall here. Fine
Fair one.
time. They need more than time though.
Ooh.
Need to land some of
And
these
but
this
this
guy
all
can
in, they're all
farm.
low.
Davio
Ooh.
Pacific sticking.
He got every kill?
That is exactly
What
the
the hell?
And 5 alive. alive after all of that, Josh.
I can't believe no one goes down here considering the HPs.
Pacific to rock the boat like that.
Nick, thank you so much, man. Thank you for doing that, bro.
But wait, they didn't do timeout, right?
Appreciate the 14 months. Thanks for the prime. No, they didn't.
You know, they run it
That's
back
why.
to B, and this
That's to blame.
scanning 3 players kind of
sure, it's a timeout
went for the spam
especially as they have to eco
realized
after.
There was a 4th player that actually slipped right past that scan. And CGN,
now the timeout.
Their lead is slipping away.
I mean,
they
could buy
only
this.
leading by 3. They might have to do a low investment round here.
1-8.
Pacific is starting to make this look like a comeback.
Yeah,
the big difference between
they should
both
eco,
teams there
save for
is
op.
that on a round like that,
Benny takes a
Pacific
hero
on
vandal.
their defense would have had a main
That costs more than a
Vince was
penny.
in main there to set that crossfire for that late
The
round.
vandal.
They win.
Small differences can have such impacts. And a critical timeout.
Jumpy and Bacon wants to know what you would say in this timeout.
When we talk about has Pacific been pressured, has CGN been pressured on this map? Yeah, they've had some decent head-to-heads in this in the past.
Nothing.
But this is the first time I'm seeing a big
staring
rounds.
at them,
At
like,
least,
what the
to
fuck
my
are you
eye
doing? They're
test.
half HP, everyone, like, cannot kill one.
I want to see how they adapt here. What depth do they have? You
Just
do
flame
they have
them.
someone that they can depend on to give them maybe a nice little set piece to bring them out of this, or just that overall ethos change that they
No, I think I would say...
Because it feels like we're seeing
Actually, I
Pacific
don't know
just
what
kick it up a gear. It feels like they've lost a little bit
I
of
would
the
just
weight of
say,
that worry.
play
and they just
chill,
start to take
relax,
duels, take fights, and honestly,
save your
doing
ults.
incredibly well. So we already see the operator is out. That's going to be Element with an early challenge, and fair play
just kill them.
to come back to try and pick that one up again, because Element has been winning until then. It's a 1-1 trade out, but they lose out on Loiter here.
Smokes for Jet. I know what trade I'm taking if I'm on the attack side. And it is keeping my smokes online. Middle surely has to be used, otherwise breaking through this choke point is going to be incredibly difficult. Still, though, a second player in wine.
Oh, the high flash.
Oh man, no one was anti, and they all into it.
Oh, that was cool.
Maybe not
Yeah,
a
that
set
was
piece
really
off the
good.
rip, but it's perfect
goodness.
nonetheless. Lovely unison.
Yeah, look, they took
knew
time
what
out
they had
one
to do
round,
there, and they absolutely
and they killed them.
achieved it.
So
That's got them up
technically,
top.
I was correct.
That's all they needed.
Hey, you nailed it.
That was the dream,
Yeah.
right? They sacrificed the
4
one.
chances.
And they'll take that, because look at this again. Vince, you thought he was pinched, you thought he was done for. No.
Vince hit some really
beautiful
good shots
flash
here,
from the Phoenix, and then from downtown, Davi's there.
Second shot was everything.
And you're up to 12.
Securing map point off the back of that, getting the operator in your hands on the defense side, you have to be happy about how that round played
Great
out.
timeout from
And it's
Coach
the
Jumpy,
first
that's
time we
actually
actually got to see
Nailed
CGN
it.
take the fight as a team with a setup and follow-up. We haven't seen that really from them. It's been a lot of the spread default, and then as soon as Pacific starts making contact one way or another, it's really only 1, maybe 2 people, guns out fighting. No real follow with the flashes, and we haven't seen the attackers run into a gravity well yet. So now we're seeing something different.
It's mad you mentioned the gravity well, because my brain didn't even realize there was an Astra still around. It has been that absent. Yeah, so this is looking like it's teeing up to go the distance, but that was a break in the trend. These were a lot of rounds in a row for Pacific, and that was the answer back from CGN. So let's see. Was that timeout enough? Was that little lean, that little adjust, that little attempt of a pocket play enough?
Say hi to Kristen. Hello, Kristen. Hello, hello.
Or does it go back to that regulation we were seeing that was pretty rough to handle? Big old split.
Chat, you
here,
can do
though.
it too. Come on.
3 towards A, 2 towards B.
I like
want to
this
see what their
passive
approach
operator.
is.
It's going to lure Pacific all the way in.
What
They're
do
going
you
to look
mean?
for that opening kill. Comeback surely wants it. They might peek right into the operator.
This is
not a
it, done,
B.
Jumpy.
They don't
No
know
more
if it's
rounds.
at mid or not.
Yeah, I don't think there is no way like CGN
Pacific,
loses
they
from
they
here.
want to take middle instead. Actually, they're going to bypass it completely. They took that
Like, you have
space
4
for
match
B main.
points.
They have all of B main. Now it's a
Map
50-50
points.
that CGN need to pick. Is it A or B? And right now, they're picking wrong. As I'm saying that. Pacific's taking middle through tiles.
Yeah, what is... The timing on this could be a bit awkward, but it's fine. After the Aldrone's been invested towards middle to post-up comeback, you're going to be seeing Rose head back around
The
towards
Phoenix will
B.
comment that it's a fake because he
And the
didn't see anyone
faith that it's
crossing
gonna
from
end
Yeah.
up
tiles. So they think it's still an A.
Like. You've still got 3 players set
Gonna be
towards
weird.
yeah, I guess you could argue.
And then this guy Bug gets wrecked, I imagine.
Yeah.
3, but these 2 players.
I mean, it depends, because I think Kamyk will play late, right? He should play late, so I don't think they will spot him.
To be able to do they clear Boathouse well? No.
Yeah,
okay, Loiter gonna go down, but it's traded quickly. Anguis then leans out through stairs, but it's traded, and that's it. That's so.
Yeah, it worked out pretty nice though.
It's so difficult now. There's so much time and so much space they don't know about. You've already got Comeback looking towards middle. Already playing a lot closer
Astra ult.
Maybe feeling they've already taken over that mid space, but no, they were just on that late rotate back through. Doesn't need to overdo this, and gets punished on that.
Good Astra ult the back of sight.
Yeah, game back
Could
on.
get a little bit weird with the spike down.
Maybe a little unnecessary as Vince. Yeah, I'm worried when I see this now. Let's see if LaRock's learned his lesson, or does he start creeping towards the stairs again? Underhand flash, probably there, but that's going to have to be a gorgeous flash. It had to have caught 2. He's trying to find some refuge. And CGN.
I mean, double pistol helped him.
Good game.
Diffuse is there. They've absolutely stuck
a little bit worried for Pacific on this map.
And rightly
Dude,
so
CGN keep winning every pistol as well.
And they ran out of chances.
Is it 4-0?
Well played defensive retakes from CGN, starting with that pistol and wrapping it up with a 2-on-2 of their own.
Yeah, I mean, they just look better on this map.
I think Sliggy, I'm gonna end now.
Yeah, you're gonna end, sure.
No, I don't wanna. Too late to watch this last game.
Damn. Early bedtime for you.
They better get it ready.
No, I need to play myself, it's just that. Like,
oh, okay.
Because I didn't play it today, and I watched part of it now, what, 4 hours almost or something? So.
Yeah, so good. If you're playing once I'm done, I'll raid you as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Say bye.
Thanks for the shout out.
Thank you.
And see you, Bacon.
And why is this VOD not uploading? What did I do wrong here? Charlie, me, you do the ads while I fix this. I don't know what's going on.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past. Anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful.
Move the YouTube pin. Yeah.
You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something.
Okay, sunset. This should be decent. I think both these teams will have a pretty good sunset. Chat back in a little bit, right?
So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Well, we're going to go to map 3 after CGN win their map pick. I'm joined once again by Kukuka and Pilski. Pilski, you have faith in them. You have faith in CGN, and you were right. It's their bread and butter of a map for a reason.
Yeah, they have a lot of depth on this map, and I think they showed that even if they ran into a few issues. Whereas Pacific, I mean, we saw them a little up and down within their own kind of home region on this map, and we've seen them, you know, have some impressive results of it, and we saw flashes of that, but Unfortunately, did lose their second map in Ascension there, and there was some very kind of uncharacteristic plays from them. You know, people trying to make hero plays and individual plays where maybe it wasn't necessarily needed, which, you know, is a bit weird for a team that's kind of been dominating this whole competition.
So that's the thing, right? We expected a little bit of what we saw in map 1 with the back and forth, but when this rounds exploded, to have Pacific coming out on top, because individually they are simply brilliant. But as you're saying, so many of those duels were not really favorable for them. So when you go up against a team that knows this map this well, that moves around the map so well, that is going to, in the end, make less mistakes than you, they're going to capitalize on those much better. So we understand why CGN is good in this map, and they feel comfortable still picking it even in this circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, if it works for them, it works for them. We can see the experience diff. And also, it was kind of giving 2022 Turkish teams where their lows were really low. You know, it looked messy. It looked a little bit more chaotic. It wasn't as coordinated. But Kakuga, let's take a look at round 7 in the first half. Talk me through this.
Yes, exactly. This composition has a lot of things that I absolutely love, but obviously having the Phoenix is a great asset. So the moment that Benny feels unleashed to go on the push, Element just push over through short, and they have this crunch play onto the side. But there's also this moment of freezing where they have to clear up the rest of it, making sure that it is a safe spot, and using the rest of the utility. Even though the rotations from Pacific are already coming, there's a second layer to this with the Astra wall. Loving the Astra here, why not? And then we see Rose just picking maybe a little bit off of timing. This is a little bit of the glimpse of the things that we were talking about, maybe Pacific not being so in sync, or not responding so in sync to what was put in front of them.
Yeah, and I think that was a perfect example of CGN's depth on the map. Before that round, like, they were actually kind of struggling in terms of info and the lane theory. Like, PCF was getting full A main control, and they were able to stack the appropriate site before that, and that round was a perfect response to just kind of break open that A main control and break the A site wide open with the Phoenix ult timing.
Yeah, and what happened as the game went on, Pilski, if we take a look at round 20?
Yeah, this is just another example. You have all these set plays and so much depth from CGN. This is a perfect example of it. The Hunter's Fury across the map with the Phoenix Flash. You know, that's a nice little A main trap. They also had the Jet Knives where they dash deep up Cat with the Astra Star and the Gravwell top mid. Like, they have all these sneaky little plays that they can mix in, and that's what makes them such a good team on Ascent, is they just have got so many reps on it and so much depth. So even if they're running the same comp, it's still hard to prepare for everything.
Yeah, the Astra ends up being also very versatile, but that play also reminds me a little bit of what we were seeing on the late Ascent Abyss. They weren't able to close that one up, but they were able to make it very close. So now thinking about Sunset and about the next hurdle that they have to go through to get this best of 3 under their belts, I hope that Ascent has given them the confidence that they need, because I love that the story for CGN in this map is we tried out so many things, and in the end, we're just playing Phoenix.
This is the thing though, if Sunset was map 2, I think I would be looking more towards PCF to be able to close this out. But for CGN, they've been on the alpha stream. They've been grinding 5 overtimes, not finishing a game until 1 AM, having to play map 3, having to have that stamina. They've been there, done that in this tournament. And Pilski, the way that PCF has been dominating every single match, they just haven't really had this experience of what happens when they have to go to map 3 when things are getting tighter. So, I mean, it's looking good for CGN, right?
100%. I think they're a team that's been through a lot of adversity. You know, you've seen Dark going through play-ins, playing a lot of these tight matches. Like you said, some crazy long matches. And Sunset kind of concerns me, because at least CGN has been playing it a little bit. Like, they lost it to Mouse in the Dark Grand Final, fair enough. But they played it in the play-ins, beat PPP. They played it in the group stage against Desire, whereas Pacific has not played this map since they played in the Turkish League. This is not a map they've been playing in Ascension so far.
Yeah, but regionally, you know, they've been doing okay. I think that they should be excited to go to a new frontier. Sunset has been in some of the occasions that map number 3, but on the side of Pacific, you most likely will not make it that far. And especially knowing that the way that they were shut down in Ascent, I want to I want to kind of think like how the mental is doing. Bear in mind also CGN is like getting all the pistols or getting all of the advantages, especially earlier in the half. And this is the kind of thing that will catapult you to just have a very good close-in. And as you're saying, so it's also very important to have these very long, tiring matches.
Yeah, I mean, CGN, I think they're just ready. They've had the reps already on the alpha stream where they've had to grind it out. And like you said, I don't think there's been a single best of 3 yet in Ascension so far where PCIFIC has not won a single pistol. They have to at least start Sunset convincingly.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that individually, I do not expect many changes.
Yeah.
What I do expect
from
them is to have understood what the idea it is with the Phoenix. I think that for Ascent is very specific on the retakes and the set plays that we just showed, but they need to be ready for what's gonna happen on Sunset and how that duo of Element and Benny are going to clash onto them and probably not make things so easy. I feel like in many occasions,
M80, yeah, they play on
not only here on Ascent but also
Tuesday, right?
on the first map, and they need to be aware of this kind of things.
I think the Phoenix could be super useful to kind
of
like
I'm not sure how much of America's groups I'm going to watch.
How they make it work on attack. Like defense, it makes a lot of sense to me. There's a lot of angles that you
Super
can
late,
use
yeah, they play the last one, right?
Try and fight against the A main or the B main control coming out from the
just water, Josh.
run some little traps. So
nothing crazy, man. Don't worry.
I'm also keen to see what CGN's going to put together on the attacking side. And look, we're not going to see any agent changes.
Did that Phoenix again on this map? One of the better maps, I guess. Did they lose so much? This is one of those comps where I'm just like, how is this comp ever meant to take B main if you smoke this aggro?
At CGN, but
Stairs or aggro.
Starting off on the defense, I want them to be a little bit careful. I think that those retakes can be so much powerful.
Dude, CGN look in a good spot though. Like if I'm just straight up looking at, I mean, I'm not the crazy number person, but that's 100% against 57.
Win here for either of these teams will secure.
Did I watch the Loud announcement? I've only seen the Sadak one.
Play in Berlin Studios, Pansy and Steel. I can't wait to see which team is going to be able to achieve that.
Yeah, spot on. I mean, the chance to make it that far, to go the distance, to get in person, get inland, that's what's on the line now. But we've had a couple of different looks thrown at us. I mean, we've seen the highs and lows.
There's a lot of good people that you can pick up, man.
Now, Josh, but
see a lot of changes in Americas.
Where's your mind going now? We've seen a little bit of tape from both of them.
It's an interesting thing to look at. I don't know where my mind goes. Initial thoughts are Pacific. Seems like gun
another map, yeah, last one here.
They're ahead with that regard. But then I look at CGN. I look at the start that they get.
Right.
Pistol rounds,
let us see. Quick update for people that haven't watched it all. 4-0 on the pistols. They're wrecking them on pistol rounds. Let's see if they can get one.
And sometimes even the attack side.
Any reason there's so many changes? Just everyone does changes after the year, really. If you haven't, problem is everyone has the ambition of beating champs and like getting to champs and winning champs. That if you don't do that, a lot of the time everyone's expectations. I mean, they didn't reach it, right? So they got to change it up. Unless you got a team that is built for like multiple years, you're probably not going to do you're probably not going to keep your team. And then you've also got to look at the fact that new teams formed seem to do pretty good. Right? You got Gen G, they did very good. You got Heretics, they did very good. Every time is like a new team. The only real team that kind of stuck together was what? Fnatic.
They pulled the players over
to an extent, and they did it right. PaperX kept their thing. They didn't do great, not the best example. They probably did, well, they did worse than last year.
Eventually from the util, but he still has players by pillar. You still have Davy here. You still have, I mean, yeah, smoked off towards market. But
wait, how did they get not? How did CGN only get 2 here? They've done so much damage though.
That could be huge here.
Wait.
Makes things really tricky between Rose and Chelison. He's now just down on 1. Bash and a quick kill. You're looking to see what he can get out of this. Already noted on the camera too.
30 seconds left.
Gonna hear Vince though. Vince, I need you to be on point for this one. Gets a little sketchy, but as the observers are highlighting,
5-0.
Planted and very much down deep.
5-0 for the pistols.
Brutal. You can't really stop closing.
That's insane, isn't it? They're doing that. Whoa.
And I guess it's around.
Oh, that's pretty fast. Thank you for that.
Yeah, but for who?
That was good.
Good point, John. We don't know.
That was good. 5-0 for pistols.
5 out of 5 for them. So they're looking real
EDG? And they still change one, though. I mean, they switched their IGL. It's pretty big.
Ready. That as soon as Pacific won,
but yeah, I guess if you're talking about core, that still changes.
Swing out and try to stop them by seeing their feet and popping them in the head. But the problem with what Pacific did there is they didn't pivot properly. They had all the space at middle.
Yeah, it's just kind of proven that changing up works well in this game. The thing is, chat, the game changes so much anyway, so each patch, each year, you're like playing a different version of the game anyway, whether it's maps or whether it's like actual what is meta. So you kind of have to adjust to whatever is happening meta-wise.
No, I missed it. I missed it so much. It brings me so much joy.
But
here we are. HP's not good for Pacific. I can see that much. And on the other side, looking comfortable. Already pretty much still in control of elbow. And no real access.
Yampy, nah, he went to go play ranked.
Shot on maybe Vince.
Yampy's on the grind.
It feels unlikely. As so far, CGN have all the answers they need.
Looking like it might be a flawless round here as well.
Had to say it.
I mean, they have a Phantom, couple Guardians, and a Bulldog, and a Spectre. No pistols on this. They're going to have a really nice buy going into their bonus as well to be able to wrap this up. Seeing that Breach Gecko combo to the side of the attackers. And one of the limitations of a composition like this on a map like this...
Dude, I can't keep coming up like this fast.
No,
is that you
just
can't
like
really get
flawless.
Chat.
Yeah.
When does the new... Okay, so we just got a new agent.
Info.
I've never really thought this far ahead at the moment. We just got a new agent. Then in 3 months' time, we get a new map, right?
That's it.
Which means that we get a new map in the things.
I don't know what to call it.
I mean, we get a new map end of this year.
What do you, Dizzy?
So the map pool is actually going to change for next year then, right?
No. What is Dizzy?
Please,
what do you call
man.
it?
I've been
if you're gonna go at me, what do you call
it? Dizzy's Flash.
Dizzy's Flash.
There you go.
It'll tell you that there's someone there.
Yeah, there it
we
is.
get a new map this year, yeah.
Dizzy's Flash.
Minus Ascent really plus new map, yeah, you might be right.
We must never speak of these things. But we're into the bonus here. CGN.
Unless we had a double.
Gonna have to try and work uphill already. First pick found and comeback going down to a little bit of an issue. Benny, dirty little angle, but surely...
What a flash though, so his teammate can go through. Oh, they did great, bro.
Hey, it's a bonus for Pacific. They're already happy. You're already doing serious damage.
Not for Pacific.
Maybe a plant here.
Other way around, CGN.
Man doing his job, but Vince, picking up Loiter, this is...
The HUD's confusing people.
Devastating for Pacific. Maybe Larocque can do something wild, but you're looking at the timing on Element as well. And Davi's just trying to keep his attention. Just look at me, and he actually gets the kill too. So
bonus as well. Ooh, CGN might run away with this.
I don't know what to say at this point. I think the UI is giving me
they wish Pacific could be 3-0 up and win a pistol.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
I don't think that's what's happening.
Then they'd be a great team.
Okay, we'll fix that. We'll fix that. We're on it. We've got the best people on the job. Got them on the phone. You know, tech support. Hopefully no tech pause, and they'll get that fixed up right for you. But again, for the bonus round, you couldn't ask for a better outcome here for CGN.
You really couldn't. It's the start they need. Spike plan for the attackers. Maybe another potential gun round even if it's forced with light shields and vandals or whatever they can make work. Guardians on some players, but
Maple, I don't mind it anymore. Used to do it all the time. It's not as bad because obviously when I was round Yampy all the time, he would call me Piggy like what 20 times a day, maybe more.
This map can play very similar to that.
But now because I don't hear it religiously every single day, it's not too bad at all.
Get through middle into that defender side of the area of the map, you can do flanks on B or A. It's a very strong. Pacific can do this.
Yeah, they certainly can. Anguish has been so good at this as well. But the pressure through market's always difficult to handle, but he does have support from Davi. But at this point, you can see the pressure on Pillar. They're trying to play through that smoke, trying to get it down. I like that. This is nice.
Oh boy, it's nice overwhelm at the moment. It's a good force. You use Gecko wall?
Like this, impressive considering the purchase. You're not seeing pretty weapons here. You're seeing stingers.
It's a great reposition, man.
Alt then on top though. That's from Larocque. Should at least catch one, note one. May not have seen Benny, but Chelsea checking on it. Gonna take him down. Again, Vince and Element work
really good. Did his reposition once he was seen close right was awesome. CGN needed to trade this out, right? You know when the Phoenix went in with Phoenix Soul, they had to trade this guy close right. Had to.
The way that Dave was trying to defend
the HUD, yeah, the HUD's really. Do we need to draw our own HUD?
And he just can't pick which side of the smoke.
I can do it.
Through. A very good way to come through that smoke from the side of the Pacific.
Actually do
if
this.
you're ever trying to play this
It's the best way of doing it, like this.
What some of the things that
it'll be this, right?
do, and the way that they kind of go to the extremities, the edges of the smoke. So if you come out two different sides of it, it's impossible for them to be able to get both of you. Even if he's pre-aim for comeback.
Sure, I've left myself enough space here,
but Lotus just make that presence, and then the jump comes in, and that's off the back of Sheriff, Stingers, whatever they could make work. That's how they get the first round on the board.
Sure, it looks alright.
That,
and then PCF, right? What they've been using. There we go, chat. Looks great.
Okay, you got a little like voiceover voice on there, Josh. I like that. 3-1 in favor of CGN. Ignore the HUD.
What do you mean? It's perfect.
Ignore it. We'll hopefully get that fixed up for you. And it looks like rinse and repeat. They found a solution. This time I want to see how this works out, though. There's still problems here. Element going to find comeback here. Plant is in, though. So a small victory in that regard. And they all fall back towards B main. Welcome to Sunset. The question is, can they pull this off, though? Can they break that back line? Already Vince looking for maybe a different way forward, but the timing's going to be... Oh, to get your gun out. Get your gun out.
Ooh, fully on top of they were going to go for this?
Terrible.
He's still got Omen Flash. Wait, he's still got Omen Flash.
And it does, I think, at least catch one, I can imagine.
Popped the Omen Flash crazy early.
So nicely. CGN really controlling this well. I was a little worried.
They worked really well, man. They look good on this map.
The retake, fantastic.
Yeah, they look really good on this map.
That was so good from CGN there. A flawless round, but the way that they approached that retake with Vince going in, getting that smoke.
Be a graphics designer? Yeah, maybe. Look at it.
That means that the attackers in there on that post plant need to be able. They can't peek from behind the box. They'll be at a severe disadvantage. They'll stick their feet out. Half their body will be out, and CGN will win that fight. So the only place they can peek from is from that close line. But that
need the logos. I'm not trying the logos, man.
In the back, the entire line is disabled, and in that process, they converge on main. They get the paint chills off to clear out the cubbies as well, and it's just a wrap. And not
very early timeout, but it has to happen. Huh?
Yeah, and considering this is Pacific's timeout, they will need to come up with something.
Is this a Pacific timeout? CGN timeout? Pretty confident this one's right.
As well, and kind of a back and forth discussion about it not being played recently. It was something that, yes, they played regionally, but we hadn't seen them really push to third maps or going deeper into their map pool. They'd been winning out quite quickly, so we hadn't really seen them approach this map specifically. And, well, CGN had. CGN, even in losses, at least have very recent reps in officials on it. They look quite well-rounded. It looks like they're learning on the fly. It looks like they're very much in control of things early on. Now, that can change. We have a timeout here, so it could have been adjusted. Hopefully that UI does get fixed up for you guys. Still waiting on an update on that one. Again, if you are just tuning in, it's 4-1 to CGN. UI is a little backwards. So you guys
Dazzle Alec with the 6 months. Thank you so much. Thank you.
But I'm worried for Pacific here, if I'm honest. It feels like they're so hell-bent on trying to break back in. We're seeing these Stingers coming out, these Sheriffs, these Guardians, and a lot of pressure on Anguist again, but he has been doing well at this.
Playing for the retake here.
Is he?
Say that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is he? Oh my! Damn, bro, he sticks around on his own and gets 3.
Away from that, but felt confidence. Was rewarded.
He's been playing really good. Fair play, man.
Now down to 2. I don't know how they're going to try and make this
work. I'm not sure that's like the actual play, but individual skill is impressive.
So you're looking at the guns in hand. They're going to need a big couple of shots, and Benny already clearing one.
Wow, they're running through him.
In a 1v3. And yeah, not going to happen. Nice attempt. The retakes are good. Once again, CGN continuing forward.
If Pacific isn't able to punish these types of plays, Pacific, one player to defend the site. They've bypassed his cages, his trips, and he still gets 3 before he falls. That, like, if Pacific can't break through that, what can they break through? And I look at
I mean, they have such a good opportunity.
What foot run on their Sunset? But The way that Foot actually play the Sunset, I like a lot. They'll combo up, they'll do these 2-man packs, try to work that B main control with the, I believe it's the Gecko and the Raze, and then while that's happening, they're also taking Omen and Breach towards that A side, trying to soften that up, get the information that way indirectly. They don't have a drone or dart. But here, it's just 5-man hits A, 5-man hits B. It's not the same. It's the same comp, but a completely different game plan.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I mean, the stacks here, though. We are going to be seeing, is the UI correct now?
Yeah.
I'm nervous to say it is. I think it is.
Like
I think it's correct. I think we're good. And if we're wrong, observers, are you doing that? Do you know what? Love you guys. The producer also did tell me at the same time, but you know, shout out to them. I like the little stack on A. I like the attempt
a little mod. Double kill trip on the site.
Apparently, Pacific didn't like it, so they're adjusting. And you're right, it does just seem like these 5-man hits. And Anguist probably still feeling pretty confident here, still sticking around the side. Does now need to respect that. Can't stick around with that ult coming in.
It's still very good though. They get a sight, the 2 ults. If you're CGN, you're so happy with that one. Last time they had heavy pressure of someone behind. So do they now not do it?
5 at that.
This is such a weird off angle that...
They clear again, Anguist.
Pacific.
Yeah, again, CGN. Anguist
Whoa.
is such a good player on this. I can't highlight enough. And maybe played into a little bit. Maybe Pacific needs to be a little bit sharper on it, but by all rights, it's down to 2. Larock and Chelson again flashed.
Whoa, man, look at them go. CGN look kind of legit right now. That was awesome. That was really together. Chat, I was looking... Who got this kill?
And I want to give credit that round to Anguist.
Was that him killing the guy? Anguist killing the guy in off angle?
And rightly so. He shouldn't have gotten away with
it,
but he did.
Wow, that's
but
impressive.
Even here, the pivot through CT, plays it back, finds this. You felt Kamyk should have had that every day of the week. We've been seeing that.
Yeah, he should be winning that duel every time.
One of the things I'm looking at,
unless someone saw him from heaven and they could see the gun from there, and they commed it, but he would have swung differently.
And they're winning like all the rounds basically. But the way that Pacific played that.
He's having a bit of a... Oh, yeah. Why have we done this?
Where's the cohesion, team?
I don't know. It feels
Where's the HUD?
Oh my god, and this is across the map. The UI has once again baited us. Just
yeah,
so
what's going on?
The bait is back. Oh, we go again. Oh man, this is... It feels like I've got a fever. Already though... I'm just going to try and keep up with what Pacific try and do about this one, because you're right.
It feels do it again, dude.
Like they're not together. They're not playing as 5. It feels very fractured, very individual. It looks like maybe they're trying to pressure towards that A site here.
Oh, that's the best it's going to be.
Got to be cautious.
Not the best
There's a lot coming towards them.
All right with it.
But a nice approach again from Element.
The man,
stick the fight on one side and gets a punish on 2. An isolated fight, no trade. Pacific.
It feels like they're getting aim diffed, which is crazy.
Could not tell you. I could
was this not the team that was aim diffing absolutely everyone?
Try to do with this composition. I could tell you. I just don't know if they have enough time to be able to learn it and implement it. But if they were able to scan through a foot VOD on this map and copy what they do, that's basically their best chance.
Let me get rid of that. For people that are confused, let me get rid of this.
They got to start.
Then how am I ever meant to know when they finish it?
For an early fight. Maybe look to soften up the setups, destroy the trips, pop the cages, pop the camera, and then go into whatever they want. They need to get maybe a little bit inserted towards the middle. They're getting hunted.
Don't need to. Oh, I got you with the HUD. Whoa.
I mean, I'm sure the money's pretty solid for CGN at this point, considering the score.
I think they just switched it back.
7-1.
Yeah, they must have.
What a sad way for
Get rid
Pacific
of it. Let's test it out.
Dwindle away from them.
Yeah,
after what has been a great run until this point, Josh. You know, I think both of us came into this quite excited to see them play, looking at how well they'd perform here. You'd argue they potentially had the upper hand in this series too, especially when you saw at least the first map, maybe the second, you could see a fight on it. And here, they're historically very strong. Lately though, that gap in time, whatever happened, it's not a pretty look, and CGN, by all accounts, are playing this out just right. I wouldn't say it's a one-man show. I wouldn't say we're seeing a complete, you know, overperformance from anyone. It's been a very well-rounded affair. So, Pacific, show us how bad you want it.
Rotate looks really good from CGN at the moment as well.
How bad do you really want it? You've got a chance to go and make it into those studios to make a real career of this one, and Kamyk already going to find.
Oh my God!
Element eviscerating the one perfect start that they had, the one beginning that looked clean, and it's still a 3v2. It's still in favor to CGN. Larock and Rose playing together, find something together. But Larock on his own on the site. Rose sitting a little deeper towards B main. Individual fights, and this time they're being won. Leaving just Benny to clear back through this obstacle course. Wants to get a start on it. That's already going to bring out the mosh. Force him off. Does get half at least, though. How are you meant to get past these last two? Very difficult. Good flash, could certainly help.
It didn't kill it right. Oh, it did hit right. But it didn't hit right.
One back.
And even with the triple, again, the fact he goes down here, it's actually pretty big. Because they're all going to go into this. We now got 4 people that need to rebuy, and if they lose this, it really is just done.
Sure.
But they
Can't believe this Soulcas 3. Oh my God, he did so good.
Element with 3.
That guy set off the cage just before he went down. I think so. That gave him the space to ult behind it. That was awesome.
Oh, there's 3. Surely that's a wrap. But no, somehow Pacific actually come on top of that round. And I don't know. Like we talk about the story.
What does Benny play in ranked? Probably.
I'm thinking,
probably Phoenix.
Main team win last year.
Yep.
Well, I see a Phoenix in the mix here. Is that the painting?
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, Josh. I don't want to hear it. Because the thing is, how well did it go for the last team? Huh? Let's talk candidly. You're gonna
That's actually true.
You're gonna put me back through that stress. How'd it go for them?
They're in VCT. What do you mean? What?
How did they do once they got into VCT?
They put forth their best efforts. And they brought out some really cool ideas. You know, they switched the Phoenix wall to the Sage wall sometimes.
True, and we liked that.
Huh?
The tank on the wall, I recall.
Yeah, it became
was
a
an
meme,
adjustment. Yes.
Big talked about team. I think that's a success. What are you trying to say or suggest?
You just want to watch the world burn. You just want to watch the world burn, don't you? I hate it.
What are you trying to say?
I don't know what you're on about.
That's good.
2-7 though. Dabby.
Wait, really, Bacon? Yeah, but I mean, not available in this tournament though. So.
Found anyone? No, but ooh.
I like this from Pacific.
They
have that space at tiles. They had held that A main space.
Yeah. CGN in reaction to this triple swing middle. Say triple swing. They kind of just fighting this the whole time.
A little bit of gamble. I like this as well. Getting a little bit nervous, sweating because there's still no execute yet, but ready to pivot fast, either direction that the Thrash goes. That is their game plan right now, or to crush Pacific at middle.
It's not indecisive. What are we doing? Official through market. Oh boy, he's gonna regret doing official from here. Did he tap it?
That's the ult silenced. Jellison has to clear so much. Surely they're aware.
Oh.
Well. Okay, fair enough. You get a free pick towards market. Pretty sure he got spotted over towards tiles earlier on, so I'm surprised they lost track of that one, but still, 4v4.
Yeah, they're absolutely sending it out of there as well. We got the Cypher to stop him.
For this to work out, Justin can't go down. If he dies, it's a little dangerous now.
Now what?
You can see the Loiter now trying to take back that space, find some security. That's dangerous. Oh my god. Oh, no.
Nah, bro, where's the confidence, man? You guys used to be... You guys used to have too much confidence. Ah, this guy gets caught running. Wait, what?
I don't know if it is alive. It's falling to pieces. We got fights everywhere. Now Vince cleaning up house.
No way, I can't believe they lost this as well.
It's messy as you like, but
it really is. I mean, this was a nice call from CGN. They're good time to bring out the mid crunch.
Falling apart a little here.
And just as Pacific decided to, oh my gosh, just as Pacific decided to like change it up mid rounds because they were just going to hit site with the official over towards B, and then someone made the adjustment call to do the ult through market, just as they wanted to push down middle as well. Pretty unlucky with the timing on this.
And then you're right, they just completely forget about Chelison.
Pacific crumbling a little bit. It does feel a little bit like that. But the thing that I was saying to Yampy is like, don't know if they should be crumbling because
CGN capitalizes on
3 of their players can't make it anyway, so there shouldn't be too much pressure. But I guess it is like the game. It's still
in playoffs.
Out of all of their careers, it's the game that means the most.
Team that's going to punish you for making mistakes like this. So be careful. You don't want to.
Because I really didn't think I'd see this team get aim diffed, but they are getting aim diffed.
Right here, so much on the line. You know,
and CGN are playing well together, and individuals are looking great.
Big partnered league. And all these little mistakes, all these overextensions.
CGN drag you into their style. Yeah, this is what Nilzinho was saying. You're right.
To stay resilient and keep that endurance. It's going to cost you.
Spot on the money there. And you're right. When you think bigger picture, you're going up against people like Apeks who have the, eventually will have that LAN experience. They won't make those errors. They'll, punish you in those moments. But there's something quite sad about seeing PCIFIC just faltering in these final moments here.
Yeah, it is sad. I agree.
I was incredibly excited to see these guys at full potential. And
Telemetry, what's up?
Middle of the
Talk
board, to me. Not looking as explosive or impactful.
Every single CGN game, people always say this. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
How solid they look there, but it's not.
But they change up their defense quite a lot, to an extent.
Still, as it stands,
they also do stuff that looks similar, but then they fight different.
Showing so much depth.
Oh, look at this.
So much
Wait, they just got heavy reads as well? Oh no, it's just what they do at Phoenix.
That's a good bit of info. Might have even seen Chelsea, I'm not sure, but the quick flash.
That's trying to take space as well.
Make something happen, doesn't get it, but in
no matter what, he got info as well.
Holding across the map, still letting PCIFIC just basically walk into their own doom. Now, LaRock's found space here. That could be valuable. And they're backing away as Vince re-clearing towards 8, and there's the impact. Finds it towards Anguist. That opens up chances. Wingman should reveal Element's position, and that's a shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's more what was happening before.
4 and 3, market door closed. Vince on that flank again, but potentially another overextension here from the PCIFIC. If they fight, they got to do it together, but it doesn't look like it's together at all. Disjointed.
Still got Molly for afterplan though.
Here, and they're trying to escape the site, but again, it's all just so disjointed. They don't know. They can't decide in or out. Pick one.
Oh really? Molly for this?
Got to see that. Oh God, what's going on? What's going on? I mean, do they?
Yeah, this guy's gonna do it all, man.
Maybe they do.
Hey, shout out to LaRock here. That was big. Big round.
That round should never have even come down to that.
We talked about earlier how the lowest seated Ascension team at the year gets relegated. Yes. Well, they play a game. I'm pretty sure they play the teams from Ascension, like coming up.
I mean,
I think that's how it works.
Is no mean feat.
What if they go number 1 and number 2 at champs? Then number 2 plays.
I think you're absolutely on the money.
It's whoever does the worst out of the 2.
It was a 4 and 3 for PCIFIC.
I'm pretty sure.
It should be an easy round conversion. It's all on the back of one
That's
player,
whack,
really.
bro. We're never going to see number 1 and number 2. Like the chance we have of that is G2 M80, and even they won't do that.
It's going to be a 5v5. And the thing I look for though is the fact that PCIFIC.
Oh,
they're going to be a down man.
I don't know. Again, you're talking about necessity. You're talking about walking smoke.
What are we doing?
Wait, what? How?
This is the time where you want to choose
that was nuts.
A mini or a sliggy, because if they're not telling you this is desperate plays here happening, a mistake.
I mean, the play pushing through spawn is desperate. I agree. I'm just trying to work out how on earth he killed this guy back a sight.
They'll take it with both hands. They're not going to let that slip. If someone's going to make these mistakes and look like they are crumbling in this, they will hold on to it, because this is their chance to make it through to Berlin. This is their opportunity, and they are not going to look a gift like that down. 9-3 on the half. This has been a one-sided.
You never know. EG didn't look that good, and then they looked. You never know. EG won champs when they looked awful at the beginning of the season, but they also changed the player and brought in like one of the best we've seen. So that's a big difference. I also agree the teams could do that. You just got to go off of like what we've had already, and we've had 2 teams coming up from Ascension that haven't looked great, and then we've had G2 that look great. But G2 also got, what, 7th to 8th? The chance of double Ascension teams doing that is pretty low. I think for the off percentage of it happening, it's not even worth thinking about. It's like as DRG. That's true. DRG did alright, but also China is like so far behind that it wasn't like a set stable region yet. We only had like realistically 2 really solid teams, and then you could argue that the rest were pretty good on some maps. So far behind that they won champs. Yeah, but you're confusing a whole region with one team. And FPX look good as well.
I'm still nervous. I'm worried.
Like if you don't have separation, then what's the point of it? It's like me talking about gentlemates when I'm talking about Fnatic. Like that's crazy talk.
You're worried because you
CMGG with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Thank you.
Oh, we're Pacific.
Trace beat Lev. Yeah, they had good maps. Guys, please listen to what I'm saying. You're killing me.
But why do you think they deserve the win over CGN? CGN, they've only lost 1 series, and it was 2 14-12 losses to Apeks, another team that's at the top.
I'll take that, but I didn't want to see them lose like this. I don't care if they lose, but losing like this?
Yeah, okay.
Man.
Trust me, if there's someone here that's gonna get it,
Dude, this is fast. 4-person, 5-person walk middle.
But for now we focus.
Yeah, they watched that other game and they were like, do you know what? We'll do this with 5.
Pacific 3 rounds. It's not much, but it's how they were losing is the bigger problem. That's why we're actually worried here. But look at this approach. This pressure through top middle. I love it. This is so pretty to watch. It's now, I mean, whether or not it works out for them is yet to be seen.
Yeah, and then the Phoenix, what happens here?
Pressure now coming back.
Now
I
what?
like what the idea was from Pacific then to maybe take some.
And then the Phoenix just stays alive and.
Kind of a main a little.
But I mean, they saw both, right? You just pivot to be here.
3 players, Loiter, Chelison being called out here. Now they've won the fights on the extremities pretty much, but
man, they're actually gonna get 6 out of 6 pistols.
This is the type of stuff that Pacific needed to do on their attack side. Exploit that middle, make the defense feel very uncomfortable. Anguist, he had a free B site, everyone coming from in front of him. He never had to check behind him at all game. And now, about to go 6 for 6 in pistol rounds. Ooh. Unless Loida has anything to say about
Smokes as well, though. One of the better agents, right?
It's 1v2. He's got 2 smokes still to play with. That's tricky, but it's not impossible. Heard a step on CT, maybe. He's lost track, but a great shot. He knows where Vince is.
Smoke.
But the plant is for Vince, and Vince should be able to play this to the time.
I can get half, and now he smokes. Oh man, they are crumbling.
Yeah. Well,
always got to smoke that first, no matter what.
Josh feel like that was the chance, and it's gone. But I like
6 out of 6 pistols.
I like that pressure towards top middle. I actually really liked what they tried to do there.
That was really good from the side of CGN. When you come from the front, everyone deals with it. Like 95% of the time, you're dealing with that stuff. So you're put in a very comfortable position of how to.
Yeah, we'll write it down just so it's on records, man. That's nuts.
Your cages, your teammates are in certain positions that they can deal with it. But once you
they got a force buy on defense. Oh man, you rarely see this one work.
Do they watch B or do they watch flank? Do they watch A or do they watch flank? Teams, that's where they crumble.
And now, only a couple of rounds away. As said, for the likes of CGN.
Dude didn't buy his wall, so he can't break it either.
On the line here. Can't be stressed enough. I feel like it's undersold to an
Wait, what did we buy? We bought none of the util to break this. We bought none of the util to break this. No shocks, no satchels, no wall. We can't break the trip.
Potentially life-changing. And obviously on the other side, Pacific going through the feelings of what it's like to watch that slip away from you.
There was a satchel? Oh, okay. Did he just use it early?
Through your fingers. And chances are still
Nade?
here.
Yo, they got to use it, though.
Already Benny.
Problem is this guy's going middle.
That's going to be Jellison in a little bit of a tricky situation. It doesn't pop the cage either. Opting to just try and slip a little forward. Quite like what he's trying, but again, this is...
Oh my god.
It has to be huge.
Yeah, could get so many here.
As much as he could there. Gives him at least a 2v3, but you look at what they've got left, Josh. It's a Sheriff and it's a Stinger.
This is tough. Second force buy they've done. And disadvantage.
Okay,
but an isolated fight.
Yeah, but
this guy's been solid, by the way. I think like 2 kind of big mistakes out of most of the maps we've seen. That's it. He's been really good, man.
For an MVP, for a big player, the one that
Anguist has been unreal.
5 to 13 here, and you compliment his ability to find space in other maps, how much impact he has. He's been pretty absent in this one. And on the other side, CGN as 5, working well. And there's no opportunities now for comeback, and I think he knows it. As the round fades away, and 11 is gathered by CGN, 2 rounds away.
Well, at least there's a lower bracket for these guys, but
trip over towards Berlin.
I can't help but think this is nothing but a game plan diff. And
both champs in franchising era have made a change mid-season. Yeah, it's true.
You know, everyone's been talking him up and hyping him up.
It definitely should. I mean, teams should definitely look at that if they're like worried about it in the future.
The problem is,
it's about peaking at the right time. It is what we talk about all the time. And having a new person that like revitalizes the team is huge.
It's not a thing. They're not going to have success with it, and this is the result of it. A trap. Ready, stun, and dizzy as soon as contact's made on the camera here.
Waiting for the stun. Ooh.
Look how far back they are. They're waiting.
Yeah,
oh man, they're lost though. Look at them.
Good read from CGN.
It was nice from CGN. They're waiting all the time for the trap play here. They did some good homework on this.
Anguist taking the space over towards tiles. This is a heavy B lane. This is 4 players.
Do you think Demon 1 can compete next year? Yeah, Demon 1's great, man. I wouldn't judge anyone from that NRG roster, because there was just a complete... there's a complete... something was heavily wrong in that roster, and I wouldn't want to judge individuals off of that. Like, they should all partially take responsibility. But I would never look at that roster and be like, dudes, what do you mean he was on that roster? That means he's awful now. No, not at all, man. It was just a complete collapse from everyone involved.
That's it. You don't have support coming yet.
But Demon 1's still one of the best people I've seen in this game. I'm not gonna just think of 1 year where he had a dysfunctional team, in my opinion.
Still in place. Loiter giving it a damn good go. Holding on to this one.
The flood's here.
Trying.
There's a lot of people here. Yeah, they should do it right.
10 seconds. PCIFIC showing resilience.
Okay, at 11-3, they get 1 round, they stabilize the economy, they all pick up some guns, maybe.
Wow.
It would have to be mental.
Such a good play by Loida. I don't know how he just took the chance that nobody was coming from behind, but getting that one-way off, getting that opening.
Is it going to happen? Is he going to get a spot? See how trials and stuff go. However he does in trials.
Team was able to flood out and just stabilize on the round. They're able to get out spawn and link. They have that one way up, so they're able to freely swing that. That was very important and impressive. A must-needed win. And I like what PCIFIC's doing right now. They're down so many rounds that they know, like, if they play standard, they're probably going to lose. Even if they win 2 rounds for every round they lose. So right now, they're taking some gambles. They're doing these 4-man stacks. They're starting to set up the traps.
Yeah, speaking of, right here, right now, the aggression being the answer, and it's rewarded.
Yeah, this is nice, dude. Is this an eco, so we don't need to go too crazy about this one, but could be really good to get some ults online as well.
Trying to find space in towards top middle, punish
be really, really good.
Control on the extremities, and he might be rewarded himself. Takes away Rose, and now suddenly we complimented the likes of Loiter before for being that one-man show, but now it's going to be on the likes of Jellison, who's on the run, trying to find some safety to sit towards.
He can close all the sight. And does he pop the K to get the kill off of it with the trip? Yes, he does.
Oh, this is bold. I like it, though.
He just needs to stay alive.
Maybe expecting him
in
a different position off the back of the reveal. Didn't know about Davy, though. The plant's going to be there.
Flank, Anguist.
Oh, my God, Anguist, the timing.
The classic.
And there it is.
Wave the classic.
It's game on. Big shot from Loiter though, removes Anguist.
Oh, sorry.
No, Davy was the one to pull, but he finds a 1v1, and this is all he's wanted. Shock Dart goes in. 5 more seconds on the reveal, but still wants to stay gun in hand for now. Loiter.
Big reveal.
The hero from the round previous has to put on the cape once again.
Holy, played this very well. Man, they ecoed him. 2 guns into it.
Desperately trying to claw into this
that
one.
is just all of their hopes gone.
It's starting to really look like it's over.
8, yeah, they do just look way better.
They had the chance to be able to close it out again. CGN In the back lines, a classic.
The 3v5 eco, yeah, devastating.
Yeah. A great opening as well.
There's a big kill in the middle.
Those 2 pickoffs there, getting everyone involved. You had the paint shells, you had the flash, you had the stun. You had 4 bodies involved with that fight to get those 2 pickoffs. But it's
the first game today, it was a little bit one-sided as well.
Series point for CGN.
A little bit one-sided. Apeks look really good. Probably not worth watching the Lotus unless you're an Apeks fan.
Yeah, it's a long road back.
Unless you want to see a bit of a KO masterclass though, that was fun. It was actually a pretty fun map. I'm not gonna lie, even though it wasn't close.
Have opportunities, and they're still gonna try and make it count. Larok doing well. Everyone finding impact.
Okay, you had that round where you didn't save up all your ults. Now you guys can all save up your ults. Just do nice and easy.
This time a stark reminder of that. 5 alive,
Yeah, we'll count it down. That's one of the worst 7s I've done for a bit, but we'll leave it.
7 more chances. CGN, their game plan's been better than Pacific.
All they have to do is that ult that they use, just save them together.
That they have some things to work with on defense. They have some traps, they have some aggressive fights, but they have some gaps. And CGN's been exploiting those gaps. They have to do it one more time. Even if they can get themselves into a 3 versus 3 in mid-round, any sort of 2 versus 2 clutch situation, CGN, since Ascent, has been coming out on top consistently with those. That is their ticket to that upper round, that second round. One more step closer to getting to the grand finals, getting to that arena.
And creep up middle. They found space here. They're looking to exploit it, but
yeah, they kind of get mid for free.
Look
I feel
at how Pacific are holding this now. 2 players, 3 players dedicated towards this camera too, trying to swing off that.
Dude, how have you got that confidence still?
They do come back trying to clear house, and he goes down for it. How's he fallen? How did that not get? What on earth just happened?
Down to 70. I don't even think he had shields. I think there was just 30 damage.
That's unbelievable.
Swatted down. 4 versus 5 now as well.
Oh, but look at Rose.
Bro, how have you got this much confidence? Where'd you get that confidence from? That's crazy.
Trying to be the hero today, and it's not happening. Loiter, the Rock, Jellison, the 3 to try and keep them in this one. TP. There's the info. There's the Rock. Again, keep them
yeah, he's been good, man.
He's
the guy that's like kept his form.
Davy, still here. He's got TP if he feels like he can use it. He's taking a little bit of a walk away, at least towards
and think about it. You didn't see him back, so you know he's on the left when you TP.
Davy detained, and the pressure building. Vince with a connection, and now just down to 1 Loiter.
Oh yeah, they are nervous.
The weight of his team on his shoulders now. As CGN showing resilience here. Even around you didn't feel possible, and it's done. CGN.
I mean, they dominated them. The 6-0 on pistols helped a little bit here, but I'm telling you, I even think like give them a pistol here, and it's still a domination. At least this map.
Showing they won.
Yeah, they look really good. I feel like that Anguish guy played very well, man.
Game plan coming into Ascent, coming into Sunset as well.
I mean, they all did, but I feel like he played insanely well.
And they have the closers to boot as well. So many rounds that came down into these 2 versus 2 situations. They knew exactly how to play it. Pound for pound, they're heavy hitters. Honestly, really well played by CGN. It looked so
CGN Apeks.
Effortless. Even when you look at the map of Abyss,
then Ultimate Pacific lower bracket.
It was a 13-11. That was no small feat either.
No, you're right. They almost drew that back. When you look at it in that full context, and obviously for Pacific, heartbreak in their minds there. They can't be happy with the result at all. You saw them try and kick into gear in that final round, Josh, but it just simply wasn't there in map 3 by any means.
Vince, yeah, Vince did great, man, as well, Bacon. This is the thing. I feel like all of the players had like pretty good standout rounds.
Now than, you know, later on in the tournament.
He had very strong ones on Ascent.
Better to lose now than in the tournament. You'll have some time to be able to fix some of these issues. But
well,
oh man,
they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. They've got to go back to the drawing board. But obviously for CGN, this must be a massive moment.
Yeah, I can't believe they were aim diffing. I think that was the thing that surprised me the most here. a lot of that map here, they just aim diffed them.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Steel. We will be joined by Element from CGN in just a moment, but for now, I've got Kukuka and Pilsy here with me. What a moment this is for CGN, and what a series, Pilsky. They fully deserve this win, and I can't wait to see them on LAN.
100%. I think like I was very, very worried after the way that first half of Abyss was going.
Okay, chat. Do we end it here? Do we raid Yampy?
I think that last map was a very, very.
How long until they get the interview? Do you think?
Boost up the confidence, and like you said, it really, really helps winning all those pistols, or like Steel said, rather at the end of the game.
Yeah, and for PCIFIC, right? This is the first loss.
You reckon 2 minutes? We can wait 2 minutes.
We were talking about how dominant they were on the group stage, and they're not able to find the win today. With
I think CGN should give up on the Phoenix, bro. The Phoenix is working for him. Why do they need to give it up? Like 2 wins away from being in VCT.
Very uncharacteristic, I would say.
Working fine at the moment.
We saw a lot of moments that we didn't expect, but I do think this is going to be a good experience for them. They will have one more chance tomorrow to fight for a top 3 spot, and also the opportunity to play on LAN as well. And we talked a little bit about Apeks earlier on how, I mean, even Soulcas said it himself, they're probably going to get a buff by the time we go to LAN. And I think it might be the same thing with CGN, given the fact that they have already played LANs this year, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I want to see them.
Yeah, I'll do a couple, but can.
See the crowd supporting them.
I will do that.
We can all agree that we want Apeks to have a very deep run. Like, if it's a final of Ascension, Apeks has to be there. And wouldn't it be absolutely crazy to have it against CGN after the resilience that they showed up today?
It'd be so fun, dude. If we get the two teams in Ascension back to back that use Phoenix the most.
That they put in really helped them kind of turn this series back around and stay resilient. On the other hand, for PCIFIC, they haven't really, I mean, they've had a bit of a meteoric rise, right?
Into CGN.
The first time that they've kind of suffered a few
Phoenix just dominates EMEA
of the Turkish league. They've been on a bit of a streak, a fair bit of momentum behind them, but they're going to have to kind of learn and recover from that loss. And I think maybe, you know, some of that issues of going into some of the interregional play and things like that, rearing its head on Sunset there. It's only really a map they played officials in the Turkish league, and then now playing a bit of a different style, it doesn't seem to really be gelling, and they need to learn to be more adaptable when things aren't going their way or when a certain kind of approach isn't working for them.
It's so interesting though, because they get to play TU tomorrow. It's like finishing where you started, because only one of those teams can go through, and just the trajectory that TU has had since getting absolutely smackaroonied
GG's Pansy.
PCF,
nice cast from you.
Nice little revenge story. I believe we also
nice to be unbanned, man. Take it up with Bacon, man. What's this guy doing?
In just a moment. Our boy Davy, of course, it's going to be interesting to see him back on LAN as well. But this is the thing though. I mean, no matter what happens tomorrow in the upper bracket, it's fine. You know,
yeah, right.
The 2 teams, CGN versus Apeks, no elimination.
It was redeemed, yeah.
There will be elimination, however, for TU.
Any excuse to flame Bacon, I'm taking it. Don't worry.
Who do you guys think is making it out?
Never saw the redeem. Same here, dude. I mean,
crazy, right?
I'm not sure anyone did, other than Bacon.
2 ways this can go. CGN was just the better team. They dominated them strategically, and at the end of the day, had a better game plan that they were able to execute. Maybe also, you know, being younger or
let's get a VOD review on that. Yeah, get Mini on the case for this one. Oh my, look at that, dude. That's crazy.
This is just the okay. We need
holy.
That
wait, chat. If you get banned, can you read chat afterwards or not? How does it work? Who's been banned here before?
I think it's going to be interesting to see Ultimates on a bit of an upward trend, upward trajectory. If they
you can't even read chat, so she can't see Bacon gloating afterwards.
I'm actually pretty intrigued about the CGN Apeks matchup, because I feel like Apeks is playing better and better as they get on in this tournament. But I felt like CGN should have beaten them in the groups, to be honest, the way that game was going. Like, I felt like they
can't read chat, but you can see the stream, okay. Oh, damn, okay, so now he typed it, now she can read it. Holy hell.
When we interviewed him.
I love how big of a CGN fanboy you are. Like
both games tomorrow, yeah, both games tomorrow should be awesome.
It's easy to go for the the PCF. It's easy to kind of support Apeks even. Whereas I think CGN they deserve more love. So I like that you're showing them that love.
I'm a bit of a nerd. That's
chat.
why, and like
CGN came through play-ins, right? Or am I just completely lost?
Really excited. You can see all like the hard yards and the extra work that they put in.
Oh, they've had an absolute run. Fair play.
Started the game like that, whereas PCIFIC, you know, is a bit more of a Chad kind of play style, just running at them, you know, getting headshots and all that kind of stuff. It's fun to watch.
I am the absolute opposite. I want to see the youngsters. I want to see the crazy plays. I want to see who's being picked up in a couple of years. I want everybody to have eyes on them for 2 years, because I think that 2024 showed us so much about what you can do with an empty canvas with so much potential. Like, it's literally a giant canvas, that I want to see what these players are going to become in the future.
Yeah, I do like the thought.
Dude, give me the info. What's going on?
Because we're gonna look back on this next year and we're gonna be like, oh, remember when someone took a chance on comeback, even though he's not even 18 yet. He doesn't turn 18 till June. Like, he's literally not eligible.
Do you remember when we went to the studio on Ascension, we had this moment where we highlighted the player that we knew was going to make it into VCT? I know that mine was Tomasi, so I was super happy when he was picked up and he was performing. But I cannot wait until we go to the studio and repeat that segment. Be like, by the way, we are the #1 scouters, so if we say your name, you will get a spot. You'll get a try at least.
Yeah, mine was Kiko, so I think we both won there. I don't remember who the third one was, but thing is, I feel like it gets harder and harder every year, because obviously how difficult it is already to be a part of Tier 1. There's only a finite amount of spot, but it feels like
you think Pacific didn't win because in the back of their mind they can't play in VCT? Nah, I don't think so. That should take the pressure off, and it looked like the pressure was really on. Also, their map pool looks a little bit off.
Yeah, I think it's also...
So it looks like a mixture of that. At least from what I was watching of their Sunset here, though, this was aim diff. That was only Lorok playing at the usual kind of form.
I think a tournament like Ascension is interesting. And
CGN also just heavy step up, man. Like, all the individuals were just diffing them. Which is, I'm telling you, is very impressive. Because I've had the individuals on Pacifica through the roof.
Like, they're winning it as a team. They're not necessarily showing like some crazy outstanding.
Did Angus be a hot prospect? I think it'll be interesting to see whatever team doesn't make it. Let's say for this example that CGN lose in like the finals or something. It'll be interesting to see which of them get like trials and stuff like that. Because I think it's quite a team that has a lot of good individuals. So I think you could warrant like giving most of them a trial.
And we live in a world where the IGL is playing Phoenix every single game.
But Angus definitely had that third map was
I hope that's
very impressive, man.
Duelist is just a tag. I think it's mostly because of the ultimate. Like, the kid, even though the flashes, you need to be in a specific spot. You can make it work, you know. And we can get Benny on the studio to explain to us how he does it.
I actually like those silly storylines sometimes. Like, at least
his calling's good, man.
There's a few of them. There's like this Ray's player in Indonesia who won the tournament only using a judge. In OS, they won the tournament playing ISO every single game. You know, it's just like, obviously lower level.
Okay, Jai, it's taken too long for it's taken too long for an interview here. I'm bailing on it. Let's raid Yumpy.
I just know that Angel's gonna be looking at Benny's Phoenix
we're out here yapping.
Oh, I could do that. Like, he's doing it every week. I'm gonna do
Yumpy's
that as
still
well.
streaming, right?
But let's bring in Davi.
There we go. Just as we gave up. That's all we had to do.
Davi.
Sometimes all you gotta do is give up hope.
Hi. How are things? You know, we haven't seen you since last year.
Yeah. Hello. It's fine. We won, so I'm happy. I guess.
Yeah, we're happy.
That's
it.
As
well. But of course, with that win, it means that no matter what happens tomorrow, you will be playing in Berlin. You were here last year, but I will tell you, it's a different studio. It's a different stage, so it's technically a stage you haven't played on yet. But talk me through how excited you are to come back. What was it like last year to be able to play on LAN as well?
Last time it was very bad. Yeah, we lost the 2 games. So I hope this time I can make a different path.
We had fun watching you. We had fun. We were screaming "Saw" every single round. Yeah, it was good.
I want to ask you about today's matchup. How was the feeling going against a team that was leading their group, that was flawless? Were you guys scared? How was the preparation like going into this?
Yeah, we prepared a lot for them. In the end, we played our game, and yeah, my team was better today.
I wanted to ask you about your pistols. You obviously won all the pistols in this series. Is it something that you prepare based on opponent? Do you have specific pistol strats that you like to go towards, or do you like to kind of feel them out a little bit sometimes?
Of course, yeah, we prepare them and we practice them on Prax, yeah. Zest and Capio make the pistols for us. Yeah, and it's working, at least today.
I mean, if you can't lose the match if you win all pistols, I feel like that's you give yourself such a great advantage. Here's the thing, though. I think we've been having a bit of a debate in terms of the standout players of this tournament, and I think heading into this matchup, we were very much looking forward to comeback going up against your teammate Element, and I mean, it feels like Element definitely came out on top. Do you have any views on what's it like to play with Element and how good you think he really is compared to the other duelists in this tournament?
He's so good, bro. It's hard to say how good he is, but he is the best duelist on this Ascension, for sure.
Okay, tomorrow you are going to have a chance to get revenge on Apeks. How much are you looking forward to that encounter? You both won your matches today, so you're both showing that you're in great form. How different do you think the encounter is going to be?
I think it's gonna be the same, to be honest. I hope this time we can play like we played. No. I hope not. I hope we can play the same game we played like last time and close some more rounds. Last time it was good, but so much troll. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like you guys were winning that game for a lot of it, especially the Ascent map, but even some of like the comebacks
straight to the
and
point.
the rounds looked really good. I also wanted to ask you, you guys have had a bit of a tougher road than some other teams. Like some teams just kind of hard dominate their region and don't really have to deal with losing very much. Do you think it's been helpful for you guys to lose in your own region and have to grind through play-ins and learn a couple of extra lessons, or maybe play extra reps in officials on maps than some other teams might have had to?
In the end of the day, it obviously helps, but I don't think that's the difference. I think the difference is how we can play with the pressure, because we come to Ascension, everyone has more pressure, and it's different. So yeah, it's about that.
I think I would agree with that. You guys have been dealing with pressure in a very, I feel like, efficient way. But thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations once again. We're going to see you in Berlin. I very much look forward to it. But also, we'll see you back here tomorrow. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, dude was definitely tired as well.
About him making it to Berlin than he is, but that's because he gave me a lot of really great.
Yeah, it was like that, Bacon, for sure. Reminded me of like old days when Trav would do an interview. Okay, chat, someone double check the Yumpy streaming real fast and then we are good to raid him. Thank you so much for today. We will be here tomorrow again, same time for the games. And we get rid of one team and then we find who is going to be top, or at least top 2. Look at the first person of the final. That was funny at the mic. Yeah, but dude, right at the beginning of the game when they can be bothered to do the interviews, that was one of them.
It's going to start at 6 p.m.
You gotta accept it. He is streaming? Okay, perfect. Right, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate all the support. Shout out to the mods as always. Even you, Bacon. And look into the captions, dude. I completely forgot about that, Lexi. Let me have a look tomorrow. See what's going down. Right, peace, everyone. Thank you.
I think it is.
Peace.
I'm looking forward to this upper bracket game. You know, usually I'd be really hyped about the like
YouTube chat as well. Thank you so much, guys. See you soon.
Because it's the juicier prospect.